You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6. All right, this is the clerk just testing the audio listen-in lines. We have not started with our proceedings this morning. We're about to start just testing the audio lines. It's about to come out, and then I'll switch it over. Okay, so. Okay, I'm just going to switch it really quick over there to test defendant. We may have to have a reset if that doesn't. Hi. Court is in session. Honorable Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers presiding.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May be seated. Right. Calling civil action 20-5640 Epic Games Inc. versus Apple Inc. Counsel, please state your appearances, and the mics are on at the table.
Good morning, Your Honor. Catherine Forrest for Epic.
Good morning, Gary Bornstein for Epic.
Good morning, Justin Clark for Epic.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Kloss for Epic.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica Choi for Epic.
Sorry, I'll turn your mic on, Your Honor. So there you are. Sorry.
Ms. Choi, welcome to the courtroom. Mr. Sweeney, good morning. Mr. Rudd, good morning. Okay, on the Apple side.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Dorn for Apple, and we're joined this morning by Heather Grenier, Head of Commercial Litigation, and Kate Caso-Howard from Apple in-house counsel.
Who was the other one from Apple?
Kate Caso-Howard.
Okay, so this is the person.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Bowe.
Hold on a minute. The middle name, I got Kate and I got Howard.
K-A-S-O.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Lowe on behalf of Apple.
New to the courtroom too, Mr. Lowe. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Rowe for Apple.
Also new. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Eltz in the back. Yes. Good morning. I see Ms. Dunn. I see who else is back there. Mr. Phillips, is it? Good morning. Is that Mr. Srinivasan back there? Good morning. Okay. So on, also in the gallery we have today Ms. Griffin from the New York Times. Good morning. So we've now restarted, I take it? You were with us on day one? Okay. And then Elizabeth Lapato from Verge. Good morning. And then I have Mr. Manfredi, all right, from Severi & Severi. Good morning. And I see one more person. That's our witness. Good morning, Professor Mickens. Okay. Let's go ahead, Ms. Forrest, and you can begin us off this morning if there are issues. I saw, obviously, filings over the weekend. I just posted an order this morning, so that's hopefully gives some guidance and resolves an issue. Ms. Forrest, let's start with you.
Yes, Your Honor, good morning. We have what I would call two buckets of issues. I'll handle the first, which has to do with some logistics. The second will be relating to the expert written directs, and that will be handled by Mr. Bornstein from our side.
Okay.
On the first bucket, it's logistics. When we are at the point where we are no longer have any witnesses in our affirmative case, which will be after Mr. Mickens, there'll be a couple of outstanding issues that will prevent a formal sort of re-rest, and I just wanted to alert the court to what they will be.
Okay.
One is for the deposition designation final binder. It's we've gotten a small number of counters from Apple. We're just running these together. We got them, it'll be today. We'll get it to you. So that will be sometime today. The second piece is there's an evidentiary stipulation relating to a small number of documents close to being finalized. The third is that there are some witnesses that are in Apple's case that we had called in our case, and there are some documents and evidence that we would be relying upon. That's Mr. Gray, Federighi, and Schmid.
You said Schmidt?
Schmidt. Mm-hmm.
SCHMID, Your Honor.
Okay.
And if Mr. Gray is not called because he's now on the may call list, the parties have agreed that we could put in an additional, I think it's only 15 minutes of deposition designations.
Okay.
Also, we are going to reserve some time for the possibility of some rebuttal evidence if needed.
Okay.
That, I think, is sort of the logistics. There's one other piece, which is we wanted to inform Your Honor that for the closing agenda on the back and forth, the point counterpoint, we're super close, is the phrase that was used, to having an agreement between the parties on what that would be, and we'd be prepared to submit that later today. And then the last question for Your Honor is, do we need to reserve the time for that closing point counterpoint from our time, which we're happy to do, or will that be out of time? It just helps us plan the week, Your Honor.
Well, are we, I haven't checked. The last time I checked, we weren't set to close in terms of sheer time until Monday.
Agreed.
And that's my concern. So I'd really like to finish off on Monday, and I don't mind doing a full day on Monday. That is, I don't mind adding a bit of time so that we can do this, because as I said, I really didn't think you'd take me up on my offer, but I would find it to be helpful. So I'm happy to do the day Monday. I am not inclined to give you any more time, excuse me, if that means we roll into Tuesday. Monday I'm good, Tuesday I'm not good.
Understood, Your Honor. I think the parties are all assuming that we're done Monday.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay. I will also say that when I do it in a patent context, I never go over 3 hours. It's basically, it ends up being about an hour and a half for each side. As you may know, Ms. Forrest, I don't know what your practice was. I only allowed 10 terms, and so I tell the parties, we start with the most important, and if you run out of time, you run out of time. But for me, 3 hours is about the max that I'm interested in.
Very good.
Very well.
Okay.
Thank you.
With respect to the closing, typically that's important because we receive defense motions at the close. As I'm sure you know, it is most trial judges will not grant those motions. We'll let the defense case come in and then resolve everything at the end. So I don't know whether there was a consideration of making such a motion, Mr. Dorn, and how that impacts given these logistics. But I can tell you, given the heavy disputes on both sides, I would not grant a motion without hearing all of the evidence and resolving it at the end. The only exception might be, and I'd like to, is this essential facility question. I mean, your expert unequivocally stated that he did not believe that this was appropriate. I don't know how I could grant that a theory of that, even though I was curious whether it might work without some expert testimony on that issue, and neither side's primary economic expert says that that's appropriate for this case. So that might be the only one that I would think about.
Well, Your Honor, if I'll await whether Mr. Doran intends to move on that, but we would have something to say on that, depending upon the basis on which Mr. Doran moved. Okay.
And Your Honor, I would just say that was one claim that we were considering a motion on. So that motion may be forthcoming.
Again, I'm not sure that I would necessarily rule on it in advance, but I think it's, and I'd obviously have to hear, I just don't know how one gets there without any expert opinion that it's appropriate. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Next, Mr. Bornstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this might be both easy and, at least for this morning, and maybe a little bit more challenging later in the week. Mr. Lowe and I have conferred, and the parties happily have reached agreement on all of the expert written testimony with the exception of 2.
Okay.
We each have one objection to the others, and our suggestion would be that it might be more efficient for Your Honor if we submitted something in writing so that Your Honor could consider it in context, if that would be acceptable. And then it's just a question of how and when Your Honor would like to receive that. The parties can, of course, do it as expeditiously as would be useful, subject to whatever page limits would be helpful for Your Honor.
And this is this in the nature of sealing or striking?
No, not in the nature of sealing. We think there are some sealing issues in which the court has already ruled, and I believe there is one expert report as to which Apple has some additional sealing requests that have not yet been made to the court. These are in the nature of striking. And the two reports at issue are Professor Athey's report from Epic and Professor Hitt's report from Apple.
Okay.
As to which each side has made targeted objections. It's not the whole report in either instance.
Okay. And in short, what are the issues?
Well, I'll take ours and I'll let Mr. Lowe take his. Our objection with respect to Professor Hitt is that he's changed his opinion in one respect in light of, I presume, the cross-examination. And we believe it's inappropriate for him to actually make a substantive change to his opinion at this point in time without the ability for us to respond to it.
Did he change so his written direct was done in advance?
Correct.
And the cross-examination at trial or the cross-examination during his deposition?
I presume this was done in response to his cross-examination at trial. Our objection is what Apple would like to submit to the court is an edit to the written direct that was previously submitted and was the basis of the cross-examination. And we think it's inappropriate for them to change his opinion at this point in time.
Okay. And a response on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Jason Lowe on behalf of Apple. The change that was issue was something that came up in cross-examination, and as a result of that, Professor Hitt has struck out, I think, literally 3 words in order to make clear what his analysis was. And to be clear, it is consistent with other portions of his written direct, so it's not a situation where if we didn't make the change, the evidence is not there. We're proposing the change simply to make it potentially less confusing, but the analysis is there in another place of the written direct. Anyway, and we just wanted to avoid confusion.
Was it addressed during his redirect?
Yes, not directly on point, but yes, the subject was addressed during examination.
So why isn't that sufficient?
It may be, and we're happy to address that. But again, our view was it was only for purposes of clarification and to avoid confusion, and the analysis is otherwise in another portion of the written direct.
Mr. Bernstein, give me a paragraph in his report and the words.
It's paragraph from the testimony, Your Honor. It's paragraph 51.
Okay, hold on. Which are the words?
The words that were stricken, Your Honor, were in the last sentence, where it's been changed from, and I'm starting from the second to last line, it's been changed from a full 1/3 offer direct purchases of content through a web browser on the iOS device, and that's been changed to and almost 1/3 offer direct purchases of content through a web browser, and then he was stricken on the iOS device. We don't have an objection to the change of a full 1/3 to almost 1/3. That's fine. But striking on the iOS device, we believe changes the meaning here. His opinion was that these purchases are available on the web browser on an iPhone. And he's now, in light of the cross-examination that showed that not to be correct, he's changed it to purchases of content through a web browser more generally, which would capture other devices. And had that been his opinion at trial, we would have cross-examined more thoroughly on that broader opinion.
The request to delete those words is denied. Next issue.
With respect to Professor Athey, Your Honor, this is a question that was raised during examination. Professor Athey gave certain opinions about what consumers think or what consumers do. And at the time of the objection, the court said, you would consider whether there are factual support for those types of statements, essentially after the facts have come in. And now that Epic is either close or will be closing their factual case, we're renewing that objection on the basis that there have been no testimony on those underlying factors.
Okay. That probably requires more. So what I would need, I think, to resolve that is the factual basis for Epic's position. I don't know that I need a lot of argument. What I need to know is where the factual basis comes from.
Yeah, understood, Your Honor. We would have in our written submission 2 other points to make that I'll just foreshadow. One being that the parties reached a stipulation under which Apple agreed not to make the argument that they are making right now, and the other being that we believe that the opinions that are at issue in Apple's objection here are proper under Rule 703, even as to facts that are not admissible or admitted, but nevertheless within the scope of facts on which an expert is permitted to rely under the rule.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like I need more than 4 pages of briefing. And then I'll take a look at what the factual basis is. And perhaps it also just means that, as I will do with many of these things, is that I need to decide how much weight to give any opinion. And it could be little to a lot. So, okay. Just, when you get it filed, I'll try to turn it around.
All right. Would Your Honor like those simultaneously? If so, we can coordinate on a time.
Yeah, that would be preferable. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That's it from your side, Ms. Forrest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Dorn, how about from your side?
That is it from our side, Your Honor.
Okay. Then let's call Professor Mickens back to the stand. Good morning, Professor. Good morning. Our weather this weekend was not as warm as it was the prior weekend, but maybe that reminds you of Massachusetts. All right, you're still under oath.
I had to have the binder for the witness.
We may. So I take it that you passed the witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we passed the witness.
All right. Mr. Lowe, you may hand it up and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Professor Mickens. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Although, is he...
Hello? Hello? Good?
No, not quite.
No, not quite. How about now? Testing. How about now? Good?
I think that's better. You're not holding that mic, are you? Okay.
Nope.
I think that works.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Professor Mickens, my name is Jason Lowe, and I represent Apple. Hello. On Friday, the judge asked you whether you have an opinion as to why the Android has more security issues than the iPhone. Do you recall that question from the judge? Yes. And you disagree with the premise that Android has more security issues than the iPhone. Is that correct? Yes. And in fact, you testified under oath that Android and iOS are in the same rough equivalence class when it comes to susceptibility to malware, viruses, or things like that. Do you recall that exchange, sir? I do. In fact, sir, you personally don't know whether or not iOS has historically had more or less or the same amount of the malware as distributed by the store on Android, do you, sir?
I don't know that anybody knows that.
Do you personally know, sir?
I personally do not.
Okay. And in fact, you claim not to be able to get your hands on numbers you would trust about the relative frequency of malware on each device, correct?
Yes, I think that methodologically it's very difficult to get those numbers.
Let's start by talking about the work that you did in this case. You did not sign the protective order, correct?
That is correct.
You formed your opinions in this case without taking into account a single internal document produced by Apple, correct?
That is right.
And that includes Apple internal documentation about security issues and app review, correct?
Yes.
When you formed your opinions, you had not reviewed the testimony of any of the current or former Apple employees who have been deposed in this case, correct?
If I understand the question correctly, at the time that I prepared my expert witness report, no, that was before any of the trial testimony of the Apple employees.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that certain Apple employees had already been deposed in the case?
I don't believe that I was aware of that. No.
Okay. But in any event, at the time that you signed your expert report, you had not read the deposition transcript of any current or former Apple employees in connection with this case, correct?
I believe that's right.
You mentioned on Friday, though, that you reviewed materials on reverse engineering. Did I catch that correctly?
Yes, if I understand the question, as I was preparing my expert report, I looked at reverse engineering materials.
None of the materials relating to reverse engineering relate to the tools that Apple uses for app review, correct?
That's correct, although not relevant to my determination.
Okay. And in your expert report, you do not discuss a single book, article, or source of any kind that gave you factual information about the tools that Apple uses to conduct app review, correct?
That is correct.
And prior to signing your report, you did not see any factual information about the human process that Apple employs to conduct app review, correct?
I saw no internal Apple documentation about that, although I saw Apple's public-facing documentation, such as the review guidelines, and I also looked at public-facing evidence about the efficacy of that procedure.
Right. What you did was you looked at Apple's publicly available review guidelines, and then you went ahead and made assumptions about what Apple must be doing behind the scenes in order to enforce those guidelines, correct?
No, not just that. So I also looked at, quote unquote, the lived experience, if you will, of developers, for example, who have experienced app rejection. I looked at other complaints or such things involving the app review process.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
So you chose to form your opinions in this case without knowing all of the mechanisms by which Apple's app review is conducted, correct?
That's correct, although there's an abundance of empirical evidence that can be brought to bear.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Now, to support your opinions, I think you just referenced this a minute ago, you cite some media articles about problematic apps that apparently got through the app review process, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think there's one article that talks about a 2019 scenario in which Apple had to take down 17 apps. Do you recall that article?
Oh, yes.
And then there's another article that you cite talking about 2 fitness apps that Apple took down, I think, in the 2018 timeframe. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds about right, yes.
You did not personally examine the 17 apps that were taken down, did you?
No.
You did not personally examine the 2 fitness apps that were taken down and referenced in those articles, correct?
Correct, although the sources cited are considered rightful in my field.
Okay. And in fact, for all of the allegedly bad apps that you referenced in your expert report, is it accurate to say that you did not personally examine any of them?
Yes, in the same way that Apple hasn't looked at some of the results from the Nokia report, I imagine. They rely on outside sources.
Sir, so you did not personally examine any of the allegedly bad apps that you're referencing in the article, correct?
That's correct.
Oh. And while you're quick to criticize Apple regarding these apps, is it fair to say that you rendered that criticism in your report without taking into account the total number of apps that goes through the app review process every year? That's not data that you took into consideration, correct?
That data wasn't relevant to my determination.
So you did not take it into consideration, correct?
Correct, because I didn't think that it was relevant.
And you also did not take into account the number of similar apps, similar to the bad apps that you point out, that Apple successfully kept from reaching iOS device users. You didn't take that data into account, correct?
If by that data, I believe you're referring to like internal Apple statistics about that. I did not review any internal Apple statistics.
What I mean is, when you point out that certain bad apps got through the app review process, you did not take into account whether there are other similar bad apps that Apple successfully prevented from getting through the app review system and kept away from the public. That's not information you considered in rendering your opinions, correct?
No, because I don't believe that information is relevant to my overall determination.
Okay. And let's take a look, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put up the slides that you discussed on Friday. And let's take a look at PDF 81.12. Now, you recognize this as one of the demonstrators that you used on Friday?
I do.
Okay. And at the very bottom, there's a section on legal compliance. Do you see that?
I do.
And your conclusion on Friday was that it is difficult for app review to ascertain whether an app is in legal compliance, correct?
Correct.
When you formed your opinions, you have no factual information about what tools Apple uses to ensure that apps don't have a legal compliance issue, correct?
Not entirely. My determination about this was based on general purpose computer science knowledge about what I believe to be
my
possible.
My question is about, do you know what tools the app review process uses to ensure that apps don't have legal compliance issues? Did you have any factual information about that at the time you signed your opinions?
None other than the general purpose computer science knowledge that I mentioned.
Okay. And when you formed your opinions, you had no factual information about how Apple's app reviewers are trained, or not trained perhaps, to look for legal compliance issues. That's also not something you took into account prior to signing the report, correct?
Not entirely, because I'm able to look at the empirical effectiveness and empirical characteristics.
My question is, do you have or did you have information about how Apple trains its app reviewers to look for legal compliance issues?
I could only see the effects of that, but no, I didn't see the internal training documents.
Okay, and you don't know anything about what internal training Apple provides to its reviewers in order to ensure that apps don't have legal compliance issues. Do you agree on that?
Partially. I think that some of that training can be gleaned from the review guidelines, for example.
And when you formed your opinions, you have no factual information about app review's success rate in terms of screening apps for legal compliance issues, correct?
I would not fully agree, no, because once again, we can look at the empirical results of that review process and make observations.
Did you have any data in terms of the actual number of successful or unsuccessful attempts by app review to ensure that apps don't have legal compliance issues? Is that data that you have, sir?
Are you referring to data like the raw number of apps that were scanned for legal issues?
Correct. The totals.
No, I didn't have access to that information.
All right. In your written direct, you also cite an article. Well, first, even though you didn't have any of that internal data, you were comfortable rendering an opinion that Apple has a difficult time ensuring that apps comply with legal compliance issues, correct? You were comfortable rendering that opinion?
Yes.
In your written direct, you also cite an article that claimed to have found that iPhone apps suffered from the same security problems found in many Android apps. Do you recall referencing an article to that effect? Would you agree that that article only tells you about the types of issues that show up on iOS and Android, not the total number of instances? Would you agree to that?
I would agree, yes, but it doesn't tell you the denominator.
Right. Well, it doesn't tell you the numerator either, does it?
Well, it gives you an intuition for the rough equivalence class argument that I make at several points throughout my expert witness report.
Well, sir, the article that you cite suggested, and I'll generalize that.
Can you tell me, Mr. Roy, what paragraph of his report we're dealing with so I can go back and review the...
Yes, Your Honor. And may I hand up some binders with the report for the witness so he's got it as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor and Professor Mickens, the report, it's actually in the written direct, which is in tab 1, and it is, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to just pull it up as well, so we're all looking at it together. It's paragraph 78.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Are you looking at paragraph 78, Professor Mickens?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that this is, you recall that this is the article that you and I have been discussing for about the last 2 minutes?
That's correct.
All right. And what the article talks about is that on some iPhones, the writer found that there were certain apps that stored things stored passwords without properly encrypting them, correct?
Yes, there were also problems with network transmissions of clear text into the data. That's right.
Okay. And the finding by the author was, I found certain apps on iOS that had these problems, and I also found certain apps on Android that had these problems, correct?
Yes.
And what the author does not say is that I looked at the total number of apps that were available on iOS and the total number of apps that are on Android, and I found more of them on one platform versus the other. Do you agree that the author did not conduct that analysis?
For reasons of scalability, yes, that's why the author didn't do that.
Okay. And would you agree that nothing in your written direct purports to have conducted an analysis in terms of the total number of incidences on one platform versus the other?
That type of analysis wasn't necessary to make the broad equivalence class argument.
But you do agree that that is not in your analysis, correct?
Yes, I'm just establishing that isn't necessary to create my conclusion.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Ortiz. Thank you. On Friday, you mentioned on direct examination that you reviewed certain books by Jonathan Levin.
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put up your report, which is at tab 2. And if you go to page 63, that's got your materials relied upon, just to make sure we're on the same page here. And this is, do you recognize, sir, that this is the Appendix A to your expert report?
I believe that it is. Yes.
And this is the area where you listed the materials you relied upon in rendering your opinions, correct?
Yes.
And in the book section, it looks like you didn't reference one book by Mr. Levin, you referenced 3 of them, correct?
Let's see. Yes, that's right.
Is there a reason why you relied on 3 separate books by Mr. Levin?
So let's see. The third book, I believe, is an older book that Levin wrote. And then there's a newer version of that, which is the 2017 one. I'm not sure if the 2016 version, if that's like an error
I don't know that there's a separate book. I only recall looking at 2 individual books written by that author.
Do you recall which 2 you looked at?
The most recent version of the Mac OS and iOS internals book, and then the original book, the 2013.
So the 2013 and the 2017?
Yes.
On Friday, you gave testimony about notarization and gatekeeper mechanisms on Mac OS. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that that technology came into place in around the 2019 timeframe?
That is about right, yes.
So that technology came in after the publication dates of all of Mr. Levin's books, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Let's take a look, actually, at Mr. Levin's book, and you'll have a copy of it in tab 12 of your binder, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put it up. By the way, is Mr. Levin a respected authority in your field?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this cover page here as Mr. Levin's book, and I believe this is the original one.
Yeah, this is the 2013 book.
Turn to what's the page 80 of this book, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to read with you from the paragraph at the very top that says, in actuality.
Mm-hmm.
In actuality, however, Apple's application security is light years, if not parsecs, ahead of its peers. Windows User Account Control, UAC, has been long present in OS X. iOS's hardening makes Android seem widowed in comparison. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And for those of us who are not Star Wars fans, the word parsecs, that's Mr. Levin's way of saying that Apple is far, far ahead of its competitors in terms of security?
That's right. And I should note, though, that this is a 2013 quote, though, and that's actually quite relevant to my testimony and to my direct report.
Thank you. Well, let's move forward a little bit in time, then. In 2018, you are aware that Epic offered a Fortnite installer for Android users?
I am aware of that, yes.
And that was Epic's way of trying to make Fortnite available for Android users without having to go through the Google Play Store, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And you are aware that immediately after that installer was released, it was discovered that the Fortnite installer had a security vulnerability?
That's correct.
And that was a serious security vulnerability, correct?
Yes, one that was fixed very quickly.
Okay. And it was, would you agree that that was a fairly common vulnerability in Android?
The security error in question was not an Android error so much as it was a programming bug in the Fortnite installer itself.
Okay. And so would you agree that that vulnerability was caused more by carelessness on Epic's part rather than a vulnerability in the Android system?
I would have to think about that. I mean, it was a programming error. I'm not quite sure how to apportion blame between the two parties.
Okay. Now, when I asked you about that error, you were quick to point out that Epic fixed it quickly, yes?
Yes.
And you were quick to point that out because you wanted to put in the context of the security vulnerability in terms of how quickly Epic patched up the vulnerability. Is that why you offered that? You volunteered that information?
Not quite. I offered up that information because I think that it's hard to deploy a complex piece of software. We see that with Apple. Apple has been subject to jailbreaking attacks for the past, 10, 15 years, and it's hard. And all that means is that it's difficult to create complex software.
Okay. In your analysis of Apple's shortcomings with respect to its security issues, would you agree that there is no place in your report where you took into account the speed with which Apple remedied any of the issues? That's not as part of your analysis, correct?
Because it's not relevant to my determination of the equivalent class argument.
Right. But when I asked you about Epic's security shortcomings, you volunteered information about the speed of the patch, correct?
That's correct.
But when it comes to the Apple potential shortcomings, that was not relevant to your analysis, correct? The speed with which Apple may or may not have remedied any security issues, correct?
No, because all that I'm trying to establish in my expert witness report is this rough parity argument. It has nothing to do.
Did you or did you not take into account the manner in which Apple remedied any of the security shortcomings you allege occurred? Is that something you took into account?
I did, in making that equivalent question.
Let's go to your report, which is in tab 2.
Yes, sir.
And could you point me to the paragraph where you took into account the speed or the manner in which Apple responded to any of the vulnerabilities or shortcomings you point out? What paragraph should we look at?
Well, I don't have the report memorized, so I do know, though, that there is a discussion in that report. I mean, I can take the time to look for the particular paragraph number, if you like.
We'll see if it comes up on redirect, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Okay. But I do establish in the report that...
Thank you. There's no question pending, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have heard of security referred to as a cat and mouse game?
That's right.
All right. And it's a weird analogy, but I guess it means that sometimes the cat wins and sometimes the mouse wins.
Accurate.
And the analogy is there because in security, the attackers are constantly trying to up their game to one-up the cat. I'm gonna say that the defender is the cat in this situation.
Sure.
And as a result, the cat has to constantly up its game in order to keep up with the attacker, the mouse, correct?
That's right.
All right. And what you did, sir, in your report was you took snapshots in moment in which the cat got a temporary advantage. That's what you did, sir, correct? You pointed out situations in which bad apps got through the app review process, correct?
You mean the mouse?
The mouse. Thank you, Your Honor. This is the danger of analogies. Yes.
There's a lot going on, but suffice it to say that the report does point out some specific instances where, let's just say, the attacker won.
Yeah. And what you don't take into account is how the cat, I'm going to write this time, responded to any of those circumstances. That was not relevant to your analysis, correct?
I disagree, because the report actually talks about specifically many of the defensive techniques that iOS in particular uses.
Do you talk about any of the responses that Apple took in terms of its app review process in order to make it stronger relative to attackers? Is that something you discussed?
Well, it gets back to the question from a few minutes ago. I do talk about in the report that major software companies, like Apple, have a strong security culture, and that speaks directly to the question.
My question is focused on the app review process. Do you or do you not discuss how Apple's app review process may have responded to any of the incidences you raise in your report? Is that anywhere in there?
I think the section about security culture speaks to that indirectly. Yes.
You said indirectly?
Indirectly, yes.
You said that's in the report, but it's not in the direct exam? Your direct written testimony?
I would have to look and see.
That's okay if you don't know.
Okay.
Let's change subjects for a minute and talk about zero-day vulnerabilities. As I understand it from reading your written direct, a zero-day vulnerability is a security bug that is unknown to the developers of the Buggy program, correct?
That is correct.
And so in the context of a mobile device, it could be a flaw in the operating system or in the browser or maybe even the hardware, correct? It could be in any of those places, correct?
Yes.
And it's called a zero-day vulnerability because it's something that the manufacturer, which in this case, let's say it's Apple, doesn't even know about, correct?
Yes.
And it's got value to an attacker because if you use a vulnerability that Apple doesn't even know about, then Apple is not defending against it at the moment, correct?
Correct.
And apparently, there's a market to buy these vulnerabilities, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is because people or law enforcement or nation states will buy knowledge about these vulnerabilities in order to gain access to a device, correct?
That's right.
And in your written direct, you cite evidence that on at least one marketplace, it costs more money to buy a vulnerability for Android devices than it is to buy a vulnerability for iOS devices. Do you recall that, sir?
I do.
And I think the market analysis or logic is that the more secure a device is, the more one has to pay to find a vulnerability to break into it. Is that roughly correct?
Yeah.
All right. So if one wanted to find a way to break into Fort Knox, that's going to cost a little bit more than finding a way to break into the local bank. Yes?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the data that you actually relied upon, and that's in tabs 10 of your binder. And I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put it up on the screen as well. And particularly, it's on, I believe you looked at page 6 of this document. You recognize this as the payout table that you were looking at for the zero-day vulnerability payouts?
I do.
All right. And this is from the website of Zerodium, and you cite to this particular page in your both your report and your written direct, correct?
Correct.
So first, let's get oriented here and make sure we are all looking at the same information. If you go to the top right-hand corner, you'll see that brown. What would you call that color?
It's brownish. That's close enough.
All right, let's say it's brownish, and that's for an Android FCP zero-click. So that's a particular type of vulnerability that if you could come up with one, Zerodium would pay you for it, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and we can see in the middle of this page there's a legend, which the brownish color is for Android, yes?
Yes.
And then to read this table, if we go all the way to the left, we'll see that the highest price for an Android vulnerability is $2.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
And now if we come back to the right-hand side, we see that the next highest box is a red box, and that's for an iOS vulnerability, correct?
Correct.
And if we just, again, skip over to the left-hand side of this periodic table looking document, you see that the highest price that Zero-Day was willing to pay at the time was $2 million for an iOS zero-day vulnerability, correct?
Correct.
And you're using the difference between the $2 million payout and the $2.5 million payout for Android as a way of demonstrating that Android is more secure than iOS. That was the logic you used?
Not quite. So,
well,
remember that.
Let me see if I can reframe that then.
Please. Yeah.
You stated in your testimony that a reasonable interpretation of this market data is that iOS phones are now easier to compromise than Android phones, making iOS exploits less valuable. Would you agree with that?
I said that, yes, that's a reasonable interpretation of the data. And I also said that market data. Yeah.
The gap between $2 million and $2.5 million for a zero-day vulnerability, would you consider that to be a significant gap?
Well, remember that my argument is about equivalence classes. And so I think that if we're trying to argue about equivalence classes, then that gap is sufficient to suggest that both iOS and Android are at least in the same rough equivalence class with respect to security.
All right. You can take that down, Mr. Ortiz. Thank you. Let's switch topics for a moment and talk about Mac OS.
Okay.
You have observed that Mac OS allows for sideloading, meaning the distribution of applications outside of the Mac App Store, correct?
Correct.
And the inference you draw from that is that if sideloading is safe enough for Mac OS, then it ought to be safe enough for iOS, correct?
That's paraphrasing a bit, but roughly, yes.
You did not analyze in your testimony whether different security considerations apply for computers as opposed to mobile devices, correct?
No, I don't believe that claim to be true.
Did you analyze whether the difference in numbers of iOS devices versus macOS devices create different security considerations? Do you believe that claim to be true?
I do not.
Do you believe that malware developers will tend to target their attacks on the devices with the most number of users?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you don't agree that if I'm that for a typical malware developer, they may say there's a lot more Windows computers out there as opposed to Mac computers, so I'm going to put my effort into writing malware for Windows computers because that allows me to reach the greatest audience of potential victims. You don't agree with that?
I believe that's part of the calculation that malware writers use, but that's not the end story.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at what Mr. Levin has to say about that. So let's just go back to tab 12, and this is, again, the Jonathan Levin book that you cited to 3 times or 3 different times in your expert report. And turn to page 79, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put it up so we can look at it together. And it's the bottom heading, OS X and iOS security mechanisms. And just let me know when you're there.
This is tab 12?
Yes, tab 12 of the binder with your cross-examination.
Okay. And let's see what Mr. Levin writes. He writes that viruses and malware are rare on OS X. Let me pause there. You recognize OS X as a reference to the then current version of Mac OS?
Correct.
It was version 10, correct?
Correct.
All right. Which is something Apple has kept boasting for many years as an advantage for Mac in their commercials of Mac versus PC. This, however, is largely due to the Windows monoculture. Put yourself in the role of malware developer, concocting your scheme for the next devious bot. Would you invest your time and effort in attacking 90% of the world or under 5%? And then he goes on. Indeed, OS X and to an extent Linux remain healthy in part simply because they do not attract much attention from malware providers. Another reason is that Unix has always adhered to the principle of least privilege, in this case, not allowing the user root access by default. Did you understand Mr. Levin's point here to be that because there were fewer Mac devices at the time of this writing, there were simply fewer attackers interested in attacking Mac computers? Did you understand that to be what he was presenting here?
Yes, I believe that's his argument.
And you understood his analysis to be that malware developers will target the products with the greatest number of devices, correct?
That's the argument that he's making here, although I don't fully agree with that analysis. So.
Sure. And in rendering your analysis here, you ignored the possibility that today Mac OS can stand to have different security measures from iOS simply from the fact that there are fewer Mac OS devices out there. That's not something you took into consideration, correct?
From the security perspective, that's a difference without distinction.
Okay. And from a security perspective, is it a difference without distinction that because there are much fewer Macs out there than iOS devices, it may just be the case that there are fewer attempted attacks on Macs as opposed to iOS? Is that a distinction without a difference in your view as well?
Well, I think Apple certainly doesn't think that way because it doesn't advertise Mac OS as being less secure because, hey, there are fewer attacks on Mac OS.
Okay. But it's not relevant to your consideration, correct? The number of devices.
The number of devices that are used in the world hopefully doesn't make a determination on whether we try to make those devices secure.
Does the number of devices that are out there in the world have any impact, in your view, on the incentives for attackers to write malware for a particular platform?
I think there's two things that this intends.
Does it or does it not, in your view?
It is part of the determination
that
guides what malware writers do.
Okay. Your Honor, we have a copy of this document which we'd like to enter into evidence. It's 5562, and I can hand that up if Your Honor permits.
Of the next one?
Yeah, of this particular document, we've got it marked as the next number, which would be 5562, and we move to enter it into evidence.
For Levin's document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure what the non-hearsay purpose of this document would be in evidence.
Okay, response?
Well, first, if Mr. Clark is saying it's not admissible for the truth of the matter, it is a document that Mr. Mickens relies upon. And second, I think the words that are written by Mr. Levin in the community has independent value regardless of whether it is for the truth of the matter or not.
Well, I'll admit, for the limited purpose of understanding what Mr. or Professor Mickens relied on it for in his report.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I hand the exhibits up?
You can hand one to the clerk. I have my own copy.
Thank you.
I take it that, and I'll just say this, I thought that each side, each of their witnesses, experts, was relying on significant amounts of hearsay. And I think Mr. Evans told me that that's what antitrust economists do. So this isn't really anything different from those. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's keep talking about macOS. You were asked on Friday whether iOS is more secure than macOS. Do you remember the judge asking you that question?
Yes.
All right. And your answer was, and I think it's consistent with what you're saying this morning, is that I would not say it is meaningfully more secure. Do you recall that exchange?
I do.
Did you observe any data that sheds light on whether macOS, with its ability to sideload, is in fact equally secure as iOS? Did you see any data that would shed light on this particular issue?
The data that I considered was the design of the two operating systems and the security mechanisms they use.
Okay. Any other data that you had in mind?
If I understand the intent of the question, no. The majority evidence I looked at was the engineering and security of the two systems.
All right. Let's go back to tab 10, which is the Zerodium document, and let's just go back to page 6.
Yes.
All right. And we were just talking about this a few minutes ago, and you pointed out that, Android has a higher payout than iOS. And as we talked about, a reasonable interpretation of that data is that iOS phones are now easier to compromise than Android phones. Do you recall discussing that a few minutes ago?
I do.
All right. Let's turn back one page. So let's go to page 5 of the document. And here we've got another periodic table looking chart, except this one is for desktops and servers. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
All right. And let's start with the legend in the middle. And you'll see that, can we agree to call it orange for macOS? Is that close enough?
Sure.
All right. And so the legend says that you look for the orange box to see what the payouts are for Mac OS, correct?
Correct.
And now let's look for the highest paying Mac OS zero-day payout. And would you agree that that's in the left-hand side, middle of the page, that says Safari, RCE, LPE?
Yes.
Okay. And according to the Zerodium zero-day chart, the highest payout Mac OS at the same time, again, this is the same document we were looking at earlier, is up to $100,000, correct?
That's correct.
And if my math is correct, that would mean that the highest payout that Zerodium is giving for a Mac OS vulnerability is 5% of the highest payout for iOS, correct? Maybe I'll make it easier. Mr. Ortiz, is there a way to just put page 6 and page 5 side by side so that we don't have to flip back and forth? There we go.
It's lower, certainly. We can agree on that.
All right. And when we were talking about the distinction of $500,000 between Android and iOS, you said that put them in the same equivalence class, correct? But that meant that Android and iOS were in the same security equivalence class, correct?
Roughly speaking.
Okay. And would you say that a $100,000 payout for the Mac OS to a $2 million payout for iOS, would that still put them in the same security equivalence class in your view?
Well, we're looking at apples and oranges here. Because the first chart that we looked at was mobile devices, and then the second one that we looked at was for desktop and server OSs.
Sure. And I thought you told me a minute ago that you did not think that different security considerations applied for computers and mobile devices. Did I hear you correctly previously?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Okay. And so according to the Zerodium payout chart that you're looking at, would you agree that the difference in the payout is significantly more for iOS than for Mac OS?
That is true, although we'd have to look at the market dynamics affecting the two on the building market.
And using the logic you applied when you were just looking at Android versus iOS, the $2 million payout for iOS versus the $100,000 payout for Mac OS would suggest that iOS is treated as being more secure than Mac OS, using your logic, correct?
Well, my logic was looking at the particular mobile category. That's what's covered in my written report. And so I think that's particularly relevant because both sides, Apple in particular, is worried about, well, iOS must be so much more secure. That's what Apple will claim in Android. That's why I focus purely on the mobile pricing data.
And even though you do an analysis of Mac OS versus iOS, well, first, let me just ask the foundational question. In performing your analysis, did you know that the information on page 4 was there? Did you notice that when you were doing your analysis?
I did.
Okay. And so you saw that the data of the $100,000 payout for Mac OS was there on the page before the $2 million payout for iOS, but you made a decision not to include that in your analysis. Accurate?
Well, I thought it wasn't relevant to my determination.
Okay. Would you agree that the difference in the two prices, meaning the $2 million for iOS versus $100,000 for Mac OS, is that consistent or inconsistent with your testimony on Friday that Mac OS is just as secure as iOS?
I think it's consistent.
Okay. And would you agree, though, that the difference in relative popularity and security is what explains the difference, or two of the reasons that explain the difference between the high payout for an iOS vulnerability and the $100,000 payout for Mac OS?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Even if that were true, Apple would still.
Let's see what Zerodium says. So we've gone from page 6, we've gone to page 5. Let's go to page 4 of the document. And there, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put it up so that we can look at it together. And there's a section there called Zerodium payouts. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
All right. And let's read the second sentence there, which says, the amounts paid by Zerodium to researchers to acquire their original zero-day exploits depend on the popularity and security level of the affected software system as well as the quality of the submitted exploit. And then there's a parenthetical. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And so according to this document that you're relying upon, the differences, and by the way, the prior sentence talks about the fact that the exploits range from $2,500 to up to $2.5 million. You see that, sir?
I do.
All right. So what Zerodium is explaining to the public on the document that you relied upon is that they're giving different prices, in part based on how popular a particular platform is and what the security level of that platform is. That's what Zerodium is saying, correct?
Yeah, it considers all those factors. That's right.
Okay. All right. But in reading these charts and in noticing that there is a $1.9 million difference in the payouts between Mac OS and iOS, you did not form a conclusion that perhaps one explanation for the great difference in price is that one platform may be more popular or that one platform may be more secure than the other. You did not draw that conclusion from this data. Is that accurate?
I did not, although just to make sure I understand the question, are you...
You've answered the question. Thank you,
okay.
Sir. And, Your Honor, we would move what is in tab 10 into evidence as Exhibit 5561, which is the next in number.
Your Honor, I would just raise the same objection as the last exhibit.
All right, admitted. Same on the person.
All right, so we've talked Star Wars. Let's talk Enterprise now. You gave some testimony about the Enterprise program on Friday, correct?
I do.
All right. And you understand that Apple imposes requirements for participation in the Enterprise program?
If I understand that correctly, Apple is the one who gets to decide which businesses can participate in the program. That's right?
Yeah, and you mentioned in your response, but primarily the Enterprise program is intended for businesses to distribute applications to their employees, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in fact, it's not for any business. It's for relatively large organizations with over 100 individuals, correct?
Right.
Okay. You understand that oftentimes in the business or the enterprise setting, the devices may sometimes be owned by the employer. The employer will provide the iPhone or the iPad to the employees, yes?
That happens sometimes.
That happens, okay. And would you agree that particularly in the instances where the business is providing the device to the employee, they're not likely to intentionally write a program that's going to destroy the device? Would you agree with that?
I would hope that that's true.
I would hope so too. And would you agree that in general, if the employer is distributing applications to its employees, they're not likely to write a program that's going to scam or physically or mentally harm their own employees? You agree with that?
Well, I'd say that I wish that was always the case, but if you're an operating systems designer, you have to assume the worst.
Yeah, I'm saying intentionally. So I get that sometimes bugs get through the program, but would you agree that it is less likely for an employer to intentionally write an app that tries to harm their employees?
That's a plausible theory.
All right. Have you researched whether there have been instances of abuse of the enterprise program?
I am aware of some instances of abuse.
You're aware of specific instances of abuse?
Yes. How are you defining abuse?
Well, how did you define abuse?
A question has been met with a question. So I am aware that there are instances in which companies have used the enterprise program to distribute apps to people who are not enterprise employees.
Okay. And are you aware of any kind of malware or scams or phishing type activity that occurred as a result of the enterprise program?
Some of the incidents that I mentioned before, there were concerns that the apps that were distributed collected too much user information. Yes.
Okay. And when you say the apps collected too much information, are you referring to the Facebook incident?
That's one of the incidents.
Okay. And what Facebook was doing with the enterprise program was it was distributing apps to the general public, paying individuals, I think, $20 a month or something to that effect, in exchange for tracking them in great detail, correct?
Correct.
And that was an abuse of the program, correct?
Yes.
Because it violated the rules about not distributing outside of your organization, correct?
Yes.
All right. In the instances of bad apps, meaning scams or privacy intrusions of the enterprise program that you're aware of, would it be accurate to say that all of them occurred in the context outside of the context of an employer-employee relationship? In other words, those were all of a company distributing apps using the enterprise program to strangers and third parties.
In all the instances I've heard of abuse, yes, that's the setup.
Right. You've not heard of any instances of abuse where it's actually the employer trying to scam or institute a privacy intrusion on its own employees, correct? You're not aware of any instances of that happening?
Correct.
Okay. And so did that fact enter into your consideration at all when you are advocating that the enterprise program should be expanded beyond the employee-employee relationship and permit anybody to distribute apps to strangers? Did that fact come into consideration?
I'm not suggesting what you just suggested. So I just want to be clear about that. I brought up the enterprise program merely to say that there are already a variety of distribution channels that exist on iOS, and that the enterprise model could act as sort of a starting point for thinking about what a third-party channel might look like.
Okay, but you're actually, just to be clear, you are not advocating that the enterprise program should be used to allow app developers to distribute apps to people outside the organization. You're not advocating for that.
Right, just to be clear, I'm saying it's just a point in the design space, and we can think about other points in that design space if we were to have third-party distribution channels on iOS.
Let's go back to your deck that you showed on Friday, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put it up, and that's PDX 0081. And I'm going to ask Mr. Ortiz to put up point 9, and we'll look at it together. And if you want to take a paper version, so Your Honor, it's also in tab 13 of your binder, so we'll put it up on the screen.
I can see it.
All right. Your conclusion in this case is that iOS users would be just as safe even if app review did not exist, correct?
Not quite. I said that I believe that the app review provides marginal additional security benefit to that which is provided natively by the operating system.
Fair enough. And you think that the reason that app review provides marginal value is that anything the app review does to keep a user safe, the on-device mechanisms can accomplish almost as good, correct?
Not quite. I would say that there are a series of security mechanisms that the OS alone can enforce. And then there are some other security properties which an OS cannot, but also the app review struggles to provide those properties too.
Okay. And so when you say the things that the OS layer can provide, we're talking about the portion that's in green on the screen right now, correct? The on-device security as you've marked it?
Yes, if I understand your question, what we're looking at is sort of the core foundation of the client-side security mechanism.
And on Friday, if I heard you correctly, you called this layer the most important layer for security, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the on-device security measures that we're looking at on the screen right now cannot protect users from apps that could inflict mental or physical harm to individuals?
I believe that's correct, although we're talking about content moderation here, I believe, not about security.
Okay, well, you call it content moderation, so let me give you a more specific example. If an app encourages distraught teenagers to commit suicide, would you agree that on-device security does nothing to keep that app from the hands of iOS users? Do you agree with that?
Well, once again, I want to distinguish between security and content, but yes, I do agree.
Okay, and let's talk about content or age-appropriate content for children. If an app is targeted to young children and ask them, are your parents home? And if not, where do they keep their jewelry? Would you agree that the on-device security mechanisms you call the most important layer does nothing to protect users from that kind of behavior?
That's correct.
Okay. And what about scams? If an app pretends to be the Red Cross and says, we'd love to have you donate $500, and it goes off to some entity other than the Red Cross, you would agree that the on-device security mechanisms we are looking at on the screen does nothing to protect users from that type of behavior, correct?
Well, I'd say the world that you're describing sounds a lot like the Mac OS world, in as much as those exact same type of apps can get on Mac OS. But yes, I agree.
Okay. What about copycat apps and piracy? You're not rendering an opinion that the on-device security mechanisms here do anything to protect against piracy, correct?
It depends on what kind of piracy, and this is mentioned in my expert witness report.
Let me just be clear about what kind of piracy. So you're a former Microsoft guy. Microsoft sells Word, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if somebody puts out a version of Word that is free to users, that's what I mean by piracy. Would you agree that the on-device security doesn't know whether the version of Word that I've downloaded is real or not?
Correct.
Okay. What about fake reviews? Do you agree that sometimes app developers will give themselves thousands of fake reviews in order to entice users to buy their applications? You understand that happens from time to time?
That can happen, yes.
And would you agree that the on-device security mechanisms we're looking at on the screen that you call the most important layer does nothing to protect users and developers from that kind of behavior?
Well, there's a conflation here. I just want to note for the court.
Well, does it protect or does it not?
It does not, but you're not talking about pure security features, though.
Fair enough. You hit on my next point, which is that these are not, in your view, core security features, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think
and in fact, sir, in your report, do you recall what phrase you used to describe apps that may inflict physical or mental harm? What was the phrase you used?
I don't think that I specifically used the phrase to talk just about apps that may cause harm.
Instead, you described all of the categories of apps that we've been discussing for the last few minutes as quality assurance properties, correct?
That's not quite right. What I said in my report is that...
Let's take a look at your report then.
Okay.
And it's, I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put up paragraph 111, and it's in tab 2, if you'd like to turn to it on paper. All right. In paragraph 111 of your report, you start to enumerate Apple's list of desirable app properties. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And you helpfully tell us that security properties are underlined, correct?
Yes.
And other properties, which are not underlined, you refer to as quality assurance properties, correct?
Correct.
And now let's take a look at the next page where there's a safety bullet point. And I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put that up. Are you with me at the safety bullet point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's start at the bottom. You write that an app must handle private user data securely as required by the legal review step described below. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And that's underlined, yes?
Yes.
So that's a security property.
Yes.
Okay, now let's go back to the first sentence. Broadly speaking, this review step attempts to identify apps that could inflict mental or physical harm to users. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And that is not underlined, correct?
Correct.
And so that is not a security issue.
Correct.
And instead, that is what you call a quality assurance issue, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, you say that QA properties reflect judgments about characteristics that make user interactions with an app more enjoyable. That's what you say in the top of paragraph 111. And we'll go back to the previous page. You see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so you refer to apps that may physically or mentally harm individuals as a quality assurance property, or Apple's attempt to search for those features as a quality assurance property, correct?
As differentiated from the security properties I described.
Sure. And because QA properties are about just making apps more enjoyable, what you go on to write in paragraph 111 of your report is that enjoyable is defined from the perspective of Apple, not from some universally accepted understanding of QA properties. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Okay. And that's meant to suggest that some of Apple's things that Apple looks for are rather arbitrary and capricious in your view?
Kind of.
Okay.
I want to emphasize.
Would you say, sir, that Apple's attempt to prohibit apps that may inflict mental or physical harm to individuals is not a universally accepted goal? Would you say that?
I think that you're taking some of these quotes out of context. Nothing in the report or in my testimony has said that trying to provide some type of screening for objectionable content is a known bad. I haven't claimed that. Nothing in my report says that.
Thank you, sir.
If you look at what I'm talking about here.
That's fine. Thank you. Let's take a look back at your slides now, PDS 81.3. And this is a variation of the slide we've been looking at for the past couple of minutes. And you have a note which you talked about on Friday on app review. Do you see that at the very top, sir?
Yes, sir.
And your conclusion, which I believe you said a little bit earlier in our session this morning, is that app review provides minimal, if any, security benefits relative to what iOS on-device security mechanisms provide. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Okay. If someone were to take a broader view of security and say that security encompasses trying to keep out apps that may cause physical, mental, or financial harm to iOS device users, would you still make the same statement that App Review provides minimal security benefits, if any?
I will not make that same statement.
So you are aware that if third-party apps, if app distribution were to be opened up and third parties had the ability to distribute apps that may physically or mentally harm individuals, that those apps would still be running on Apple hardware, correct? They would still need Apple hardware to run.
Correct, if they're iOS apps, yeah, that's right.
Right. And if iOS app distribution were to be opened up to third parties and developers have free reign to write apps that may mentally, physically, or financially harm individuals, that they would be able to do so running on the iOS operating system that's provided by Apple, correct?
Not necessarily. There are embodiments of third-party app stores that would allow Apple to sanction or cut off access to apps that contain extremely objectionable content.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that, and let's talk about these policies then. if Apple makes a policy determination that there should be no native apps with pornography, and a third-party app store decides, I'm okay with pornographic content, whose policy should prevail in your view?
Well, I'm not the court. That's a thorny
Have a view on that subject, sir. Do you have a view on that subject, sir?
Is there a specific question about whether pornography should be allowed on?
No, the specific question is on if in the instance where Apple doesn't want native apps with pornographic content on its devices and a third party wants to distribute it, do you have a view as a security expert as to which view should prevail? Should Apple be required to get rid of its current app distribution model?
I think it's a complex policy issue. So I think I think the court and the two sides would have to come to some agreement on that.
Okay. And you're aware that Apple just released something called App Tracking Transparency?
I am.
And there are many features, but one of the features is that in order for an app to track a user, the user has to first opt in. Do you have that understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if Apple takes the privacy view that a user should opt in before the app is permitted to track you, but a third-party app store or app writer thinks, no, the user should have to opt out before I stop tracking. Do you have a view on which policy should prevail if Apple were required to open up iOS app distribution?
It's a policy issue that once again the court would have to decide, but I would emphasize
so you don't have a view on it, correct?
Excuse me?
You don't have a view on it. You would just leave that to the court to decide, correct?
Yes, I just want to point out there's a spectrum of third-party distribution channels.
What about pirated software? If Apple makes a policy determination that we don't want pirated software on our devices because piracy hurts developers, and there are third-party stores that say we love to distribute pirated software, do you have a view as a security expert as to which policy should prevail?
I am personally against pirated software.
But you don't have a view on which policy should prevail were Apple forced to change its app distribution methods, correct?
I think that if it were up to me, Apple should be allowed to prevent pirated software from being on its platform.
Well, but you are aware, sir, that there are developers out there who disagree with Apple's policy on preventing pirated software, correct?
But that disagreement doesn't mean that we have to push ourselves towards a maximalist, completely open third-party distribution channel. So I just want to make that spectrum clear, because there's a lot of implicit assumptions in this line of questioning.
Okay.
You haven't provided an opinion with respect to some middle ground.
Well,
just yes or no, have you?
No, I've only talked about the design spectrum.
Right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ron. By the way, you do agree that some of Apple's app review policies are intended to protect developers in addition to users, correct?
Protect in what way?
Well, for example, you would agree that banning pirated software on iOS devices is one way to protect developers who put in the hard work and write apps, correct?
Okay.
And you agree that enforcing rules against fake reviews helps developers because it prevents bad developers from scooping up business at the expense of good developers with good apps, correct?
It would be nice if the app review provided that property. Yes.
Okay. But you agree that the goal of preventing fake reviews is one that can further give benefits to developers, correct?
Yes, although, as I mentioned in my report, there's controversy over whether the app review actually provides that.
Okay. Let's actually talk about that because you've said that at several points now. And let's take a look at paragraph 79 of your written direct, and that is your written direct again is in tab 1 of your binder. Mr. Ortiz, if you could just put that up and we'll look at it together. And your introduction to paragraph 79 says that Apple's review process has been criticized by app developers who believe that Apple enforces the review guidelines inconsistently. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And in the next sentence, you refer to, or actually you put in bold, copycat apps, scam apps, and review fraud. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this paragraph is meant to suggest that the app review's efforts to deal with these type of security issues is at best, has at best mixed results. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, just a couple of minutes ago, you confirmed for me that in your view, piracy, scam apps, and review fraud are not security issues under your definition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so for the purposes of determining whether the on-device mechanisms can do all of the security things that App Review does, you chose a definition of security that does not include copycat apps, scam apps, and review fraud, correct? That was your definition for the purposes of that analysis, yes?
Yes.
And here, you are citing to an article about App Review's ability to keep out copycat apps, scam apps, and review fraud as an example of App Review's inability to enforce security measures, correct?
No.
No. Let's take a look at paragraph 11 of your written direct. And Mr. Altice, you can pick that up. Now, here you write that Apple's review guidelines do enumerate some security properties that cannot be enforced by an OS alone. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then the next sentence makes reference to some empirical evidence that Apple's review process does a weak, at best, job of enforcing those additional security guarantees. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And the citation here is to pages 21 to 27 of your written report. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. So now let's go back to the paragraph we were looking at, which is paragraph 79. And would you agree that your discussion about copycat apps, scam apps, and review fraud appears on page 25 of your written direct?
It does.
Okay. And so when you were introducing the information on page 25 and 26 in your written direct, you were saying that this is empirical evidence that Apple's App Review does a bad job of enforcing security measures. That's what you said in paragraph 11, correct?
No, if you look at the page that we're talking about in question, right, so page 25.
The page 25 line up to what you referenced in paragraph 11.
Paragraph of page 25 line up to that. So you're quoting a paragraph that wasn't covered by that.
Okay.
If you look at other... Yeah.
So in your view...
I actually don't understand that, Professor.
So,
Paragraph 11 says it's supported by pages 21 through 27. The next opinion is supported by pages 27 through 29. So by your own estimate here, all of those pages, 21 through 27, support opinion number 11 and nothing else.
So perhaps I misunderstood what the page numbers meant. The paragraph that we were just talking about.
Do I not understand what your entire direct testimony is, how it is structured? I look, you have a number of opinions, which I asked each expert to do, and the cross-reference for the opinions gives me the page numbers. So do I need to strike paragraphs from the report now because they don't, in fact, support what you tell me in paragraph 11?
I don't think so. Although what I believe is the confusion here is that on page 25, there are paragraphs up at the top that are talking about what was referred to on page paragraph 11. That's the paragraph that the gentleman just read out.
All right, Mr. Will.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's move on from paragraph 79 and let's just go to paragraph 80, which we talked about earlier.
Okay.
And this is the paragraph that talked about the 17 apps and the 2 apps. Do you recall that, sir? The 2 apps that are referred to in paragraph 80 are also scam apps because they relate to financial fraud, correct? And I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to just highlight the sentence that's marked by footnote 11.
Yes.
Okay, so here too, you're giving another example of Apple's inability to provide security features for AppReview, and you're doing so by pointing out that scam apps got through the AppReview process, correct?
Well, these apps also involve, yes, one problematic aspect of them is that they involve financial fraud.
Thank you. And finally, Professor, let's take a look at paragraph 78 of your written direct. And this is the article we were talking about that said that the iPhone apps suffer from the same types of security problems. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
All right. And again, for this one, you did not review the actual apps that were referenced in the article, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you did, I think I heard you say that the information in the article was accurate?
I believe it was accurate, yes.
Okay, and you agreed with the author's conclusions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's actually take a look at what the author's conclusions are. And the underlying article appears at tab 8 of your binder. And let's go to the top of page 3, and I'll ask Mr. Ortiz to put that up so we can look at it together. Well, first, before we get into the details, do you recognize what's in tab 8 as the article that is cited in paragraph 78?
I believe that it is, yes.
Okay. And let's take a look at the author's actual conclusion. On top of page 3, it says, much of the blame falls on third-party app developers that are contracted to build apps for other companies, Bound said. And you recognize that Bound, B-O-W-N-E, is the name of the security researcher?
Yes.
But ultimately, the responsibility lies with the companies whose names are on the apps. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
All right. And now let's turn to page 6 of this article. And there's a paragraph that starts with the problem. Let me know when you are there.
I'm there.
All right. The problem with mobile app flaws is that, in Bound's experience, maybe 10% of companies that he notifies of flaws in their apps will ever fix them. That's better than a few years ago, Bound said, when 2% of companies would fix the flaws and others would threaten to sue him or call him a criminal. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And you have no reason to doubt these conclusions in the article, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And you understand that what the plaintiff wants to do in this case is to prevent Apple from controlling app distribution and to put app distribution in the control of the companies that Mr. Bound says refuses to fix the flaws in their apps. You understand that that's the result that the plaintiff is advocating for here?
No, I do not think that's the result the plaintiff is advocating for.
All right. Thank you, Professor Mickens. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Thank you.
Good.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor Mickens.
Good morning.
So, Professor Mickens, I want to start at the end there. You were asked some questions about your use of the term quality assurance in your expert report.
Yes.
What did you mean when you used the term quality assurance in your expert report?
So by that, I just meant property that the app review checks for that are not covered by the security property that I was mentioning in my expert witness report.
Now, Professor Mickens, you were asked about a scenario where there's a conflict in views between Apple and a third-party app store over whether certain types of content should be permitted. Do you recall that?
I do.
So, for example, you were asked about a conflict in views over whether pornography should be permitted.
Correct.
And you said that the determination over which view should prevail is ultimately a policy decision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So from a technical engineering perspective, are there technical engineering solutions that would allow for either outcome?
Where either outcome is either pornography being allowed or not being allowed, for example?
Correct.
The answer is yes. And so I think that this is one of the reasons that I was discussing the variety of application distribution channels on both iOS and macOS as they currently exist.
So where is that in the written direct? What paragraph are we talking about now?
Let's see.
So, Your Honor, this is responsive to a question that counsel asked in cross-examination. I'm offering Professor Mickens an opportunity to provide a full response to the question.
Well, there's nothing new in this case. It sounds like a new opinion, but
so, Your Honor,
it wasn't in your direct, right? So now I'm getting something new.
Well, if you look in the written direct testimony,
right.
There's a section in there which talks about the 6 different models and then offers some observations about what the existence of these models mean. And so this is sort of speaking.
Give me a paragraph.
Okay, 1 second. Do you know which tab the written direct is in? Tab 1? I believe so.
It's in tab 1 of the binder I handed up.
Okay, thank you.
This way I'll go back and read it.
So if we look at section 10, so section X in the written direct report, where so that section is titled Design Implications for Third-Party App Stores on iOS.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Okay. So, right. So,
asking proceed. Let me get a question.
Okay.
Sure. And Your Honor, I'd also just like to point out paragraphs 22 and 23 of the expert report. That's not the written direct, but the actual report.
Okay, thank you.
So the question was simply, in response to these policy questions that Apple's counsel was asking you, I just wanted to know from a technical engineering perspective whether there are engineering solutions that would allow for either outcome.
There are, and a variety of outcomes in between. So at a high level, there are envisionments for a third-party app store that would still, for example, allow Apple to make certain decisions about whether content is good or bad, despite the fact that applications are distributed via third channels. There's also another embodiment, which is sort of, let's say, all the way to one end of the spectrum, where Apple gets to make no decisions about which content is good and which content is bad. And so just to be clear, I personally am not advocating a specific solution whereby there is no content moderation. I'm merely talking about these things from an engineering and security perspective to say that there are a variety of different embodiments of third-party distribution channels that have a variety of different approaches towards, for example, content like pornography.
And I specifically mentioned pornography, but I believe counsel for Apple mentioned a few other categories, for example, digital piracy, those sorts of things. Is your answer the same for each of those categories?
It is. And we can think of at a high level the motorization approach that we see on macOS as sort of an inspiration for a hybrid model, if you will. Because in the motorization approach, what happens is that Apple doesn't do a full content review, but it does scan for malware. And you can imagine that there are similar types of hybrid third-party distribution channel models in which Apple, for example, scans for some type of particularly objectionable content, but doesn't exercise any other editorial decision.
So Professor Mickens, is content moderation something that third parties are capable of doing outside of the iOS App Store?
I believe that it is, and you do see that on other third-party app stores in some cases.
So, for example, if Sesame Street were to set up a childhood literacy app store on iOS, is there any technical constraint that would prevent them from screening the content on that app store to make sure that it is appropriate and not harmful for children?
There is no technical reason they couldn't do that. And in fact, that's an important aspect of the case. Oftentimes, implicitly, people are wondering, well, what incentive would a third party have to do any type of content moderation in their third-party app store? And that's a great example of why that might happen. Or let's say, for example, Disney. I have no stock in Disney. I'm not advocating for them particularly. But if they were to have a third-party distribution channel, they would be highly incentivized for reputational reasons to make sure that no obviously objectionable content made its way to that third-party app store.
From a technical perspective, Professor Mickens, if some sort of harmful or illegal content did make its way onto iOS devices, are there any technical solutions that Apple might have available to it to remove that content after the fact?
The answer is yes. And you can see empirical examples of these technical solutions already deployed. So, for example, on Mac OS, there are tools that Mac OS has to remove malware that happens to end up on a particular machine. So even if iOS is opened up to third-party app stores, Apple still fundamentally controls the client-side operating system. And so what that means is that Apple, if it so desired, could fundamentally turn off the spigot, if you will, on a particular piece of obviously objectionable content. That's all compatible with a third-party app store.
Professor Mickens, you were asked a question about the Levin book. Do you recall that?
I do.
There was some language that was quoted from the Levin book, you recall?
This is the language about the prevalence of various devices and what that means for malware distribution.
And you noted that Counsel for Apple showed you the 2013 version of the book, not the subsequent version of the book. Do you recall that? What's the relevance of that, to your opinion?
Well, I think that if you look at what's happened since then the Mac OS and iOS platforms have become much more popular. And so you see now more attacks on both of those platforms. And I think you see, as a result, Apple is trying to improve the security for both of those types of platforms. And importantly, as far as an outside observer can tell, Apple puts just as much interest in securing iOS versus Mac OS, despite the claim, it seems, from some of the questioning, that, well, Mac OS devices aren't as common, so therefore we should somehow not worry about securing them as much.
And I believe Apple's counsel noted that gatekeeper and notarization were technologies that were both developed after the later edition of the Levin book was released. Do you recall that?
I do.
What's the basis for your knowledge about gatekeeper and notarization?
The basis for that knowledge is public-facing documentation that Apple has put out about those two technologies, as well as the work of reverse engineers.
You were asked some questions about Apple's speed at remedying shortcomings after those shortcomings are discovered. Do you recall that?
I do.
To what extent is that something that you took into account?
So that's taken into account when I have a discussion in my report about security cultures. And in that discussion, I mentioned that Apple's not the only company that has security-positive security cultures. And I mentioned at the beginning of my expert witness report that Apple does have a reputation for security, and that is not undeserved. My only observation is that there are other companies that are also trying to, and I think actually achieving, similar levels of high security.
If we could put PDX 81.2 up on the screen. Could you go, maybe let's do PDX 81.1. There you go. Professor Mickens, you were asked a series of questions about Zerodium and the Zerodium payment markets. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did the questioning concerning Zerodium implicate any of the conclusions that appear on this screen here in any way?
I did not.
If we could put up PDX 81.15. Do you recognize this slide from your demonstratives, Professor Mickens?
I do.
So counsel for Apple asked you a series of questions about the number of apps on a platform. Do you remember that?
I do remember.
And I believe the court at the end of the day on Friday asked a similar question about the number of apps on a platform, and you responded by discussing scalability. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Okay. So starting with the App Store distribution channel that appears all the way to the left here, if there were a large number of new apps being distributed through this distribution channel, what is your opinion on the scalability of the off-device security layers?
Well, absent any other change in the way that process is implemented, the scalability would get worse. In other words, given the same number of reviewers with the same number of hours that those humans could review things, each app would get fewer amount of review attention per app review.
And to be clear, we're talking about the Mac App Store distribution channel here.
That's right.
And what implications would that have for security through that distribution channel?
Well, that would have a negative impact on the security to the extent that the app review process can provide security benefits. Those benefits, at least when you look at the human aspect of the review process, they're a function of how long a human reviewer can look at the app. And so we already know empirically that there are scalability issues with that aspect of the review process. And this is a place where allowing third-party app stores would actually spur more competition here. It might give more eyeballs, more people who can look at these apps and look for properties which even Apple says are good properties for apps to have. And it might also lead to more innovation in the way that app stores screen for security issues or performance issues or even content moderation problems.
So, Professor Mickens, looking at the middle category that appears on this slide, the third-party distribution with notarization, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so how scalable would this distribution channel be in response to an increase in a large number of new apps?
Well, here, roughly speaking, when you look at notarization, we are, or Apple, I should say, is performing a malware scan of an app. That's the main thing that happens here. And so if the volume of apps that were submitted via this channel went up, there also might be some scalability issues here as well. Although the malware scan, that's an automated process. And so in some sense, it's easier to scale because you can always buy more computers to run more malware scans.
And so between the two distribution channels, the first and the second distribution channel, do you have a view as to which is more scalable in response to a large number of new apps?
So I think that the one in the middle, the notarization-based channel, is the one that is easier to scale.
So I want to ask about the third distribution channel that appears on this page. This is distribution that does not involve any kind of app review or notarization. So in this distribution channel, are there any sort of technical security techniques that iOS could adopt that would protect people in the event that there were a large number of new third-party apps being distributed through this channel?
I think the answer is yes. I think that iOS could adopt similar security mechanisms to what macOS already uses. So, for example, iOS could use client-side malware scanners to identify any objectionable content that happened to have made it through whatever app review process or notarization process, if any, was used to distribute an application. And I would also emphasize that iOS also still enforces those client-side security mechanisms that are present on macOS and which Apple seems to believe are helpful for protecting users on that platform. So it's really important to note that on macOS today, we have all three of these distribution models, and even in that third model, there are still protections that Apple provides its consumers. And we could port those protections over to iOS as well. And as a final note, I want to mention that what we're seeing here are 3 points in the design spectrum for app stores. These are not the only 3 envisionable points. And I just want to reemphasize that because that point is so important. There are a variety of different application models which once again allow for various degrees of Apple to have editorial control or the ability to implement malware scanning.
Professor Mickens, are there default settings that iOS could adopt that would prevent people from inadvertently downloading harmful content through that third channel?
Yes, so there's another aspect of the policy decision that would have to be made if iOS were to be opened up to third-party distribution channels. You could imagine that iOS could ship with any number of different defaults with respect to what types of channels a user is allowed to download content from.
Professor Mickens, you were asked a series of questions about your access to confidential Apple information on Cross. Do you recall that?
I do.
In the field of mobile device security, is it generally the case that security researchers require access to confidential information in order to be able to draw conclusions about the security features of the platform?
The answer is no, and this is an extremely important point. In the field of mobile security, oftentimes researchers are asked to evaluate the security of a system that is partially or totally closed source. And the security community has developed a variety of techniques to allow sound analyses in the absence of information about closed source systems. This is an accepted technique in the community. And furthermore, it's actually accepted by Apple, who runs a bug bounty program that allows outsiders, people who don't work for Apple, to analyze Apple's partially closed source software and hardware and find errors in it. So even Apple understands that one does not have to be an Apple employee to understand the security implications of Apple products.
As a general matter, do you believe that the confidentiality that surrounds Apple's security practices makes the platform more secure?
In general, no. I do not think that confidentiality makes products more secure. And that's true not just for Apple, but for other products as well.
Do you believe that the materials you reviewed in preparing your report for this case were adequate to support the conclusions you arrived at?
I do.
You were asked a question about paragraph 79, page 25 of your written direct.
Yes.
What point were you trying to establish in this paragraph?
So the point that I was trying to establish in this paragraph, and this is a reminder, thank you. So this is a paragraph about the review process. And so the point that I was trying to establish here is that when we look at the full spectrum of the app review, it involves checking for a variety of different characteristics for applications. And so what we see here is that I enumerate 3 different types of applications and say that, well, it seems empirically that there are problems with them. Now, I think the point that was brought up by the opposing counsel is that copycat apps, scam apps, and review fraud don't fall under the security categories that I was mentioning. But I think that it's important when you're considering the overall operation of the app review that it seems like it has challenges along multiple parts of its implementation and practice. So that's what I think the main point of this paragraph is that when you look at the app review holistically, then the properties it purports to provide, whether they be security or otherwise, oftentimes are not provided.
And which company does it better?
Well, I would say it's tough in general. It's tough in general. And so I want to be very clear that my testimony, I'm not claiming that an app review process sort of writ large when implemented by anyone is ever going to be perfect. I was tasked to look at security in particular, and I found that the client-side OS is mostly responsible for security. But as we were talking about with the opposing counsel, there's this issue of content moderation or copycat apps or things like that. And it's important to note that opening up iOS to third-party app stores doesn't mean that we can't have some of these other properties, like checking for copycat apps or content moderation or things like that. My only claim is that if we were to allow those third-party distribution channels, we wouldn't be punting on the security issues because the security issues are mostly enforced by the OS, which would be there regardless of the distribution channel.
But in the industry today, is there anybody who does it better for comparison?
I think, no, I don't know anyone who I could point to definitively and say, aha, they definitely do it better in all cases.
Okay.
No further questions.
Request limited to the scope of redirect.
Professor Mickens, you mentioned Sesame Street as an example of a store that would be able to curate apps and content. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that there are other stores out there, such as Itch.io, that have very different standards of content moderation than the Apples and the Sesame Streets of the world?
Correct.
Okay. And if app distribution were to be opened up, you understand that both the Itch.ios of the world and the Sesame Streets of the world would be able to freely distribute their apps for iOS, correct?
I don't understand that because there are envisionments of third-party app stores that do not actually allow sort of unfettered access to the platform. And this gets back to the policy question. This gets back to the issue of what does the court think is the best way to handle this.
So in your view, as a security expert, if app distribution were to be opened up outside of the App Store, you would recommend that the Itch.ios of the world not be permitted to distribute their apps for iOS devices?
I'm saying that's one point on the spectrum, and it's important to realize that there's a spectrum because it's not just binary. We either don't have third-party channels or we do, and then we just have this absolute mayhem where anything goes.
And in your view as a security expert, who decides which end of the spectrum we end up in the world where Apple does not get to centralized distribution?
Well, ultimately, I think it's the court who would decide. I mean, I think the court could consult with security experts and people who are experts in content moderation.
Okay. And is it correct that in terms of how to, where in the spectrum you end up, you're not offering any advice on that particular issue? You're not offering any expert opinions on that issue, correct?
Well, I would say the following. If we look at macOS, which currently already supports 3 different models.
Sir, I'm asking you on issues such as content moderation in the world in the spectrum between the Sesame Street and the Itch.ios and the ones that are actually, far more extreme than Itch.io. You're not offering any professional opinions in terms of where on the spectrum we should end up should Epic prevail in this case, correct?
No, not quite. So what I was trying to explain is that we know that Apple's already comfortable on macOS with 2 distribution channels.
Sir, I'm asking you, if Epic were to prevail, should companies like Itch.io be permitted to distribute apps on iOS? Do you have a view on that? Or is it your view that that's for the judge to decide without any opinions by you to help her in that process?
I personally speaking
No, I'm asking you whether you rendered opinions in this case that you believe would be helpful to the court in deciding that question. Have you offered such opinions?
My opinion is that there is a spectrum of possibilities along the engineering and security spectrum, and that from the engineering and security perspective, it is possible to support third-party channels.
Sir, I'm not talking to you about the engineering possibilities. I'm asking you in terms of the policy considerations on content moderation. Have you offered any opinion as a security expert on that topic that you think would assist the court in picking among that spectrum? Yes or no?
I think that it would be...
Or did you not, sir?
Well, I'm trying to offer it now.
No, I'm not asking you to offer now. I'm asking you whether you have offered that in your written testimony or even in your expert report. You haven't, have you?
No, because my task was to evaluate the security of the iPhone as it relates to the App Store.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything on that topic?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Professor. Your excuse. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Honor, Epic provisionally, subject to the various items that we mentioned this morning, has no further witnesses to call in its case, subject to rebuttal and the other items that we talked about earlier today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Forrest. Then, Mr. Dorn, your witness.
Your Honor, Apple calls Mr. Philip Schiller. I do.
Philip William Schiller, S-C-H-I-L-L-E-R.
Good morning, Mr. Schiller, again.
Good morning.
You look a little bit different, closer.
Thank you, I hope.
Mr. Dorn, I'll let you get started. It is 10:09, so we will take a break in 6 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Schiller.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
At Apple,
And how long have you been with Apple?
over 30 years.
And what is your current position at Apple?
My title is Apple Fellow.
And how long have you been an Apple Fellow?
Since this past August.
August 2020?
Yes.
And what was your position prior to that?
Senior Vice President of Worldwide Marketing.
And how long did you hold that position, sir?
Approximately 20 years.
And have you had responsibilities for the App Store over the years?
Yes.
And when did those responsibilities first arise?
When we were first conceiving the App Store before it was announced.
And do you continue to have responsibilities for the App Store?
Yes, I do.
And could you describe briefly for the court the nature of your responsibilities related to the App Store over the years?
I have been responsible for helping define and create the idea of the App Store, to help build the processes of the App Store, created the App Review team. I was responsible for the Worldwide Developer Relations team that also has a role working at the App Store. For a number of years now, I've been responsible for the marketing and business teams of the App Store.
Thank you. And does Apple have an executive team?
Yes, we do.
And have you served on that team?
I have.
And how long did you serve on that team?
Again, approximately 20 years.
And what is the role of the executive team at Apple?
The executive team are all the members of the different functions of Apple that all report to our CEO. For example, hardware engineering, software engineering, marketing, finance, operations. And we meet weekly to discuss the business of Apple.
And you left Apple for a few years in the early 1990s, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what brought you back in 1997, or what brought you back?
Specifically, a call from Steve Jobs to ask me to come back at a critical time in Apple's history.
And what year was that?
That was in 1997.
And what was the financial condition of the company at that time?
Apple was famously just months from being out of business.
And did Mr. Jobs reorganize the company at that time?
He did.
And did you participate in that effort?
Yes.
Can you describe the reorganization, please?
Yes. Before Mr. Jobs came back in 1997, Apple was built into divisions. It was organized by divisions. There were product divisions like Macintosh, eWorld, and then there were market divisions like education and business. Each division had a general manager and a P&L structure, and each was run as individual, somewhat independent businesses. And when Mr. Jobs came back and Apple was nearly out of business, he changed that structure completely.
And what were the structural changes?
Well, we got rid of all the divisions. We reorganized the company to a functional organization. So again, as I mentioned, hardware engineering, software engineering, sales, marketing, much as a startup is organized as a small business, and got rid of every general manager, laid them off from the company, and had professionals of each of these categories or functions report directly to the CEO, and together all make decisions on all products as one business.
And prior to the reorganization, did each business division maintain its own profit and loss statement?
Yes.
And did that change with the reorganization?
It did.
And how did it change?
We became one P&L for the entire company.
And did you observe benefits from that change?
Oh, yes, many.
And what can you describe generally those benefits?
A few of those are that now we work together as one team where we all worked on all of the products, and we made decisions on these products collectively because they were all together under one P&L. We would not compete with each other for just our, quote, slice of the pie, as one might say. And it meant that it was a very collaborative process now. No one person could go off in a direction in the business or on a product. It took all of these functions working together under the CEO to decide and implement every product we created.
And you heard Mr. Sweeney's testimony about the benefits of a functional organization that does not have specific business units, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear Mr. Sweeney's testimony about the benefits of a single company-wide profit and loss statement?
Yes, I did.
And did you agree with that testimony?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, this would be a good point.
Okay. We'll stand in recess then for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
against many companies. It's a very big competitive market.
And Mr. Schiller, I'm hearing a little friction. I just want to make sure nothing's bubbling up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Mm-hmm. So in my view, in doing this work, we compete every day with many, many companies, from Samsung to Microsoft to Google to Huawei to LG to Motorola, Amazon, on and on. There are many competitors in this market.
In what market?
Mobile devices, mobile phones.
And at the time the iPhone was introduced, were there any digital transaction platforms for the sale of software apps?
Yes.
And can you name any examples for us?
Well, I know of two personally that I used at the time. One is Steam, which we've talked about many times in this case, and the other was actually for mobile apps called Handango. And Handango is was an online store for apps for BlackBerry, Palm Pilot, and other platforms.
And what did Steam and Handango charge developers as commissions at the time that the iPhone was released?
30%.
And aside from these early digital platforms, how did developers distribute their games and other software?
Well, the most common way still at the time was through physical distribution.
And have you had personal experience in that area, sir?
A great deal.
And can you describe that, please, generally?
Sure. In making products for physical distribution, we, of course, engineer the software. You usually license installer and uninstaller software that you need to put together with it. You put it on a CD, you design the CD, you design the packaging, you design the manuals, you put that all together and take it through distribution channels, stores like CompUSA and Fry's. And with them, you have to cut deals for how much shelf space you get. People aren't aware of that. You used to pay by what's called facings. You have room for 1 box or 2 boxes or 3 boxes. The more facings, the better your chance of a sale. You paid for things like end caps to go to the market at the end of the row of the aisle. You paid for weekend flyers. This is actually one of the biggest demand drivers, was whether you got it paid for a quarter, half-page, full-page ad in the weekend flyers that we all got in our mailboxes back then. And you have to cover all the returns when you updated your software. On and on. There's just many elements of that distribution.
And what was the cost to the developer of that system?
Typically, we'd see that the channel would get between 50 to 70% of the sale.
And did that system remain the dominant means of distribution for some years after the iPhone launched?
It did.
Were there any third-party native apps on the iPhone when it launched?
No.
And was that a conscious decision on the part of Apple management?
Yes.
What was the reasoning behind that decision?
We thought that we wanted to create an Apple experience with some built-in native apps from Apple, and that the security and privacy risks of opening it up to other native apps was too great and not something that we could solve when we launched the iPhone. So instead, we offered up the idea of web apps.
And when you say the risk was too great, what do you mean?
I mean that it was too great to, first of all, the quality of the product. We're trying to deliver our first generation iPhone with an entirely new operating system and architecture. Getting that done was a huge task. There just wasn't time to consider third-party APIs and tools and distribution. Secondly, was the security issues we've been talking about, that unlike the Mac, which we were making at the time, we believe that the risk of security and privacy for iPhone users would be dramatically greater, and we did not yet know how to solve for those and didn't have a program yet to deal with it.
And did the first iPhone include any native apps at all?
Just from Apple.
And can you describe what those apps were?
Sure. There are many apps we're familiar with today. The phone app was an app experience. The Safari for browsing the web, calendar, email, messages.
And at some point, did Apple decide to permit third-party native apps on the App Store?
Yes, we did.
Presumably that's what we're all here to discuss this month. And were you involved in that decision, sir?
Yes.
And when was that decision made?
Shortly after bringing to market the first iPhone, getting it out into the world, into customers' hands, we then saw what was happening in the world and heard feedback that led us to decide to make native app distribution a plan for the iPhone.
And you mentioned what was going on in the world and receiving feedback. Can you describe for us what the basis for the decision was to take steps to facilitate third-party native apps?
Yes, there are two things I recall from that time. Number one, we did start to hear more feedback from developers that they wanted the opportunity to create native apps, not just web apps. And secondly, we saw users and developers starting to try anyway. They were creating what's called jailbreaking, a way to sideload software onto iPhone, and they were writing apps without any documented APIs to build with that were creating great quality risks. And so we saw this beginning of demand and quality and security risks on the iPhone.
Is there anything wrong with jailbreaking in terms of your perspective on the iPhone?
Well, from the perspective of a person responsible for what an iPhone is, the marketing of it, what it stands for, yeah, there's a lot that I see wrong with it.
Can you describe that, please?
Well, one, the software being created with undocumented APIs becomes incredibly unstable and unreliable. These are things that Apple doesn't know, and never promised that should work the way they're being used, won't work the next time the software update gets updated. Maybe the APIs are being used for unintended purposes, and they give access into the system in places that were not intended and risk the privacy and security of the users. And so I think there are great risks to the iPhone when that started to happen.
And did it also put the functioning of the iPhone itself at risk?
Of course, yes.
And so when did Apple announce that it would be proceeding with the creation of an app store?
In late 2007.
If you could please take a look at Exhibit 4566 in your binder.
Yes, I see that.
And do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Apple's news site. This is where we publish all of our announcements to the press, called Hot News.
And looking at the second item in this exhibit, what does it address?
This is a letter from Steve Jobs to the world, to our user community and to developers about our intention in this area.
And what was the date of this document, of this announcement?
October 17th, 2007.
Your Honor, I would move Exhibit DX4566 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
And in the first sentence of that section, Mr. Jobs says, let me just say it, we want native third-party applications on the iPhone, and we plan to have an SDK in developers' hands in February. I believe we've heard the term SDK a time or two here, but can you tell us what that stands for?
Sure, that's Software Development Kit.
And what is a software development kit?
It includes a number of resources for developers to write software, resources like the APIs that we've been talking about, developer tools like Xcode. It includes documentation to help understand the APIs and their functions. Often has sample code to help a developer start to write their application or learn how to use an API.
And do the software development kits, are they made up of Apple's intellectual property?
Yes.
And does Apple require that its SDKs be used to develop apps for iOS?
Yes.
And does that remain the case today?
Yes.
And who develops SDKs at Apple?
We have a software engineering team, a tools team that works under our head of software engineering.
And in terms of this initial SDK, how significant an effort was that? Oh, tremendous. And can you describe that a bit, please? Well, for the better part of a year, the entire software organization is working to create and document the APIs, as well as make the tools work with these new APIs on this new platform for developers. And was the cost of that development work allocated to the App Store in any way? No. Has the cost of developing APIs ever been allocated to the App Store specifically? No. Turning back to Exhibit DX4566, first of all, is this sort of advance notice that something is coming common at Apple? No, very, very uncommon. And what's Apple's more common practice? We try more often to not announce software until we're ready to release it to the world, at least in beta form directly to developers so they can begin working on it immediately. And why was a different approach taken here? Well, as I mentioned, we were beginning to see these jailbreaking and sort of rogue app development without documented APIs happening, and we were very concerned that this would create unreliable, unstable devices, and this is our way to quickly say, hold on, just wait, we're going to address this, and we want to give you something safe and reliable to use. And Mr. Jobs goes on in that same paragraph to state, we are excited about creating a vibrant third-party developer community around the iPhone and enabling hundreds of new applications for our users. Does that accurately capture your hopes for the App Store as of October 2007? Yes, it did. We were very careful in discussing and deciding to use the word hundreds to set a reasonable expectation of what we thought we could do. And Mr. Jobs then goes on to say in the second paragraph, it will take until February to release an SDK because we're trying to do two diametrically opposed things at once. Provide an advanced and open platform to developers while at the same time protect iPhone users from viruses, malware, privacy attacks, etc. This is no easy task. Do you see that statement? Yes, I do. And do you share that view? Absolutely. Can you describe what the tension is between those two diametrically opposed things? Yes. I think this is the core thing at the base of all that we're talking about. We want to create a more powerful, capable platform that enables developers to create wonderful applications for all of us. But we need to find ways to do it that helps to protect users from this malware, from the threats they're going to receive, the attacks, and to try to keep your device functioning properly. Again, this is not a general PC. This is your phone in your pocket that needs to work reliably. And at the end of that same paragraph, Mr. Jobs says, as our phones become more powerful, these malicious programs will become more dangerous, and since the iPhone is the most advanced phone ever, it will be a highly visible target. Did you agree with that statement back in 2007? Absolutely. And is that still the case today, in your opinion? I think it has only increased in this description since then to today. And when did Apple launch the SDK for the iPhone? In 2008. And did you participate in a launch event for the SDK? Yes. Could you please turn to Exhibit PX0880, which Your Honor, I believe, is already admitted in evidence?
Yes, please. I remember this one.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Keller, do you have that exhibit in front of you? I do. And do you recognize what it is? Yes. This is a transcript of our launch event for the iPhone SDK. And did Apple maintain these sorts of transcripts for events like this? Yes, we did. And can you help us? So it's dated March 6, 2008. Was that the date of the event? Yes. And then there's kind of a code or a key, rather, with initials and names. Can you describe what function that serves, please? Yes. With the transcript, you'll see a letter initial, and then that corresponds to the names of the presenters here in this table. Okay. So S being Mr. Jobs, correct? Yes. And frankly, S being for Steve. Correct. And P being for Phil Schiller, and on down the line, correct? Yes. And if you could look back, please, at page 20, that being 0880.20. And about 3/4 of the way down the page, there are statements by Steve Jobs. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Jobs says, so you are a developer, and you just spent 2 weeks or maybe a little longer writing this amazing app, and what is your dream? Your dream is to get it in front of every iPhone user, and hopefully they love it and buy it, right? That's not possible today. Most developers don't have those kinds of resources. Even the big developers would have a hard time getting their app in front of every iPhone user. Do you remember Mr. Jobs saying that?
Yes.
And was that statement accurate at the time?
Yes.
And then he goes on to say, well, we are going to solve that problem for every developer, big to small, and the way we are going to do it is what we call the App Store. And so was it important to Apple to treat big and small developers the same?
Yes, it was.
And why was that?
Well, previous developer programs by Apple and others in our industry, we found were increasingly being focused on just the biggest developers. Developers could spend more money, get access to more support, more resources, more programs, and we thought there was an opportunity with the iPhone to change our developer program to make it available to a very wide range of developers, from the very smallest individual students to the largest corporations. And that was a goal that we set up when we created this App Store.
And has that philosophy ever changed?
No, it hasn't.
And if I could direct your attention to page 21, which is the opposite page in your binder, about halfway down there's a single sentence paragraph where Mr. Jobs says, so we think this is pretty cool, and the App Store is going to be the exclusive way to distribute iPhone applications directly to every iPhone user. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And is that an accurate statement as of March 6, 2008?
Yes.
And so from the outset, is it accurate that the App Store was to be the only means to distribute apps on the iPhone?
Yes, it was.
And what were the business reasons that Apple decided that it would only distribute third-party native apps on its App Store?
Well, we've covered a number of the important reasons to us: maintaining the quality of iPhone, maintaining the security and privacy of our users. We're all critical to the idea of opening it up for native apps.
And have those priorities for privacy, security, and reliability ever changed?
No.
And has the need to safeguard those things changed over time?
Yes.
And can you describe how?
I think that over the years, the ways and methods developers and bad actors try to get at users and their data has only increased dramatically. And we see this from all the important data we have. The many attacks and attempts to steal it and get access to it have increased.
And in the next paragraph, Mr. Jobs says, now people are going to ask, well, this is great, but what's the deal? What's the business deal? And he states, we think we've got a great business deal for our developers. First of all, the developers pick the price. And was that an accurate statement back in 2008?
Yes.
And why did Apple decide to let the developers pick the price?
We had an existing store for music, the iTunes Music Store. I think many of us all remember it. And how it was innovative was it created one price for music, 99 cents for a song, $9.99 for an album, and that helped grow the digital music market. When we started working on the App Store, we thought, well, that model doesn't work here. There are so many different kinds of software applications that are going to be created that we needed to make it easy for the developer to then pick their price and not have just one price for all apps.
And Mr. Jobs then goes on to say, pick whatever price you want to sell your app at, and when we sell the app through the App Store, the developer gets 70% of the revenues right off the top, and we keep 30%, correct?
That's right.
And is that what we've heard in this trial is referred to as kind of the 70-30 revenue share?
Yes.
And was that the revenue share as of the launch of the App Store?
Yes.
And has that commission level ever been increased? No. Are there instances where it's been decreased?
Yes.
And if we could look back, sir, at page 27.27.
Yes.
And you see at the bottom of the page the statement attributed to you?
Yes.
And at this launch event, you stated, when I think about the class of developers that will be using this store, I think we've really come up with the best model for the two big important classes. One is, imagine you're just a free developer. You want to give it to everyone for free. And the other is, on the top of the next page, if you want to generate some revenue and drive revenue for your app. And those were statements you made back in March 2008?
Yes.
And can you describe what you meant by the two big important classes?
Yes. Right from the beginning, we knew there would be many developers who simply want to distribute a free app, and there are many business reasons why to do so. And then there are others that would like to use the App Store to sell their app, and we're going to create an easy, secure model for doing that.
And were there any other classes, if you will, of developers at that time?
No.
And what did Apple charge developers for free apps?
Nothing. There was no commission for a free app.
And has that ever changed?
No.
And how did the 70-30 revenue split that Apple set back in March 2008 compare to other software commissions at that time?
Well, as we discussed, there were two models at the time. The physical model, this was much less than, on average about half. And then digital distribution, it was the same.
And presently, in terms of digital distribution, is Apple's 30% commission still competitive?
We believe it is, yes.
Now, did developers back in 2008, or at the time the App Store was launched, did they have to pay any credit card fees?
No.
Did they have to pay any hosting fees?
No.
Did they have to pay for any engineering costs?
No.
Did they pay any fees for marketing and editorial support from Apple?
No.
Did they pay for the SDKs?
We have two programs, then and still now today. We have a free program for learning to develop or developing in-house in an enterprise, and the majority of developers who sign up are free. And then we have the $99 program.
So that engineering cost, do you think that's something different when you said there was nothing?
Yes, I'm just talking about all the engineering Apple does. We don't charge them for our engineering work.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And other than the $99 fee under the second contract, under the DPLA, do the developers of free apps pay anything to Apple?
No.
And does that remain the case today?
Yes.
And if we could refer to staying on page 27 and going up one entry to Mr. Jobs' statement immediately above yours, do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Jobs says, and also, just to make it a little clearer, we don't intend to make money off the App Store. I mean, we don't make a lot of money off iTunes, and the split with the music companies is about the same. So in the case of the iTunes Music Store, we give all the money to the content owners, and we are basically giving all the money to the developers here. And if that 30% of it pays for running the store, well, that will be great, but we just want to create a very efficient channel for these developers to reach every single iPhone user. Is that a statement that Mr. Jobs made back in March 2008?
He did.
Now, at the time of this announcement, and at the time that the SDK and the App Store was actually launched, did Apple know whether the App Store would make any money?
No.
And did Apple ever promise that it would not make money?
No.
Was it a risk for Apple to launch the App Store?
A huge risk.
How so?
Well, we're in the first year here of the iPhone. It's a tremendous success. People wrote, it was the greatest product launch ever. Exciting. People love it. And now we're going to take this hot new product with a new platform, and we're going to create something that we did not have, a new SDK, new APIs, new kinds of applications, new distribution of software with an app store, all things that we did not have and had not done before. We're taking our hot new product and putting something we've never done before on it, and we have no apps yet, so we have no idea how this is going to do.
And did Apple create or perform any forecasts for the App Store at the time of its launch?
No.
And how do you know that?
Because I would have been responsible to do those had we done them.
And if you could look, please, at page .30. You will see about the fourth entry down is attributed to Mr. Jobs, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Jobs is responding to a question. Is that true?
Yes.
And Mr. Jobs says this is an international rollout. Everything we do will be in all the countries we are in with the iPhones. This is not an open source project. This is a for-profit project. Even though we are providing this as a free software update to all the iPhone customers, hopefully people will think iPhones are even more valuable and buy more of them. Is that a statement that Mr. Jobs made?
He did.
And in March 2008, did Apple hope that the App Store would make money?
Of course we did.
Let's jump ahead a couple of years, sir, and if we could look, please, at TX417. And do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And you recall?
Previously been.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Apologies. And Mr. Schiller, do you recall seeing at least excerpts from this slide during Epic's opening statement?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall Dr. Evans testifying that Apple promised never to make more than $1 billion off the App Store?
I did hear that.
And, sir, first of all, you state here, we think our 70-30 split will last forever. While I am a staunch supporter of the 70-30 split and keeping it simple and consistent across our stores, I don't think that 70-30 will last that unchanged forever. And then at the bottom, in the last paragraph, you state, just as one thought, once we are making over $1 billion a year in profit from the App Store, is that enough to then think about a model where we ratchet down from 70-30 to 75-25 or even 80-20 if we can maintain a $1 billion a year run rate? You then say, I know that this is controversial. I just tee it up as another way to look at the size of the business, what we want to achieve, and how we stay competitive. First of all, did I read all that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell us the context in which you wrote this email?
Yes. I am forwarding a Wall Street Journal article about competition to app stores from things like web app creation and distribution with HTML5, and that's spurring my thought of there will be future competitors in the App Store, and we should always be looking for them and thinking longer term about what we may want to do, and I'm spurring conversation about that.
In fact, sir, if you could look, please, at page 0417.2. In the second paragraph of the article you attached, the article states that led to HTML5 being discussed as a technology that could kill Apple's highly profitable App Store, correct?
Yes.
And has Apple, in fact, taken steps to, as you put it at the end, stay competitive in the digital storefront environment?
Yes, we have.
And what sorts of things has Apple done in that regard?
In many ways, competition for us is about first having more features for developers for better distribution, bringing in more users to create a bigger place to sell your software. It includes supporting developers with things they request to make it a better program to enable the kinds of businesses they want to run. And in some cases, it included changing the commission model.
And, sir, in terms of competition and competing, I'll call them app stores or app marketplaces, have
app stores or app marketplaces continued to open since the launch of the App Store?
Yes.
And can you give a few examples, please?
There are many of them. Certainly, we've talked about Google Play, Samsung's Galaxy Store, Huawei has a store, Amazon is a very popular store, Microsoft has a couple of stores, and of course, there are the game consoles. I consider them competitors as well. Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch. There are many, many competitors for app distribution.
So for purposes of digital game transactions on the App Store, does Apple consider devices other than mobile devices to be competition?
Yes, we do.
Why is that?
Because as a user, you're considering buying games to play, and you can choose to get them on a variety of devices, and you're going to make decisions based on where the fun games are and the experiences you want, and so we think that the user is going to consider these different places when they're thinking about where they want to play and get their games.
Now, we've heard a lot about App Review. We've heard about App Review even this morning. Was App Review part of the App Store business model from the outset?
Yes.
And what apps were required to go through App Review?
All apps.
And if we could go back, please, sir, to Exhibit PX0880, and specifically to page 21. And at the very bottom of Mr. Jobs' comments on the page of page 21, Mr. Jobs states, now, will there be limitations? Of course. There are going to be some apps that we are not going to distribute. Porn, malicious apps, apps that invade your privacy. So there will be some apps that we are going to say no to. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And was the app review process known to developers from the very date of the launch of the SDK?
Yes.
And the App Store?
Yes, it was.
And if we could please take a look at a screenshot from Exhibit DX4287. And, Your Honor, this is in your binder, and we will provide it to the court for the record rather than the entirety of DX4287. This is just a single screenshot. And so I would offer, well, first of all, Mr. Strehler, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a screenshot from the video of the presentation where Steve gave to announce the App Store.
And we see references to porn and malicious, as we talked about before. And what other categories did Mr. Jobs identify back in 2008?
As you see on the slide, illegal, privacy, bandwidth. We're very worried about network performance. And importantly, unforeseen, that this is going to be a rapidly evolving system, and we are going to learn more and more about the things that are not okay on iPhone.
And is it fair to say that the app review process was described in both qualitative and quantitative terms back in 2008?
Yes, it was.
And, Your Honor, I would move to admit this screenshot from DX4287.
No objection.
Admitted.
Mr. Schiller, I'd like to show you a slide from Epic's opening. And do you recognize this slide?
Yes, I do.
And it's entitled, Apple Develops a Plan. The subject is Yahoo Widgets. It is from yourself to Scott Forstall on January 21st, 2008, correct?
Yes.
And the pullout in the opening was the statement, the whole plan we have in place. Do you see that?
I do.
And the voiceover for this slide was that, as all stories do, this story has a beginning. And it begins when Apple developed what, in its own words, it called the plan. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall the reference to throwing away the key?
Yes.
Let's take a look, please, sir, at PX0882, which, Your Honor, I believe is also already admitted.
Yes, I showed it as admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just a quick point on that for you and Ms. Forrest. We did send an email because of the tranches of exhibits that have been admitted by agreement. I'd really appreciate a comprehensive numerical list because I've only been tracking what I admit as opposed to what you all agree to admit.
We will submit that, Your Honor. I must admit I was not checking email for 12 hours yesterday and only saw it last evening, so we're getting that pulled together with Epic.
We'll take care of it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. Schiller, do you have Exhibit PX882 in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize this as an email that you sent to Scott Forstall on January 21st, 2008?
Yes.
And first of all, can you describe where this is in the timeline between the launch of the iPhone and the launch of the App Store?
Yes. As we discussed, so the iPhone launched and started shipping in mid-2007. In October of 2007, Steve wrote the letter that said, we're going to come up with a distribution solution, but we haven't announced it yet. The events which we were just discussing in March was the place where we now announced the App Store. So this is just over a few weeks before we hold that event.
And Mr. Schiller, can you describe the context in which you wrote this email?
Sure. Scott Forstall is our Senior Vice President of Software Engineering, responsible for developing the iPhone software at this time. As part of that development, he had worked with Yahoo on email integration for iPhone. We announced that as part of the launch of iPhone. So we had a contact here with Yahoo, and in this time, because we announced distribution but not how we were going to do it yet, an executive from Yahoo had reached out to Mr. Forstall and asked whether we would consider their widget software APIs and architecture as part of that software stack on iPhone.
And what was your position on that question?
I didn't think it was a good idea at all. We were worried about the security and reliability of iPhone, and we were weeks away from announcing what we did announce as our whole strategy, announcing an SDK, announcing a store, and making it all work. And this is not part of that idea at all and not what we were going to launch.
And you state in the second paragraph, with one API, hours, close paren, we can manage what is on our products and what is not. If we open it up, then we don't sign all apps, we don't distribute all apps, etc., which is the same as throwing out the whole plan we have in place. And what plan were you referring to, sir?
To have an SDK and an app store and to review all apps and make sure it was all safe and secure.
This wasn't a monopolistic plot in January 2008?
No, sir.
And when did Apple launch the App Store?
In 2008.
And how many iPhones had been sold by that date?
I believe just over 2 million.
And how many apps were on the App Store when it launched?
500.
And how did you feel about that at the time?
We were extremely excited. That exceeded our goal for launching the App Store.
And how many of those 500 apps were games?
I believe it's 131.
And we mentioned before that this was to be an international rollout. Does Apple have app stores, storefronts in different countries?
We do.
How many different countries?
175.
Now, can a U.S. citizen, somebody who's living in the United States, do business in, for example, the Italian App Store?
Not unless they have a residence and payment model like credit card in that country.
And why is that?
It's part of the accounting and business that's been set up with all of the stores that we have by law in each of these countries, that the users of those stores need to be residents of those countries.
So as the head of marketing, that you understand, there are legal requirements in those countries?
Exactly. These are not for business purposes. There's no business policy that we want it this way. It's how we've been told we need to structure the stores.
So I, as someone who isn't fortunate enough to own a villa in Italy or own a credit card from an Italian bank, could not do business on that storefront?
Correct.
Or any other country other than the United States?
Correct.
the court asked you a couple of questions that went to the developer program and the contracts between developers and Apple. So let's turn to that. Was a developer program put together or constructed by Apple for iOS developers?
Yes.
And were you responsible for putting that program together?
I and my team, yes.
And did Apple have a developer program before the App Store launch?
Yes.
And to what developers did that program relate?
Mostly Mac developers.
And how much did that program cost developers to join?
It had a few different tiers, but the one I recall is we had a $3,500 fee for developers to get the most resources from it.
And what were your priorities in modifying the program for iOS developers?
We wanted to make it more affordable and more available to a lot of developers, particularly younger developers.
And what were your priorities in terms of benefits to users regarding the development of the program?
Well, our hope is by making a program that was more affordable with more resources for developers all around the world, that it would result in more exciting software for users.
And if you could look, please, sir, at Exhibit PX 2618, which Your Honor, I believe, is also admitted.
That looks familiar. I show it as admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, sir, if you flip past the page, it says Exhibit J of this exhibit. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is our developer agreement.
And the Apple Developer Agreement is what it's entitled?
Yes.
And are the terms of this agreement standardized?
They are.
And are large developers able to negotiate more favorable terms than small developers?
No, they cannot.
And first of all, what's the purpose of this document? In other words, who does Apple enter into this contract with?
So this is an agreement for anyone who wants to start developing with our tools and software. They get access to our developer website and all of the content we have within there, and access to many of our tools they want to download, like our Xcode developer tools, to begin development. And is this license targeted at people that want to put apps on the App Store specifically? Not specifically.
So what sorts of developers are there that don't want to put or would enter into this agreement alone?
Well, you could be a developer who's just learning to develop, and you want to start learning to code, and this would be your first agreement and to get started. Or you could be all the way to a large enterprise developer creating internal applications within your company. And again, this may be what you need to get going and get your apps developed.
Now, does Apple charge those developers a fee for access to the tools provided under the Apple Developer Agreement?
No.
Does anyone pay a fee for the tools provided under the Apple Developer Agreement?
No.
And if you could look, please, sir, at Exhibit 2622. This document is entitled Xcode and Apple SDKs Agreement. Do you see that?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I believe this is also admitted.
Yes, it is.
And could you please describe the purpose of this contract?
Oh, this is a software development agreement for somebody who wants to get access specifically to these tools and a license to use these tools.
And is there any charge to the developers for access to these tools under this contract?
No.
And do the two contracts we just looked at, do they restrict the use of Apple's intellectual property?
Yes.
And is acceptance of those restrictions required for use of Xcode?
Yes.
And Apple's SDKs?
Yes.
Now, since 2008, how many developers have entered into the developer agreement with Apple?
I don't know the cumulative total. I know the total right now. We're at the point where we've got over 30 million developers who have entered the Apple Developer Agreement.
So just to be clear, there are over 30 million developers that have had free access to Apple's Xcode and SDKs and the other tools provided under these contracts? Yes. And if you could please look at PX2619. And this document is and Your Honor, I believe 2619 is also admitted.
It is.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Schiller, this document is entitled the Apple Developer Program License Agreement, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of this contract?
This gives developers access to additional sets of tools and resources and technologies to develop apps. And it also gives them the ability to then submit those apps to the App Store and get support for managing their apps in the App Store.
So is this contract required, or entry into this contract required by developers who wish to place apps on the App Store?
Yes.
And how many people are currently enrolled in the Apple Developer Program License Agreement? And let me rephrase that. How many developers are currently enrolled in this contract?
There's approximately 1 million.
And are the terms of this contract standardized for all developers?
Yes.
And are larger developers able to negotiate more favorable terms than small developers?
No.
And you described it generally, but when comparing the first contract we looked at, the Apple Developer Agreement, compared to the Apple Developer Program License Agreement, what additional tools or APIs in general are received under this contract?
You get access to more beta or pre-release software through this program. You get access to some additional APIs that have service components to them, like push notifications or HealthKit, that have extra security concerns as well, or Apple Wallet and Apple Pay. So there's some extra things that take additional work to support. You also get access to TestFlight for distributing and testing software, and tools for the App Store, for example, for managing your apps on the store, running marketing campaigns in the store, getting data analytics about how your apps are running on the store. Those are all the kinds of things that are additionally covered with this program agreement.
And do the terms of this license agreement restrict the developer's use of those tools?
Yes.
And are those restrictions a condition of entry into this contract?
Yes.
And is there a cost to developers who enter into the Apple Developer Program License Agreement?
Yes.
And what is that cost?
$99.
How often is that a $99 fee charged?
Once a year.
And there are instances where individuals enter into these contracts. There are instances where companies enter into these contracts. Is that true?
Yes.
And can you tell us how many people pay, or how often that $99 is charged in those scenarios?
Yeah, it's set up as a once a year program, and it doesn't really matter how big the team is. It can be an individual. It could be 10,000 developers. You set it up. Many companies just set it up for large teams. Each one will have their own account and agreement. But it's independent of what your size is or whether you submit an app. We have developers who want these tools but don't have apps in the App Store. And it's independent of whether you have one app or want to put 100 apps in the App Store. It's all the same.
And how was the $99 fee arrived at?
Well, when we looked at the previous program, which I mentioned was upwards of $3,500, we wanted to remove that barrier, so to speak, and reduce it. But in the process, we realized there were two important roles that $99 paid that we thought were beneficial to users. Number one was that this is part of the account validation, that we want to go through a process to understand who a developer is. Are they really who they say they are? Having a financial transaction with that developer is one of many tools that we use to try to validate who the account is. So it was helpful to that. Secondly, and Steve thought that it would be nice to have a minimum amount that if you really want to be on the App Store, it's important enough to you that you're willing to spend $99. Otherwise, it's not that important. It might be flooding the store with a lot of junk, and that's not what users want. So he thought that was a nice level set for, are you really serious about making a quality app in the store?
And when you refer to Steve, is that a reference to Mr. Jobs?
Yes.
And was the $99 annual fee also announced in March 6, 2008?
Yes.
And has that fee ever increased?
No.
Have the terms of who pays it and how often ever changed?
No.
And by the way, are there any entities or developer populations that are exempt from the $99 fee?
Oh, yes.
And can you describe that, please?
There's no charge for this program for government institutions, for education institutions, for nonprofit organizations. We waive it on all those groups.
Thank you. We've heard talk about the Worldwide Developer Conference, but we haven't really discussed that in depth with anyone. Are you familiar with the Worldwide Developer Conference?
Yes, I run it.
And can you please describe what that is?
Well, we have a number of programs to help educate developers, give them access to all these APIs and tools, and help them create their software. And this is probably one of the most notable parts of that program. Once a year, usually in the summer, for decades now, we hold an annual conference that goes for a week long for our developers.
And what occurs at the conference?
We typically hold about 200 sessions each year. They're all led by engineers. The whole intent of the conference is it's engineers helping engineers. And so we have content we create, 200 sessions. The sessions are videotaped and then shared around the world for free to all developers to use as a resource to learn how to use our APIs and toolkits. And we also have hands-on sessions where a developer can literally bring their code on a drive and sit down with an engineer and be consulted on how to solve problems or design some new interface or just get past the problem they're having. And so we have labs where they can explore some of these new technologies and get help. So I think it's a great week for everyone to become a better developer and make better apps.
And how many people, how many developers attend that in person?
In person, 6,000.
And is it streamed?
It is.
And what is the live audience through streaming?
So the keynote streams, and we get millions and millions of views, over 25 million to sometimes close to 50 million now. It's become very large.
And does Apple pay all charges or all costs related to the WWDC?
We do, particularly now that it's been online only for developers. It's been offered for free.
And how much does it cost Apple to put that annual event on?
Just that one event is over $50 million.
Each year?
Yes.
And is that event charged against the App Store in any way?
No.
And I've heard of something called the Developer Center. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is the Developer Center?
We're just completing a new building facility at Apple Park in Cupertino that's designed entirely for supporting developers as they come and get assistance developing their applications and working on their next generation projects.
And is that part of the App Store budget?
It is not.
Who's in charge of creating that facility?
We have a facilities team at Apple that is responsible to build and maintain it.
And does Apple run any school programs regarding development?
Yes, we have a number of education programs.
And are those charged to the App Store in any way?
No.
Are you familiar with a program called Developer Accelerator?
Yes.
And what is that?
We've created some facilities around the world where more advanced developers can come in and take part in programs led by Apple to help them make their apps better and take advantage of newer technologies.
And are those programs charged against the App Store in any way?
No, they're not.
And we talked earlier about free apps, and roughly what percentage of apps were free in the early years of the App Store?
In the beginning, it was closer to 50% of the apps were free.
And today, what percentage of apps in the App Store are free?
84%.
And what percentage of game apps are free today?
Approximately 75%.
Now, we've heard talk about freemium and premium and paid downloads. So when you say free games, what specifically are you referring to?
simply completely free, that there is no charge to the user or in-app charges.
And do developers pay any sort of commission to Apple to distribute their free apps?
No, they do not.
Can developers of free apps monetize their apps in any way?
Yes, they do.
And how can they do that?
Number one way is advertising. A lot of developers, particularly game developers, will use display advertising. They'll work with an ad network, like with Google, and place ads and earn revenue from those apps.
And when a developer monetizes their app through the use of advertising, does Apple earn any money off of those transactions?
No, we do not.
Has it ever?
No.
And can a developer also make money off of their app through the sale of physical goods and services?
Absolutely.
And in transactions involving the sale of physical goods and services, does Apple make any revenue from the developer?
We do not.
And why doesn't Apple charge for a percentage or a commission on the sale of physical goods and services?
We thought from the start that a kind of an app that requires some physical good, use a simple example, an app to buy a pair of sneakers. You order the sneakers in the app, but then they show up at your home. We don't know if they've been delivered. We don't know if they're the color you want, the size you want. That's really between you and that vendor, that supplier. And we just thought from the beginning that Apple's not completely involved in that experience and that we would not have any commission on those sales.
And do you have any understanding of the amount of revenue developers earn through physical good transactions on an annual basis?
Yes.
And what is that understanding?
In 2019, the last study year I saw, it was over $400 billion.
Billion dollars?
Billion.
Billion with a B.
Yes.
And does Apple receive any commission on any of those more than $400 billion?
No.
And let's talk about, we've heard about in-app purchases. And were in-app purchases possible on the App Store when it launched in 2008?
No.
Why not?
Our model when we started was the idea that a developer would want to sell their application. And so we created the ability to pay before the user downloads for getting that application, if that's what the developer wanted. And that was the only business model involving any transaction we created for the store for the start of it.
And did that change at some point?
Yes.
Again, why we're here. And why did that change? In other words, what prompted the change?
Input from developers.
And if you could please take a look at PX0888, which again, I believe is admitted, Your Honor.
I believe so, yes. And by the way, your team did send us the spreadsheet, so thank you for that.
I've heard people were ahead of me on that.
Yes, I have that open.
Thank you. And first of all, do you recognize Exhibit PX0888?
Yes.
And it's an email with a deck attached. Is that true?
Yes.
And the email is from Mr. Ron Okamoto to Scott Forstall, yourself, and Greg Joswiak. Could you please identify, other than yourself, of course, each of these individuals?
Sure. Ron Okamoto worked for me running our worldwide developer relations team. Scott Forstall, who we've spoken about, Senior Vice President of Software Engineering. And Greg Joswiak, my Vice President of Product Marketing at the time, running iPhone product marketing.
And this email was sent on December 11, 2008. Is that correct?
That's right.
And again, can you just remind us where this fits in the chronology of events around the App Store?
Yes. So the App Store is now up and running in its first year, and we're just months into that new App Store.
And the email states that attached is a Keynote Presso. First of all, what does that mean?
Keynote is the application we use at Apple for creating presentations.
And Presso, the presentation?
It's short for that, yes.
Attached is a keynote presso outlining the various app commerce models used by Microsoft Xbox, Nintendo, Sony PlayStation, etc. We've included summaries of other models and developers so we can see the current scope of what's offered. Let me know if you have any questions. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And this is a communication from Mr. Okamoto to you and your colleagues?
Yes.
And were you interested in receiving this information?
Very much so.
And why in December 2008 did you care what the commerce models were on MS Xbox, Nintendo, and Sony PlayStation?
Because in our mind, these are competitive stores for games, and it's directly relevant to the features we're going to offer, hopefully, in our App Store.
Let's take a look, please, at PX 0888.3. In other words, page 3 of this exhibit.
Okay.
And it's a page entitled Current App Commerce Models. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And can you describe what's on this page, please?
Yes. So this is a summary of the different app commerce models available in the world on all these different platforms, broken up into 4 big categories.
And one of those is subscription, correct?
Yes.
And then the second is download and install?
Correct.
And then in-app?
Yes.
And hybrid, correct?
Yes.
And under download and install, there's a reference to that being the most common commerce model, correct?
Yes, it was.
Of these 4, what were available on the App Store as of December 10th, 2008?
Just download and install.
And by the way, I use that date because that's the date of the death, correct?
Yes.
And if you could look, please, at page 4, this again is entitled Current Game Commerce Models. Do you see that?
Yes.
And under download and install, it states easy to leverage existing e-commerce infrastructure. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that a reference to?
That means that the method of paying to download upfront and then install can use the infrastructure of these stores because that's what they've been built to deliver.
And then 2 further down, it also states minimally invasive to the design of the game architecture. What's that a reference to?
It simply means that the developer of the game doesn't have much work to do because that's the easiest to implement with an upfront payment.
And then that states most common model for games, as we saw on the last page, correct?
Yes.
And then least optimal user experience. And what did that mean?
That paying up front is limited in what you can do to create user experiences, that there will be other things that we're going to talk about in these other models that are also good user experiences that developers could take advantage of if they existed.
And then under in-game commerce, Mr. Okamoto states that, first of all, commerce solutions are custom built. And what did you understand that to mean when you received this deck?
Meaning that the games that were starting to do this in-game commerce or in-app commerce had to do it themselves, that there wasn't a model from any of these stores to support it.
And then it goes on to say requires the game be architected to accommodate. And what does that mean?
Then if you want to do an in-app purchase to pay for an item or a level, that's something you have to design to your game. And so it's work.
And then it states not very common yet. And is that true?
Yes.
And then provides superior user experience. And what did you understand that to mean?
That with this in-game commerce, the opportunity is to give users other options for playing and paying for just things they wanted when and if they wanted them.
Now, as of December 2008, did the App Store have the ability to facilitate in-app purchases?
No.
As of December 2008, did the App Store permit app developers to perform their own in-app purchases without the involvement of the App Store?
No.
And if you could please take a look, we'll flip well ahead, please, to page 225.
So some were doing it, but you didn't allow it, given that it says not very common yet.
Some were doing it on other stores. No one was doing it on ours.
Right. Okay.
So if you look at slide 17, or page 17 rather, of exhibit TX0888,
Yes.
under Mega Man 9, this is in relation to the Nintendo Wii device and store, correct?
Yes.
And there it references developer implemented in-game store, correct?
Yes.
And then if you look at slide 18 regarding in-game commerce on Xbox 360 and PS3,
Yes.
there's a reference to Rock Band 2, and Mr. Okamoto references in-game commerce as leverages billing infrastructure of Xbox Live and Sony PS3, correct?
Yes.
But this was not something that Apple permitted as of this date.
That's right. We did not.
And then if you could look, please, at slide 25. And this slide is entitled What Developers Are Asking, correct?
Yes.
And it identifies subscription. Is that right?
Yes.
And as of this date, did Apple provide subscription services?
We did not.
And then it also identifies what developers are asking, once again, in-app commerce. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if you look, please, at slide 27, which is a summary. Can you please summarize Mr. Okamoto's summary of what he was communicating to you all in December of 2008?
Yes. The summary of this presentation was, first, that the model that the App Store currently supported, download and install, is still the same model widely supported also on consoles. Second, that the idea of an in-app purchase or in-game commerce is just starting to come to fruition, and there really wasn't anyone doing it systematically across their stores in a way to measure or benchmark against. And third, and most importantly, that the developers that we had spoken to, many here represented in the slide deck, believe that if Apple were to create a in-app purchase model, it would put us into a leadership position for an app store, and specifically for iPhone and iPod Touch. And around in this December 2008 period, was Mr. Okamoto an advocate for an in-app purchase capability? Yes, he was.
And why was that?
Well, he's responsible for our developer programs. His job is designed to work with all developers, support them, and advocate for features and capability in our engineering and our app store to support what they would like to do.
And if you could look, please, at page slide 29, or 088.29.
Yes.
And you see the heading, What Developers Want?
Yes, I do.
And then beneath that, there's a reference to APIs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please describe what Mr. Okamoto was communicating to you here?
Yes, he's proposing in this slide deck, not long after the store opens, that we create a set of APIs for developers to do in-app purchase as part of our iOS operating system and store program to support developers to do in-app purchases.
Is he testifying?
Mr. Okamoto? No, Your Honor. He may be in through deposition designations. I don't recall with certainty.
Okay.
He's retired. And under the APIs, Mr. Schiller, the first is scalable. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what's that a reference to?
Well, we want to make sure that this isn't a small solution just for a few developers, but something that can be used by all developers.
And the second is micro per cents to macro per dollars price points. And what do you understand what that means?
Yes, there were different needs by developers, and some needed not only to have an in-app purchase at a full dollar amount, but to have microtransactions. I think a common term in this industry. And for that, we also, it's not here in the slide, but we started talking about the idea of intermediary currencies. That an in-app purchase can be either for immediate purchase or to put in an amount that can then be used for micro purchases.
And does that morph into things like V-Bucks in the future?
Exactly.
And then there's a discussion of billing. What did you understand developers to want in that regard?
The API that we create for in-app purchase to manage the billing of that and payment of that transaction.
We've heard Epic suggest that they would like to handle that. Obviously, Epic is a very large company. To your understanding, was having this function handled by the App Store important to smaller developers?
I think it's important to many developers, but particularly small developers.
And then there's a reference to subscription services, which will
Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please, to join the conference as the host, press star. Otherwise, at the tone, please speak your name. There are 134 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press star pound. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
To do in-app purchases directly interacting with the store's commerce engine.
And then if you could turn the page, please, to page 0.30. And again, developers, plural possessive, requests for commerce. Do you see that slide?
Yes.
And there's a reference here or a heading here for microtransactions with some bullet points under that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Okamoto wrote in the first bullet point, microtransactions, small one-time fee to enhance already installed applications. And at the time, what did you understand microtransactions to be?
They're small transactions that can occur in an app that you are already using, and they can be even less than whole dollar amounts.
And has the meaning of that term remained the same since 2008?
I believe so.
And has that, in fact, become a business model for various games?
Yes, it has.
Including Fortnite, correct?
Correct.
And after December 2008, did Apple take steps to address these developer requests?
We did.
And what did Apple do?
We began the engineering and store work to develop what Ron is requesting here, in a set of APIs and capabilities that plug in together with our commerce engine to enable in-app transactions and then later to enable subscriptions. And if you could please take a look at DX4192, which again, Ron, I believe has been admitted.
Oh, 4192, let's see, not on my list.
4192.
I don't see it on either list.
Okay, I'll move it in then, Your Honor, once we have it established. Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently, Your Honor, the same document is. Oh, I'm sorry. It was entered by the expert stipulation on May 12th, docket 635. I'm happy to move it in, Your Honor, just to clear the record up now.
Okay, and I can't see the number on the screen again.
And we would have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted. Can I see the number?
Thank you.
Mr. Elks? 49.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. 4192.
4192. Oh, yes, I do see it now. All right.
Oh, good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Schiller, do you recognize Exhibit DX4192?
I do.
And what do you know it to be?
This is a transcript of another Apple event.
And I noticed your name is not on this in terms of being a presenter. Were you present at this event?
Yes, I was sitting in the front row, taking part in it.
And what was the purpose of this event?
This was announcing what we call our developer beta of iPhone version 3.0 of the operating system.
And this event occurred on March 17, 2009. Is that right?
Yes.
And the first speaker is Greg Joswiak. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you remind us what his position was at the time?
Vice President of Product Marketing.
And at the bottom and carrying over to the second page, Mr. Joswiak says, this also, of course, provided a great opportunity for app developers, and we first introduced the beta of this iPhone SDK here on this stage just 1 year ago, which would be March 6, 2008, correct?
Yes.
He then goes on to say, and in this 1 year's time, we've had over 800,000 downloads of the free iPhone SDK, correct?
Yes.
And was that accurate at the time?
Yes.
And he goes on to say, absolutely amazing. And we've had over 50,000 individuals and development companies join our paid iPhone developer program. And was that also accurate at the time?
Yes.
So there were 800,000 downloads of the free iPhone SDK, and then 50,000 individuals that joined the developer program with a $99 annual fee.
Correct.
And then he goes on to say, it's gotten off to a gigantic start, and if we look at these developers, I find it very interesting that most of them, over 60% of them, had never developed for any Apple platform before. And was that also accurate at the time?
Yes.
So these were developers who were able to take advantage of this opportunity that Apple had created?
Exactly.
And in the next paragraph, just under the applause bracket, Mr. Joswiak goes on to say, so clearly with the App Store appealing to big developers, small developers, and those in between, there's no surprise that we've had an explosion of apps, and we've had over 25,000 apps now in the App Store today. Absolutely amazing. And was that accurate information as well?
Yes.
So at the end of the first year, after the SDK and App Store was announced, there were 25,000 apps in the App Store?
That's right. We went from 500 to 25,000 in 1 year.
And if you look over to page .003, just the next page in the document, in the second paragraph, Scott Forstall states that over 800 million applications have been downloaded, and we've gotten so used to calling those apps. Those are apps, right?
Yes.
So over 800 million apps have been downloaded, and this is amazing. And it's the best way ever for developers to get their applications out to our collective tens of millions of users. And was that an accurate number, the 800 million downloads after 1 year?
Yes.
And in fact, in reference to the tens of millions of users, if you go back to the first page of the same exhibit, in the third paragraph, you see that Mr. Joswiak says, and before we ever shipped our first iPhone, we set a very aggressive and public goal that we would sell 10 million iPhones in our first calendar year, calendar 2008, and we blew that number away. We sold 13.7 million last year in calendar 2008. And is that an accurate figure?
Yes.
And in the next paragraph, he states, and if you look at our iPhone sales from the time that we started shipping in June of 2007 through the end of this last calendar year, we see that we have sold 17 million iPhones. And is that also an accurate figure?
That's correct.
And that would be through the end of 2008?
Yes.
And then again back to page 3.003, in the third full paragraph, which begins with, but we've been listening, do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Forstall says, but we've been listening, and some developers have come to us saying that there are other business models they'd love to support for their applications. You see that?
Yes.
And he says, for instance, subscriptions, correct?
Yes.
And then further down in the paragraph, Mr. Forstall says, there are game developers who would love to add additional levels and be able to sell game levels right from within the game. And there's a lot of other new content that developers like to sell inside an application. Was that a statement that Mr. Forstall made back in March 2009?
He did.
And then further down in that same paragraph, he announces, I'm happy to say that we are supporting all of these additional purchase models in iPhone 3.0, and we are doing it with what we call in-app purchase. And was that also an announcement that he made back in March 2009?
Yes, he did.
And was this...
Your Honor, can I just say just one objection? This is hearsay, and it's no problem if the witness adopts the statement, but to the extent he's adopting a statement of another, it would be hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, first of all, Mr. Schiller, was this document created by Apple in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes, it was.
And is it the practice of Apple to maintain accurate transcripts of its various product launches?
Yes, we do.
And does this accurately reflect what was stated by Apple personnel in the public launch of these new offerings?
Yes, it is.
And do you know, sir, the statements in this document to be accurate?
Not only do I know that they were accurate, I took part in the writing of the event of what these presenters presented. I took part in the rehearsals and reviewing everything they said. I was an active participant in putting on the events where these statements were made.
Yeah, I would suggest, first of all, this is a business record, and secondly, the witness is testifying independent of the document.
Your Honor, since he's now testified independent of the document, the objection is withdrawn. It was only when he was adopting Mr. Forstall's statements.
All right, accepted as a business record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple other questions, Mr. Schiller, on Exhibit 4192. If you turn to page .004, in the carryover paragraph at the top, Mr. Forstall says, so in-app purchase. The business model for in-app purchase is the same as the App Store, meaning the developer sets the price for in-app purchase items. Again, 70% of the revenue goes straight to the developer. There are no credit card fees. We will cover all the credit card fees, and the developers are paid monthly. Was that a statement that Mr. Forstall made at this March 2009 event?
He did.
And can you tell us, sir, what the commission level was that was set for in-app purchases at the time of this announcement?
It was 70-30.
As for previously set for paid downloads?
Exactly.
And that was made public and announced at the time that IA purchases, that the company stated that in-app purchases would be facilitated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in the next paragraph, Mr. Forstall says, now, to keep the model simple for the consumer, this is for paid apps only. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that how the in-app purchase feature was initially offered by Apple?
Yes, that's how it began.
And did that last very long?
Not too long in the grand scheme of it.
And was that within a few months changed to apply to apps that were free download but then had in-app content?
Exactly.
And what resources went into developing the in-app purchase functionality?
It took work from our software engineering team to create the APIs and support it with our toolkits. And it took work from the App Store team to build a store component of it with the Commerce Engine.
And did any of the software engineering, was any of that charged to the App Store?
No.
And did the development of IAP facilitate a new business model called freemium?
It did.
And can you describe what freemium is?
if a user downloads an app that's free to start to play or use, and then has the opportunity to make purchases within that app, within an app purchase, that's technically what's called a freemium app.
And while we're defining our vocabulary here, are you familiar with a business model called Paymium?
Yes.
And what is that?
What Mr. Forstall was describing here is that's an app where you pay up front and still have options to buy other items or services within it, and that's called Paymium.
And what is the business model of Fortnite and Epic?
I believe it's freemium.
And what percentage of game apps on the App Store today use the freemium model?
I believe it's 17%.
And are the majority of the balance of games free?
Yes, if you said approximately 75% of the games are free.
So that means something less than 10% are either paid downloads or a Paymium model. Is that fair?
Yeah, I believe approximately 6% are paid, and then a balance are Paymium or subscription.
So you said 75% of the games. So are we talking about, with these percentages, just games, or are we talking about all apps?
I'm sorry, just games, Joanne.
And why, sir, based on your experience, would a developer use a freemium model rather than a Paymium model?
One of the very important things we discovered in building IAP and then the rollout by developers using it for freemium is that on average, we saw that a developer would increase their customer base tenfold by going from paid to freemium.
And so the net effect of the freemium model is to attract a significant amount of new players?
Yes.
And we've heard about IAP described now as this in-app purchase business model. We've also heard of it referred to as a functionality that Apple provides. Do you have those two kind of different uses of the term in mind?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier what you called the commerce engine at Apple. Can you just tell us what you were referring to?
Yes, the App Store sort of built with a commerce engine that handles many of the responsibilities of functioning and securing the App Store. And as I look at it, IAP is one of the features that works with that commerce engine.
And what else is the commerce engine used for? And for example, the paid downloads go through the commerce engine?
They do.
And the free downloads go through the commerce engine?
They do.
If they're free, why do they go through the commerce engine?
Well, you still want to make sure you have a valid developer, safe developer account. You want to make sure you have a valid user. We still protect our developers from fraudulent users, even if they have a different business model like advertising. We worry about the transaction and the download of that application and to make sure that when you later look at the App Store, the list of all the apps you've acquired, even the free ones are listed there. The Commerce Engine provides the information to support that. So there are many functions that the Commerce Engine supports, even for free apps as well as paid apps.
And how do the IAP APIs relate to this overall Commerce Engine?
The IAP APIs provide, in this time, provided a new capability for developers to have a transaction and have the App Store handle that transaction and then validate for the developer that that has occurred and the user has the right to those goods or services.
And has Apple created an SDK for developers who wish to use the IAP functionality in the Commerce Engine?
We have.
And what's the name of that SDK?
It's called StoreKit.
And do you recall Mr. Sweeney testifying that Epic had no complaints about how Apple handles initial paid downloads?
I did hear that.
And do you recall that Mr. Sweeney testified that he had no problem with the 30% commission that Apple charges on those transactions?
Yes.
Has Apple ever marketed IAP as a separate product?
No.
Has anyone ever inquired about purchasing IAP from Apple?
Not that I've ever heard.
Now, so you've spent 30 years marketing Apple products, correct?
Yes.
Does Apple have a process for developing products?
We do.
And can you please describe that process?
I know it well. I helped write it. It's called the Apple New Product Process, ANPP. It's an ISO, industry standard process, which is important when we do business with governments and other institutions. And Apple New Product Process defines every product we do with a rigid process for the people who need to be involved in creating a product and the phases every product goes through from concept to final production and delivery. And so we have a formal process that every product must go through.
And have the IAP APIs ever been put through a process, anything like that?
No.
So is IAP a product?
It is not.
What is it?
It is a feature on our Commerce Engine for the App Store.
And do the IAP APIs interact with other elements of the Commerce Engine?
Yes, it does.
And can you give us some examples of that, please?
Some of them are, as I described, it needs to know that you have a valid developer. It needs to know that you have a valid user. It worries about the protection of those accounts. It needs to handle those transactions, and all of that is supported by the Commerce Engine. It needs to understand if there's been a refund to a user and whether it's still available to use those services, and many other functions as well.
And we've heard talk at various times here about things called parental controls and things referenced as ask to buy. Are you familiar with those?
I am.
And do the IAP APIs interact with those functions in the Commerce Engine?
Exactly. The Commerce Engine provides the ability to handle things like ask to buy that you want to set up, that you have to be asked each time you make a purchase to protect your purchases. And that Commerce Engine provides that capability to all the payment choices, data download, in-app purchase, subscription. Exactly.
And do the IAP APIs interact with any fraud checks within the Commerce Engine?
It does.
And can you describe that, please?
Well, we have a team that manages looking out for fraudulent transactions, fraudulent credit cards, fraudulent trends from users or developers, and tries to protect those transactions from occurring before they happen if they can.
And how do they do that? In other words, what are they looking for?
They're looking at a lot of sources of data. They use machine learning models to project trends in major transactions as they're occurring and understand a number of variables that detect whether a transaction is fraudulent. I'm not an expert in machine learning for fraudulent transactions, but we have a team of people that's what they provide to the commerce process of the App Store.
And is having a large data set helpful in that process?
Absolutely. There are things you can't detect or see unless you see a large number of transactions coming from a user population or geography or across multiple applications.
And if IAP or the administration of in-app purchases now, moving away from APIs and back to this concept of in-app purchases, if they were administered by different developers on different platforms in different places, what would the net effect be on the size of the data set available to Apple to evaluate fraud patterns?
Objection.
Which objection?
Your Honor calls for speculation.
Like Foundation Systems. It's also leading.
Does IAP, well, it's like that. Could Apple collect a commission without IAP?
Not that I can think of.
Does IAP actually perform the actual payment processing function?
No.
And who does that?
We do business contract with payment providers like Visa or Alipay, or even carriers do payment processing.
And does Apple pay the charges related to that service?
We do.
Has Apple ever charged developers separately for IAP?
No.
Let's talk about refunds for a moment. We've heard some testimony about how Apple requires that it handles refunds related to in-app purchases. Do you call that topic generally?
Yeah.
And is that accurate?
Yeah.
And why does Apple have that requirement?
Well, we have a lot of customers of the iPhone and the App Store, and many of them want to call Apple. They've gotten the app from the App Store. They've taken the purchase through IAP, and they want to reach out to us when they have a problem with the developer and want a refund.
And how many people within Apple are there to help facilitate refunds?
5,000.
And what area of Apple do they work in?
They work on our Apple Care support team.
And has Apple taken any steps to increase the visibility to developers in the refund process?
Yes, we have.
Can you describe that, please?
We get feedback from developers about ways they would like the refund process to improve. And last year, we rolled out a new feature to help developers with one of the big requests, which is to help minimize fraudulent transactions with refunds. So you might understand that as a developer, you provide a service to a user and they pay for it within that purchase. But then if they go to Apple and ask for a refund, they've no longer really paid for that service, but the developer has to continue providing it. And so developers asked us how do we know if somebody has been refunded? We don't want to keep providing that service. So we've created a mechanism in our APIs to support that communication.
When is that? When in 2020?
At a developer conference last summer.
And let's start that. And let's turn to subscriptions. Could users purchase subscriptions through the App Store when it first launched?
No.
And we've seen a reference to developer requests for subscription services, correct?
Yes.
And what was it that developers wanted in regard to subscriptions?
Well, many developers have products and services that have an ongoing need for revenue stream with them. It could be as simple as a content service, like music streaming, or it could be you're a developer who's providing an app and you're going to continue to engineer updates for the customer and you think those updates are worth getting paid for on an ongoing basis.
And did Apple respond to that request?
We did.
How?
Well, there were two steps to it. We had in-app purchase. And in that purchase, developers were using them for what's called non-recurring subscriptions. An example would be the Major League Baseball app. I could use an in-app purchase to pay for this season, but at the end of this season, it expires, I have to pay again. So it's a subscription, but it doesn't recur. That was step one. Step two, we rolled out subscriptions, and with subscriptions, we added a feature where that in-app purchase now can automatically renew. And so developers needed a range of tools for that, like the ability to say, what's the price for a weekly, a monthly, or an annual subscription, and a number of other features as well.
And when were subscription services first offered by Apple through the App Store?
I believe that was 2009.
Would it refresh your recollection if I were to say 2011?
There goes my number. Yes, 2011 is probably more accurate.
And are you familiar with something called the reader rule?
Yes.
And can you describe what the reader rule is?
They'd always set up the store as if you deliver a digital service or good, that needs to be paid for within the app. But we had a number of developers say to us, I can already get my own customers outside the App Store. I don't need to do customer acquisition with you. I'm taking care of that on my own. So can the consumer now have that content experience in the app without having in-app purchase because I took care of it off the App Store somewhere else? So we created a rule to enable those businesses called the reader rule.
And how does the reader rule work?
It says that, okay, if I'm paraphrasing, I'm probably not getting the exact legal language of it, if you're acquiring a customer on your own and don't need to do that in the store, you can do that, and the user can just, for example, log in with their account and get access to all the content and digital services that they paid for. And you're agreeing that you don't need to do that for the store, so there is no IAP, and that's the reader rule.
And does Apple receive any commission or other compensation for those subscriptions?
We do not.
And when was the reader rule put in place?
It was, oh my goodness, it's been a long time now. It was 2009 perhaps.
And we heard testimony about how an iOS device user might manage a New York Times subscription. Do you recall that topic generally?
Yes, that was mentioned.
All right, so let's walk through a couple of scenarios. If someone subscribes to the New York Times through the New York Times website, how would they manage that subscription?
Well, if you paid for a New York Times subscription to receive digitally on their website, when you download the app and log in through your account, you can now get that content from the New York Times.
And if someone were to open a New York Times subscription through the App Store, how would they manage that subscription?
Well, now you're purchasing it in the app, and you're doing it through the App Store with in-app purchasing subscriptions, and you can manage that within the App Store.
And if someone were to want to change from an iOS device to some other device, say a Samsung Galaxy smartphone, what would they do regarding their New York Times subscription?
So what happens next?
Objection to the form, Your Honor, Foundation.
What happens next is up to the developer. The New York Times can have a log on and know that you have paid for access to the content, and even if you switch device, give you access to that content again.
And worst case scenario, that is not available. What would the subscriber do?
Well, in that case, you would cancel your subscription on the iPhone on our App Store, and you would start up a new subscription on your account on your other device.
And you told us earlier that Apple has never increased its commission level, correct?
Yes.
Has it ever decreased its commission levels?
Yes.
We just talked about subscriptions. Has the commission on subscriptions ever been decreased?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe that, please?
Yes. In 2016, we changed the commission model to be different on the second year. So in the first year, when a new user sets up a subscription, it's still a 70-30 commission. And then if that user stays with that subscription on the second year and all successive years, it goes to 85-15. In addition, when we made that change to the commission in 2016, we then automatically started any existing subscriptions that were more than a year old for all developers at 85-15. We didn't make them wait a year for those.
And why did Apple make that change?
First of all, subscriptions have been growing really well for business for developers, so we thought it was good for developers and good for many kinds of products that users want. And in talking with developers, we realized that they had to do work in following years to keep the content coming for users so that they want to stay with their subscription. And so to support that and encourage that, because we think it's good for the developer, good for Apple, good for the user, we thought we would reduce the commission and recognize that they're doing work to maintain that content in future years.
And does that subscription model that you just described, does it apply to game apps that are sold on a subscription basis?
It does.
And have you heard of the Video Partner Program?
Yes.
And what is the Video Partner Program?
It's a program we created 2 years back. The Apple TV team was working on a new generation of an app on Apple TV where new digital TV services were cropping up as separate services, separate applications, and we wanted to bring them all together into one experience for users. And so the Apple TV team started meeting with TV content providers and described the work they were going to do to integrate into this new experience. For example, they needed to integrate with our Siri voice assistant so you could find any show across any one of these app experiences. And in talking with those developers, the Apple TV team asked if we could lower the commission on 8515, not in the second year, but in the first year, to help them cover the cost of all this engineering work. And so in doing that, we created a video partner program for any developer who wants to be in that service and do that work to get that benefit.
And what is required of a video partner program member in order to obtain that 15% commission?
Well, then they need to join this program and do the engineering work to integrate with the Apple TV app so the users have a better experience.
And when was the video partner program created?
It's been a few years now. I don't remember the exact year that started.
And are there any circumstances where video partner program participants are not required to use IAP?
Yes.
And what are those circumstances?
When working with a number of these partners, in particular some of the cable providers that were going digital, they had existing movie rental businesses with an install base of customers, and they asked if they could maintain those existing relationships as they moved over to digital distribution. So that's included as part of the video partner program as well.
And is Amazon Prime one of those entities?
Yes, they are.
And Altice One?
Yes.
And I will not even attempt the French, Canal Plus?
Canal Plus, yes.
Thank you. And is IAP otherwise required for each of those companies?
Yes.
And was the video partner program only available to large media companies?
No.
Who else is it available to?
Any developer who chooses to be in that business can get access to the same program in the same terms.
And you've heard testimony here about cross-platform play, correct?
Yes.
And cross-wallet play?
Yes.
And does Apple support both of those?
We do.
And since when has Apple supported those?
Well, it's been many years now that we rolled out the multi-platform support for payments. I don't remember exactly which year it started in.
And was that decision based on anything to do with Epic?
No.
And why did Apple decide to support cross-platform and cross-wallet play?
We had some game developers come to us and express that this is a growing trend in gaming, that we're going to see new developers come onto iPhone from consoles and other platforms where they already had a large user base and they allowed cross-platform play, and that if we wanted to continue to be competitive with the App Store, we needed to add that capability. So hearing that feedback, we made that a term for all developers.
And does Apple's acceptance of cross-wallet play impact the amount of commission paid to Apple by developers?
Sure.
How?
Well, previously the rules have been that if there is any digital content paid for within an app, that you pay for that with IAP on iPhone. After the multi-platform rule, a developer now can sign up users off of iPhone on whatever platform they want, and then the user can now have that content in their iPhone, and there's no IAP process, there's no commission to Apple.
Yana, is this a good time?
I was going to say we have 1 minute. All right. Let's go ahead and stand in recess for 40 minutes until 1:15.
Thank you, Yana.
I take it he'll be the full day we expect? I said I take it he'll be the full day? Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back on the record. The record will reflect that Mr. Schiller's on the stand, Mr. Boone is at the podium, Ms. Forrest is writing furiously, and she's present, as are the parties. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, you mentioned last year's Worldwide Developer Conference. When did that conference take place?
That was in June last year.
And is there a set time for those conferences each year?
Yes, it is.
And that's in June of each year?
It is.
Mr. Schiller, are you familiar with the Small Business Program?
Yes, I am.
And what is the Small Business Program?
It's a program on the App Store that allows developers who have earned less than $1 million in proceeds in the previous year across all their apps to have a lower commission level.
And when did Apple first consider reducing its commission for small developers?
Their original work started in 2016.
And when did the Small Business Program go into effect?
We took applications from developers this past December of 2020, and it impacted their commission levels in this January of 2021.
And if you could please take a look at Exhibit 5627, which should be the last document in your binder.
I see that.
And do you recognize what this document is?
Yes.
And can you describe it to the court, please?
It's an email discussion among a few of us working on a version of this program.
Gray line on this email, INRAE Indie Developer Program?
Yes.
And what's the date of this email?
The newest email on this is June of 2018.
And in the first email, the first two emails actually, you discuss the possibility of some of the commission payment being diverted, if you will, to search ads for the small developers, correct?
That's right.
Was that one proposal that you all considered over the time you were evaluating this?
Yes, that's one I sent to the team to try to keep an idea going.
And what other ideas were you sorting through during your evaluation period?
We had talked about a couple of different approaches. One, as a commission level based on what we call an independent developer. That's why it's called an indie developer program. Another idea was, is there something we can do to specifically target startup developers, bringing new first-time apps on the App Store? So we had a number of different explorations.
And why did Apple introduce this program when it did?
Well, I think there's a lot going on in the last year with the App Store, and certainly a lot of input and commentary about the App Store's commission level. And frankly, after 4 years of hearing about the teams trying to come up with a model, I felt it was time to just get it done and put it out there. And honestly, these are all, we can talk about all the reasons, but the number one important to me personally was the pandemic over the last year. I think a lot of us are concerned with small businesses in this country and how they'll make it through and whether they'll succeed. And that was a personal motivation for finally getting this done.
And was this lawsuit a factor in the decision?
I would say it helped me get it done where for years we didn't, and it certainly, I would absolutely agree that it helped to get a program done that we wanted done, that was hard to get done. I wouldn't say why we did it, but it certainly helped.
And by the way, when you say it was hard to get done, what sort of factors made it hard?
There were concerns about fraud. First off, if we implemented it incorrectly, developers could do things with changing accounts, switching apps between accounts in order to manipulate the system just for a lower commission in ways that wouldn't be good for them, couldn't be good for users. there were many concerns from our finance and anti-fraud teams about money laundering mechanisms that get manipulated when rates get low. Things again I'm not expert in, but they were adamant about it as a big concern.
And what's your general understanding, if you have one beyond what you just said, about where the risk of money laundering was?
I proposed other commission levels even lower than what we've done, and our finance and anti-fraud team was pretty adamant that as we start to get much below 15%, the rate of increase of money laundering attempts goes up dramatically. And so the anti-fraud team was very worried about a commission level anything lower than 15% for small businesses.
And does the small business program look at the revenue on a cumulative basis? In other words, for any individual developer, if they have more than one account, does the program look across those accounts in calculating the $1 million?
Yes, it does.
And why does it do that?
Because, again, we certainly didn't want to artificially create a scenario where developers just start to move apps between accounts as they get certain levels and then take it off the store, put it back on the store, move it in an account just to try to hit a commission level. That I don't think that would be good for users or for us.
And what percentage of developers are eligible for the small business program?
Over 90% of all developers.
And did Apple notify developers about this program?
Yes, we did.
What has it done to inform developers about this program?
We did a great deal. We want to make sure that every developer understood and knew the opportunity they had and didn't miss out on it. So we proactively reached out multiple times to developers this past December and also provided news and information on our developer site and our developer app everywhere we could.
And has outreach continued since last December?
Absolutely.
And what percentage of eligible developers or any yardstick you wish to apply? My question is really how many developers have enrolled?
We have tens of thousands in it at this point.
And is that a majority or a minority of those who are eligible?
I think it's still a minority of those eligible.
And have any of Apple's competitors responded to Apple's announcement of a small business program?
Yes.
And can you describe that, please?
I believe Google announced that they would also have a program for developers that also earn under $1 million per year in their accounts.
We've heard discussion of search ads.
Yes.
Now, can you describe what search ads are?
When a user goes to search in the App Store to find an app, there's now an opportunity for developers to pay to place an ad that shows up at the top of that search result if it's appropriate for what the user is searching for. And so there's one spot for a search ad in search.
And when you say if it's appropriate for what that user is searching for, what do you mean by that?
That we had a number of elements of the program that were important to us to make sure it's a good user experience. And probably one of the most important ones is what drives whether an ad stays in the search result. Is it something users want and click on? So we look at what the user types in, is what can be offered up, or just things relative to that search. And it has to perform well or else it shouldn't stay there.
Are developers required to participate in search ads?
No.
What was the original, or what was the thinking or the purpose in developing search ads as a program in the first instance?
When the program was first proposed, we had heard from developers that as they were trying to drive up their app discovery on app stores, they were buying marketing programs, advertisements on other places, Facebook, Google, and that it was, especially for small developers, getting quite costly. And so there was actually a request to Apple, please give us an opportunity to pay for something for marketing right in the place where people are searching for apps. So it came from developer input to try to give them a more efficient, more affordable way to try to drive demand of their apps.
And how are ads priced? In other words, how does the pricing model work?
I don't know all the details myself. I do know there's an auction. That's important to it, and developers bid on it. I know that it's not just the top bidder that wins placement, but the top two. That helps reduce costs by making sure it's not somebody just spending the most always. There are other elements to it. Again, I'm not the expert on.
And do you have an understanding of why an auction process was important to Apple?
To make it competitive pricing for developers to be able to afford it and make it based on what they thought they should pay for it when it was worth to them.
You also mentioned that one ad would come up with each search. Can you describe that in a little bit more detail, please?
There are a couple things about it. One, we want to make sure this is only apps, right? This isn't, Coca-Cola can't do a drink Coke ad in the middle of a search for a game. These are only from developers in the App Store. But what you see in the ad is the same result you would see if you just saw them organically, that developer in the search ad as well. So the content is also consistent with what's on the store. And there's one ad that looks the same as a search result, except it's identified clearly as an ad.
And I believe we heard Mr. Sweeney complain about the notion that sometimes when one searches for Fortnite, there may be an ad that comes up in front of that. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I believe, can you describe again how these advertisements are identified when they come up?
Yes, they're identified by the developer who placed them relative to the search the user did. And this topic is a term in the industry called conquesting. The idea that can you place an ad on a search term as it relates to some other product, a competitor's product. We talked a bit about whether that's something we want to enable or not. And it was my opinion that this was important for small developers. That if users are simply always searching for the biggest developers' terms, if only they can show up in a search ad, then a small developer will not get exposure and will lose out the opportunity to try to get discovery on search. So I do think it's a feature to help small developers compete.
Changing topics, does Apple require...
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please, of course.
So how do I know that Apple's fairly competing in that same market for search? I mean, does Apple just not compete?
That's right. We do not allow search ads from Apple's products.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Schiller, does Apple require that digital content sold on other platforms be sold for the same price as within the App Store?
We do not.
Are developers permitted to set their prices as they see fit on any platforms?
Yes, they are.
And has Apple ever told Epic that it cannot charge less for V-Bucks outside of the App Store?
No, we have not.
And if I could direct your attention, please, to Exhibit 2790, that's PX 2790. And, Your Honor, I believe these are admitted, and these are the App Store review guidelines.
I think so, too.
I see those.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, if you could please turn to page 2790.10. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
And if you look to the upper or the top paragraph entitled 3.1.1 in-app purchase, do you see that?
I do.
And the last sentence of that paragraph says, apps and their metadata may not include buttons, external links, or other calls to action that direct customers to purchasing mechanisms other than in-app purchase. Do you see that?
I do.
And that was one of the contractual provisions that Epic breached with its hotfix. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention, please, to 3.13, which is on the next page, page 11.
Yes, I see that.
And this is entitled Other Purchase Methods. And here the guideline states, apps in this section cannot, either within the app or through communications sent to points of contact obtained from account registration within the app, like email or text, encourage users to use a purchasing method other than in-app purchase. And did I read that correctly?
You did.
And do you recognize those as provisions in Apple's app review guidelines?
Yes, I do.
What circumstances are these provisions designed to address?
We placed these in here because, use an analogy that we used when we were writing them, in our mind, if you were going to a nice retail store, Nordstrom's, to buy a pair of jeans or Levi's, you pick them up off the rack in the store, you wouldn't expect to see a tag on it that says, "Oh, you can go next door and buy this at Macy's." We didn't think that was fair for the opportunity we're creating here, and that they respect that our customers are buying these on the App Store through the App Store. And that was our intention and what we tried to do. There are two of them, as you point out. The second one is more specifically about these exceptions where you don't have to use an app purchase, and like the reader rule. And all we were trying to do here, and have been trying to do, is to say if the user is on the App Store and you've decided you can acquire them elsewhere, that's great, and you can communicate with those customers. But if you're getting a new customer here, you're not popping up a text right in the middle of their setting up their account saying, "Oh, go over there to pay for it." Again, in Nordstrom's, you can expect a pop-up saying, "Leave the store to go pay for it." And that was the intention.
And we've heard testimony here, I believe, from some of Epic's experts around what email communications can be sent from developers to the players of their games. Do you remember that topic generally?
Yes.
And can you please describe, well, first of all, are email communications from developers to the players of their games permitted?
Yes.
And can you describe under what circumstances or for what purpose 3.1.3 says that this apps in this section cannot, either within the app or through communications sent to points of contact obtained from account registration within the app, like email or text, is referring to?
Again, we were just concerned with the situation where a new user downloads an app, sets up a new account, wants to pay for it, and the developer says, "Set up your account with your email," and right away there's an email in the box saying, "And here's how to go pay for it, not in the App Store." And I think that the key idea here was that they're targeting this individual user who really is being acquired from the App Store.
And other than that targeted kind of immediate post-purchase email that you just talked about, does Apple have any problem with developers sending marketing emails or other emails to the players of their apps?
No.
Mr. Schiller, have you ever played Fortnite?
Absolutely, quite a bit.
And have you played it since last August, sir?
No, I have not.
Well, when did you first download Fortnite?
It was in March of 2018.
And was that during the beta test, if you will, of Fortnite on iOS?
So they had a phased rollout to sign users up as they were wrapping up their servers and support.
And then it was fully up to speed in April, if I recall the record. Do you recall that?
That sounds familiar.
And, Your Honor, in the front pocket of the binder you've been handed is GX5567.
That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Schiller, do you have Exhibit GX5567 with you? And can you please describe what this is?
This is one of the emails that I received from Epic upon signing up for Fortnite on my iPhone.
And March 14, 2018, is that essentially the day you did sign up?
It may have taken 1 or 2 days from sign up to getting this invitation to now play.
And the email states, "Thanks for signing up. Hey there. Thank you for signing up for the Fortnite invite event on iOS." And then it states, "Email invites will start rolling out soon. The email invite will include a link to download the game on the App Store. If you don't receive an invite right away, don't worry, we'll be getting to you. And then down at the bottom it states, on mobile, Fortnite is the same 100-player game you know from PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, and Mac. Same gameplay, same map, same content, same weekly updates. Android will be supported in the next few months. And did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And does that disclosure, if you will, of other digital game transaction platforms within this communication from Epic to you, Mr. Schiller, did this breach any app review guideline rule?
It did not.
And why not, sir?
Because we don't have any rule against any marketing they want to do to their users and their user base to encourage them to play on all of their platforms.
Yeah, but what if it said if you purchase on if you go to Fortnite from your PC, you can buy V-Bucks at a cheaper rate. Would that violate it?
Not if it's sent generally to the user base. If it's literally, Phil Schiller, just signed up on the iPhone, and they send just me an email saying you can go cheaper over there, that would be against the rule we wrote. If it was to all of us in this room, like you can all go get it, then broad communications we've never had any concern with. It's just the targeting of the brand new user that we help them get.
Okay, proceed. And did you want 5627 in evidence?
Yes, please, Your Honor. I'd move it in.
No objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
And Mr. Schiller, after this initial communication from Epic, did you receive other emails from Epic?
Yes.
For example, how many additional emails did you receive in March 2018?
I look back at it and
Receive emails from Epic regarding Fortnite ever since?
Yes.
When most recently did you receive such an email?
The last one I received was on April 29th.
And Mr. Schiller, if you could please look at Exhibit DX5555, which is toward the very back of your binder.
Yes, I see that.
And Mr. Schiller, is this the email that you received from Epic Games regarding Fortnite on April 29th, 2021?
Yes.
And the subject line is Go Crazy, Neymar Jr. is Unleashed?
Yes.
And we heard Mr. Weisinger testify about the new Neymar schemes, correct?
Yes.
And among various information in this email, at the top of the second page, there's a button there that says Get the Battle Pass. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And where would that button take you?
To Epic's website.
And you could purchase the Battle Pass on their website through that button?
Yes, anything they'd like me to do on the website, I can do.
And no matter what price they charge. Is that right, sir?
That's right.
So this email, which came to you, did invite you to go to the Epic website to make purchases. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
And is it your understanding from having received these emails over the last 2 years that these are general marketing emails sent to the entire user base?
I don't know what percent of the base.
Your Honor.
Sustain.
And Mr. Schiller, have you received other emails that include similar invitations?
Yes.
Mr. Schiller, we discussed...
I'm sorry, Mr. One more question.
Of course.
I thought I'd heard testimony that Apple doesn't allow developers to have email addresses.
That's not correct.
So if you're a developer, then how do you get your customers' email?
You just ask them. We've always said you can get data from your users. We just think you should ask them if they want to give it to you. Now, some apps, like Fortnite, require it because it's your identity for your account, which is fine. But even if you don't require it, if you want to ask, that's okay. You just need permission.
Okay. Proceed.
And Mr. Schiller, just to make sure I understood that, when someone opens a Fortnite account, do they provide their email address?
They do.
And is that something you did when you opened your account?
Yes.
And is that how you came to receive these emails?
Yes.
Similarly, if someone purchases a game from a developer within the App Store, can that developer receive the email address of that user?
Again, if they ask the user, yes.
And if the user consents, can that developer then send email communications directly to that person and other users of the game?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd also move a DX 5555 in, please.
No objection.
Mr. Schiller, earlier today we touched upon app review. Do you remember that topic in general? Why doesn't Apple permit third parties to conduct their own app review?
Well, first, we feel responsibility to our customers to make the store safe and responsibility to make sure the apps that are on the store follow the rules and all the rules apply to all the developers the same way, and that's how we set it up from the very first day. And I think we have a strong interest at Apple to make sure that our users are protected and safe on the devices that we create for them.
And why does Apple care so much about app review?
It's a critical part of trying to make the store safe and fair. It's the best way we could come up with, in addition to the other systems and tools we have, to make it safe and fair.
We've also heard the phrase in this trial, store within a store. Do you know that phrase?
Yes, I do.
Why doesn't Apple permit stores within stores, within its store, should I say?
There are a few reasons. If apps are being delivered from another developer through a store, number one, those apps haven't taken out a license with Apple, haven't committed to any of the terms that we set up to make our system safe for us and our users. Those apps don't have to follow any guidelines or rules, and therefore can create problems for us and users. And there would be no integration across our systems, our store systems, and our iPhone itself counts on things that happen through the App Store. If it's stored in a store, you wouldn't get parental controls through your iPhone, and there are many other examples.
And is it important to Apple to have a consistent information about each game presented to its users?
Yes. I think one of the important features of the App Store is the actual product page that we present, where you can see page rating, screenshots, reviews, privacy information, compatibility information, on and on.
And we've heard testimony in this trial about a game store called itch.io that's available on the Epic Game Store. Do you recall that generally?
I did hear about that.
And would having a store in Apple Store such as itch.io, would that be acceptable to Apple?
No, for many of the reasons we've been describing.
Sir, we've also heard discussion about something called the Executive Review Board. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And that's referred to internally as the ERB?
Yes, it is.
What is the ERB?
We started the ERB when the App Store started. Our thinking was to have a cross-functional team of executives at Apple meet weekly and discuss all of the new policies, new challenges we hit trying to run the App Store that the current guidelines or terms may not properly address, so that we can deal with them quickly and provide developers a consistent, equally fair set of rules across all developers. So we've been meeting weekly since the App Store started.
And you answered my next question. When was the ERB formed?
Yeah, at the start of the App Store.
And have you been a member of that board ever since?
Yes.
And are you either the or one of the senior members of that of the ERB?
Yes.
And you mentioned when issues arise or challenges arise, they come to the attention of the ERB. How does that happen?
The app review team collates all the both statistical data as well as qualitative data of things that have occurred during the week and present them with the relevant issue and guidelines they apply to, and we discuss each and every one throughout that board meeting.
And are the app review guidelines ever modified?
Yes.
Under what circumstances?
They are modified at least yearly, sometimes more than once in a year, when we run into situations that are new or feedback from developers about something that isn't working or various situations.
And would the addition, for example, of cross-platform play be an example of that in recent years?
Absolutely.
And by the way, when were the app review guidelines first published to developers?
The first time we published them externally was in 2010.
And at the time, were you aware of any other game distribution platforms publishing their guidelines to developers?
No. If it existed on any store, we couldn't find it. We looked to see for comparison any other guideline stores had published, and we're not aware of any.
And have you addressed within the ELB or otherwise an app called Roblox?
Yes, that has come up.
And what is Roblox?
And before you move on, are they publishing them now, their guidelines, other stores?
I believe some have, but I don't know if it's pervasive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And sir, have you addressed an app called Roblox?
Yes.
And what is Roblox?
In my opinion, it's the game.
And why do you say that?
Well, it's a new type of app, I think, generally in our industry. We're all starting to see these kinds of things. And it is made up of multiple games. It's not one game. And the idea of who creates them and what they're for is a new phenomenon in our industry, at least as far as I'm aware. There may be a few other examples, but it's pretty new stuff.
And each of the new games that are included in Roblox, are they required to go through app review?
No.
Why not?
Well, it gets to a concept that's, again, pretty new of creator versus developer. And I apologize if this is a little complicated, but the developer of the Roblox app is the Roblox Corporation. They create the Roblox app, and they must submit it for review and follow the guidelines, and the content within it must follow the guidelines. Roblox itself allows a class of users, often called creators, to create games within the Roblox app. And those are added to Roblox, and they're released as content within the app while it's live.
We saw during our tour of Fortnite different games in the creative mode. Did you see that?
I did.
And I believe that Mr. Weisinger said that there were some hundreds of thousands of these player-created islands. Do you recall that generally?
Yes.
Does Apple require that those creative mode islands be put under app review?
No. As long as, again, the app itself, Fortnite, is reviewed and follows the rules, it can allow users within it to create and change what they offer as long as it continues to follow the overall set of rules. And the developer, in this case, Epic, would be responsible to make sure that all their users are following the rules.
And is this topic of this creator versus developer issue that you've described, is that something that's kind of under ongoing discussion in the ERB?
It is.
Toward what end, sir?
Well, trying to understand how this world of gaming is evolving and how new modes are being created that are different than what have come before, and trying to encourage and make sure we can do it in a way that's good for developers, safe for users, fair to everybody. We're just trying to find the same philosophy we've tried to apply to the store from the beginning.
And Mr. Schiller, I'd like to move to another topic. Are you familiar with the term within Apple called FEAR, F-E-A-R? Yes. And is that an acronym?
It is an acronym.
And what does FEAR stand for, or what does the acronym refer to?
It refers to a team that does fraud, engineering, algorithms, and risk.
And what are the responsibilities of the FEAR team?
Well, they work on our services to do a number of things. They work on the anti-fraud measures, for example, for fraud, trying to find and protect users from fraudulent accounts and developers from fraudulent user accounts. They work on issues of piracy, trying to stop pirate apps from being distributed, stealing from our developers. They work to stop methods of spamming apps, spamming reviews. They work on the risk management of new features we're working on, trying to look at the features and predict the fraud that could happen with those features before we implement them. They work on a number of programs.
And how do the responsibilities of the FEAR team contrast to the responsibilities of the app review team?
They're quite different. As we talk about app review, their job is every week to individually review each app and communicate with every developer that goes through that program, with the goal of trying to help developers get on the store. That's the ultimate goal of the app review team. The FEAR team works across the population of accounts and transactions for the Commerce Engine and tries to identify and predict trends of fraud and stop them and get in front of them even sometimes before they occur, before any user has to deal with that fraud.
And is it fair to say then that the app review team tries to keep bad apps from getting on the App Store?
Yes, they do.
And then the FEAR team tries to address what's gotten through?
A big part of the work does that, but they do more as well.
Thank you. Part of the acronym is engineering. What does that refer to within the FEAR context?
Well, they work with machine learning tools to engineer methods of identifying fraudulent activities and predict where we're seeing rises. A simple example, we will see a rise of tens of thousands of fraudulent accounts being created under fraudulent developer accounts all of a sudden coming out of a particular population region in the world, and they see those trends and try to get in front of where these activities are happening using machine learning engineering.
And who heads up the FEAR team?
That's Eric Friedman.
And we saw a number of Mr. Friedman's emails in the opening statement. Do you recall that?
Yes, we did.
If you could take a look, please, at Exhibit PX0250.
I see that.
And have you seen this email before, sir, other than in the opening?
I've just seen it through this case, yes.
And directing your attention to the portion that was quoted in the opening where Mr. Friedman says, Padron, can we talk about this? App Review is bringing a plastic butter knife to a gunfight. Investment will have to be made in making that process more robust or they will keep getting rolled. First of all, what's the date of this email?
October 15th, 2013.
And how long had the App Store been open by that time?
5 years.
And how long has it been open since?
It's been another 8 years.
And what is the context of this discussion? In other words, what topic was raised in this email that prompted that response from Mr. Friedman?
Objection, Your Honor, Foundation.
This was in evidence. No. Sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, let's look at the first email in the chain, if we can, please. I see that. And you see the note to Mr. Friedman, which says, recent spikes detections show that there are about 7 fraud China free apps showing on October 14, although it was pretty clean on October 10.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe the objection was sustained.
I thought he was laying foundation. This is a business record as I understood it. Is it not?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought you had sustained the objection when I had raised it. And
so the objection, I did sustain the foundation objection for that question, so I thought he was laying foundation at this point.
Okay, it was not clear to me he was laying foundation, Your Honor. If that's what he's going to do, then...
And again, because this is an internal Apple document, I understand this to be a business record.
Your Honor, I don't have any doubt that it's a business record. It's really more whether this witness can speak to this particular document since it's not on it.
All right. So license foundation.
Mr. Schiller, first of all, over the course of your career in having ultimate responsibility or having some of the ultimate responsibility for the App Store, do you often review correspondence around issues that arise with different apps?
Yes.
And do you review emails around different issues that come up with app review?
Yes.
And in this instance, sir, in the email to Eric Friedman, at the beginning of this email chain, do you see a report that recent spike detections show that there are about 7 fraud China free apps showing on October 14?
Yes.
And in this email, sir, in the next email up, it says, FYI, Kristen put this together as a list of examples of how developers in China are requesting 5-star ratings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the issue of developers requesting 5-star ratings?
Yes.
Can you describe that issue, please?
Some developers will encourage their users through the interface, or sometimes even trade for features, to rate their app with 5 stars, the highest rating, in order to improve their ratings in the App Store. And so it can be fraudulent to the extent that a developer is pushing users to please rate your app.
Yeah, I was going to ask, does Apple permit that?
We certainly have rules against incentivizing or pushing users to artificially rate your app.
And then on the first page of the document, in the note from Mr. Friedman at the bottom, he's asking Philip Shoemaker. And who was Philip Shoemaker in October 2013?
Mr. Shoemaker was head of App Review.
And who did Mr. Shoemaker report to at that time?
Me.
And in the note to Philip Shoemaker, Mr. Friedman says, can you determine whether this behavior was evident during app review for the apps in the example apps, correct?
That's right.
And Mr. Shoemaker says, if the apps request 5-star and it is witnessed during the review, we reject the app. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And was that, in fact, what would happen in app review in 2013?
Yes.
Is that what would happen today in app review?
Yes.
And then above that, Mr. Friedman sends a note to a colleague in the field area, correct?
Yes.
And it's in that context that he says app review is bringing a plastic butter knife to a gunfight. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it correct, sir, that the one issue identified in this email are 7 free apps in China that were fraudulent on October 14?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And, sir, just quickly back to Roblox. Is all creator content in Roblox using tools and content that were approved through App Review?
Yes.
And so that's the kind of the Roblox architecture itself. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you, sir. And compared to your expectations in 2008, how do you think the App Store has done?
Very well.
And has it exceeded your expectations?
Yes, it has.
And if you could take a look, please, at Exhibit 4608.
Okay.
And in Exhibit 4608, can you tell us what this document is, please?
This, again, is a transcript now from an Apple keynote event in September of 2009.
And you're identified as one of the presenters, correct?
I am.
And the third from the top in the key up at the top?
Yes.
And on that first page, in the comments attributed to Mr. Jobs, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And in the fifth paragraph, the third from the bottom, Mr. Jobs says, "It's thrilling to report to you today that in a little over 2 years, we have sold 30 million iPhones." Do you see that?
I do.
Followed by cheers and applause, correct?
Yes.
30 million, and during the last year, one of the reasons for that has been the remarkable App Store. The App Store is just a little over a year old, and we now have over 75,000 apps. Is that an accurate figure as of September 2009?
Yes, it was.
And users have downloaded over 1.8 billion apps. Is that number also accurate as of September 2009?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd move to enter DX 4608 in evidence.
No objection.
And, sir, how many App Store customers are there worldwide today?
Over 1 billion.
And how many weekly visitors are there to the App Store?
Over 500 million.
And how many apps are in the App Store today?
Approximately 2 million.
And how many of those are games?
The last number I saw was approximately 280,000.
About 75% of which, give or take, are free, correct?
Correct. You said earlier.
And 17% of which use the freemium model, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you familiar with an initiative called the App Store Cleanup?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, it's an idea I came up with a number of years ago that after so many years, there were a growing number of apps that had not been updated. They were getting old. They didn't use the latest tools or operating systems or run on the latest products. And I asked our App Store team to come up with a methodology to start finding those things and clean them up out of the store.
And do you recall when that was?
I'm thinking 2017, but I'm not 100% positive.
And what were the criteria that were applied to that cleanup process?
Well, the ones we started with were, as I said, about apps that hadn't been updated for years, that didn't run properly on the latest hardware. We also looked at if they had extremely low download numbers, like less than 5. And there were other criteria the team also came up with and recommended, but those were the key ones to me.
And was the App Store cleanup a one-time initiative?
No. Once we did it the first time, the team worked to create it as a repeatable process.
And approximately how many apps have been removed through this initiative?
I believe cumulatively it's been over 2 million.
And are you familiar with switching topics, sir? Are you familiar with the term?
What's the time period again?
Thank you.
It's been a few years. I don't remember which year we started. As I said, I was thinking it was 2017, but I'd want to double check that to be certain.
Thank you, sir. Keep going.
Thank you, Your Honor. And are you familiar with the term switching costs?
Yes.
And what are switching costs?
It refers to the cost a user may need to incur if they were to switch products from one company to another and to try to get back to similar state of where they were.
And we've heard testimony in this case about switching costs and moving away from iOS devices to devices with Android operating systems. Do you recall that topic generally?
Yes.
And since 2010, what's happened to switching costs?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm not exactly sure what the objection is.
Foundation.
Well, it's also a broad.
But I'll try it again, Your Honor. I'll admit it was a lazy question. Mr. Schiller, in your job and in your experience at Apple, have you had occasion to evaluate what is involved in switching from one device to another?
Yes, I have.
And since 2010, has it become easier to switch devices?
In my opinion, in many ways, it's gotten easier.
And can you describe the basis for your opinion, sir?
Yes. Since 2010, there are a number of elements of using a product like iPhone that we do in the cloud nowadays, like contacts, like photos, and that can help in switching the devices. There are more apps that are available on both iPhone and other platforms. That can help with switching. As we've discussed, there's a higher percentage and in total more apps that are free, which helps because there's no switching costs for a free app. And notably that there are many services that are now moved over to streaming services like music, like video, that are, again, make switching easier and more affordable.
And have OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, developed any tools to assist those who wish to switch from iOS to an Android operating system device?
Yes, they have.
And just generally speaking, first of all, are you familiar in general with how those devices work?
Yes.
And can you describe that, please?
The company that makes the device, Apple, Samsung, Google, and others, many of us create tools to help users switch to our devices. So Apple will create tools to help users switch from Android and use that process to iOS. And companies like Google and Samsung and others have made tools that users switch from iPhone to their devices.
And has Apple attempted to create devices to help those from Android to switch to iOS?
Yes.
And has Apple invested in making sure that the OEM devices that help to transfer data from iOS to Android work better than they otherwise would?
Well, again, primarily it's the other maker that wants to help the users to switch over to their device. But I do think, again, the change in how we all interact with our devices and store data in the cloud, in general across all of the providers, has made it easier.
Sir, if you could please look in your binder at Exhibit 79.
I see that.
And, sir, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And you were shown it in your deposition, correct?
I was.
And did you originally see it back in 2013?
I believe so, yes.
And what is Exhibit 79?
It's a report from an analyst at Goldman Sachs about switching from iPhone to Android.
And, Your Honor, I believe that Exhibit PX0079 is in evidence.
It is.
Thank you, Your Honor. And what does this analyst report on?
This analyst is reporting on their personal experience switching from iPhone to Android.
And if you could take a look.
Objection, Your Honor. If you could lay the foundation for this document, this witness's knowledge of the document.
Just fine.
Mr. Schiller, could you please look at Exhibit PX0080?
Yes.
And do you see this as an email from you to a number of your colleagues within Apple on June 20th, 2013?
It is.
And the subject is Goldman Sachs switching report. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you state below that, here is an interesting report on the cost and methodology to switch from iPhone to Android. In iTunes and iCloud figure pretty big in the ability and the effort involved to switch.
I see that.
And was Exhibit 79 the attachment that you included with that email back in 2013?
It is.
Your Honor, my objection continues 602. I can take it up on cross.
Well, he can testify as to what he thought with respect to this. I don't know exactly what questions are coming, so. we'll see what the questions are.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, looking back at page 3 or 0079.3, do you have that page in front of you?
I do.
And do you see the entry of the first bullet point which says explicit switching costs were $79.85?
I see that.
And the author says, excluding the costs to replace our library of movies and TV shows.
Your Honor, excuse me, could we have a sidebar? I have not asked for one before in this trial, but there's an issue that I think is legitimately raised right now.
Okay, so this entire document is in evidence.
Your Honor, this witness disclaimed any knowledge of this document or the emails that during his deposition, and to have him testify about this document now is highly inappropriate, and there's no foundation for it, and counsel knows that.
Well, Your Honor, I'm not asking for his recollection from 2013. I'm going to be asking him specific questions about whether the issues identified in this document continue to exist today. It doesn't require his historic knowledge of this document. It's simply comparing this I'm using it basically as a roadmap to discuss switching issues. That's all.
Okay. Request denied. What's your other question?
Mr. Schiller, in the first bullet point on page 0079.3, the statement is made excluding the cost to replace our library of movies and TV shows. Now, do you see that statement?
I do.
Now, back in 2013, what was the common practice or the common way for someone that owned an iPhone to capture movies and TV shows?
You would purchase them and download them to your device.
So they would be on the hard drive, if you will, of your phone?
On your memory storage, yes.
Thank you. And what is the common practice today for the capture of movies and TV shows on iOS devices?
The most common method today is to pay for a streaming service like Netflix or Hulu.
The next phrase in this description says, after excluding the costs regarding movies and TV shows, as well as the songs that failed to shed DRM through iTunes Match. Do you know what DRM is, sir?
Digital Rights Management.
And back in 2013, what would the issue have been in terms of moving music that was subject to DRM?
Well, originally with iTunes, all the music had a DRM on it, a protective wrapper that left it to you for your purchase, and that's how music was distributed. Later on, we removed DRM, and you could freely download and then move music around between the devices, and that went away. So older music still in your library back here in 2013 might have still had a DRM on it in that day. And I think that older music was before 2009 or 2010.
And if today you were to download an old song, Otis Redding song, would that have DRM attached to it?
No.
There's also a reference here to iTunes.
So the older product had DRM, and it still has DRM.
I'm sorry, originally the music you would have bought in 2009 had DRM. Later on, if you bought that same music later on, it no longer had DRM. So for these users, this user in this report, it could have been music in their library that they had previously downloaded.
All right, go ahead.
So just to be sure I understand, if someone still had a song in their iTunes account that they had purchased in 2007, if they still have that song, then that song in their iTunes account may still have DRM. Is that right?
Yes. And not to make it more complicated, there was a second way you would have music in your library back then. You could put a CD in the computer and then look at it, and then iTunes would match it from what's in its library and say, oh, you already bought it, so you get to download it and have that too. And that was iTunes Match. Again, this is old technology that nobody uses anymore, but in this time in 2013, this author is referring to iTunes Match, and they would have had that.
So if we're talking about, again, that Otis Redding song that was purchased in 2007 with DRM, if someone else or even that same person were to get that same song in 2010, would it have had DRM? No. So to the extent there's even a theoretical restriction here, would it only be on music that was first downloaded prior to 2009?
In theory. I remember, for example, around this time, having a library of music myself on iTunes that had some with DRM, some without. Deleting it all, re-downloading it, and now it was all clear of DRM. It was a cumbersome time, but that's what you did.
And there's a reference here to iTunes Match. Do you see that?
Yes.
First of all, back in 2013, was iTunes only on iOS devices?
iOS and Mac as well.
Is that still the case?
No.
Is iTunes now available on Android devices?
Yes.
And so even if you had that 2007 song in your library and it had DRM, you could still access it on an Android device. Is that right?
I believe so, but now we're saving my memory on some of this.
Sure. Thank you, sir. And by the way, when did iTunes become available on Android devices?
Sorry, I don't recall the year.
Thank you. And then the author goes on to refer to a $25 or $24.99 expense for a subscription to iTunes Match. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you change from an iOS device to an Android device today, will you need a tool or a subscription to something called iTunes Match?
No, you do not.
And is that because iTunes is now available on Android?
Both that and many users have switched over to the Apple Music streaming model where none of this applies anymore.
And then the author goes on to say $4.99 for the paid version of a music management app. You see that?
Yes.
And again, would that be necessary today?
No.
And then finally, $49.87 for paid replica apps. Do you see that?
I do.
And in 2013, was the paid download still the prevalent model?
Certainly much more so than today.
And today, is the prevalence of apps, the same apps, if you will, between iOS and Android higher than it was in 2013?
Yes, it has increased.
And then down at the last bullet point on the page, the author writes, the $79.85 figure represents what we would define as explicit switching costs, while the raw time and pain in the neck factor of the switch would represent incremental implicit switching costs. Do you see that?
I do.
And is the pain in the neck factor less than it was in 2013, sir?
Objection, Your Honor.
And sir, is it easier now in terms of the physical steps to transfer data? Are those steps easier now than they were in 2013?
Certainly now, as we've discussed, many OEMs have made tools to make it easier than it was ever in the past. And certainly now we have iCloud storage options for many vendors to make that as well much easier than it was in the past.
Thank you, sir. And I'm back on page 1 of Exhibit 79. Under implications, do you see that?
I do.
The author writes, overall, we believe Apple's installed base loyalty clearly differentiates it from traditional IT hardware companies, so the company's ability to attract new consumers with new products remains the core of the long-term story. Do you agree with that statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation not being used as a roadmap.
Well, I think whether he agrees or doesn't agree, change of form.
Sure, Your Honor. And Mr. Triller, do you agree that Apple's ability to attract new customers with new products remains the core of the long-term story?
Yes, I do.
And do you believe, sir, that Apple's installed base loyalty differentiates it from the competition?
I think so, yes.
And do you believe, sir, that Apple's commitment to privacy and security is part of that?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to show you what has been marked as Exhibit PX892. It's in your binder.
I see that. To identify for us what exhibit PX0892 is. It's an email from Steve Jobs to the ET at Apple. And, Your Honor, this document is in evidence, as I have it. Your Honor, this is another document that was emitted on May 12th by court order. Thank you, Your Honor.
The way this document is formatted, it's hard to find.
Absolutely right. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, this is an email from Steve Jobs to the ET. Is that correct? Yes. And can you remind us what the ET is? The executive team. So was this an email you would have received back in 2010? Yes. And the subject is Top 100-A. What is that a reference to? This is a draft agenda that Steve is putting together and sharing with us for input. And item 1 is 2011 strategy. In October 24, 2010, what was that a reference to? The Top 100 meeting traditionally covers each year the next year coming up, the things we're doing and working on. And if you go down 4 hash marks, if you will, to 2011 : you see that? Yes. And it says 2011 : a holy war with Google. Is that right? Yes. And part of the agenda was to discuss all the ways we will compete with them? Yes. And if you go down one more, it says 2011, Year of the Cloud. Do you see that? Yes. And what is that a reference to? It's a reference to the new ways that companies like Google and others are starting to use cloud services to support their customers. And Mr. Jobs writes, we invented digital hub concept. What is that? That was a concept we rolled out in either 1997 or 98, where your personal computer, your Mac, your iMac, was the center of your digital life. You would plug in your cell phone back then, your digital camera, your digital video camcorder, and now have all of that previously physical media on your computer to manipulate and use and share. It's a very creative concept about how our lives are moving digital. And that was back in the late 90s, you say? Yes. And then down further in that same set, Mr. Jobs writes, Apple is in danger of hanging on to old paradigm too long for an innovator's dilemma. Do you see that? Yes. And what did you understand that to be a reference to? We started to make it such that you would sync information between your devices. So let's say you had your calendar on your Mac and you wanted to put it on your iPhone or your iPad, you would use syncing technology to do that. The problem is, as you had more than 2 devices, the accuracy of the sync with multiple devices can get very confused very quickly, and you don't know what's the truth anymore, what's the right versions. And so we saw that we were in danger of hanging on to this old digital hub model where everything went back into your computer wouldn't be the way in the future you wanted to manage that information. And Mr. Jobs then says, Google and Microsoft are further along on the technology but haven't quite figured it out yet. What's that a reference to? Again, to solving this problem of how do you synchronize your data across more than one device and make sure you always have the truthful, correct versions. And he then finishes this section with tie all of our products together so we further lock customers into our ecosystem. And what's that? What does that mean to you? So at this point, again, we're talking about your contacts, your calendar, and your email being able to be properly represented on all your devices, and that if we could create a way to do that for users in the next year, that we would have a better platform that they want to stay with. And when the term lock or further lock customers into our ecosystem, what did you understand this to mean? Simply that if customers like the way these products work, they're going to want to stay with us. And going down further under number 3 for iPhone, do you see that? Yes. And there's the first entry, 2011 strategy.
And it says, plus iPhone 4 with better antenna, processor, camera, and software to stay ahead of competitors until mid-2012, correct?
Yes.
And what's that a reference to?
Well, Steve was suggesting that this part of the draft agenda that two of my team, Jaws and Brad Borchers, would present what the next features should be for iPhone to follow on iPhone 4 with these list of features that he's just enumerated.
And the next reference relates to have LTE version in mid-2012. And what's that a reference to?
That's 4G LTE networking.
Thank you, sir. And if you could look, please, at page 20892.2.
Yeah.
And item 6 there is Mobile Me. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you know what Mobile Me was?
Yes. This was the service to do what we were just talking about, to start to create a cloud-based infrastructure for our customers to be able to have their data in the cloud and have it work properly across all your devices.
And the first hash mark says strategy, catch up to Google Cloud Services and leapfrog them. You see that?
Yes.
And under that it says Android deeply integrates Google Cloud Services, way ahead of Apple in cloud services for contacts, calendars, mail. What does that mean?
What Steve is just pointing out, that he believes that Android has started this ahead of Apple and is starting to build these features into their operating system.
And then again, under 2011, under that same section, Mr. Jobs writes, Apple's year of the cloud, tie all of our products together, make Apple ecosystem even more sticky. Do you know what that's referring to?
Yes. So in this meeting, Steve was rallying everyone at the Top 100 to support this Mobile Me effort because it's cross-functional to make these products work together and to do exactly. I mean, it sounds simple today, right? The idea that your contacts, calendar, and mail actually works across your computer and phone. We're all used to this, but at this time, in 2011, we didn't have that, and we were behind in offering that. And if we did deliver it well, our customers would love our products.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schiller, are you a gamer?
I think so.
And which digital transaction platforms do you use for games?
I've got an Xbox, a PlayStation, a Nintendo Switch, of course my Macs, my iPhone, my iPad, an Apple TV, and also a dedicated VR auto racing simulator rig.
I think you're a gamer, sir. And you discussed earlier Apple's views of each of those different platforms and other digital platforms as competition for game transactions. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
And are you familiar with Steam?
Yes.
And we've heard some testimony about Steam. Do you understand that to be a PC game store?
Yeah, Mac, yes.
Thank you, sir. And does the App Store compete with Steam?
It does.
In what ways?
That users can find games to download and play and get them from Steam or get them from our App Store, and it competes for that purchase from a user.
And we've heard some testimony about adjustments made to Steam's commission structure. Do you recall that generally?
Yes.
And as the person with some of the ultimate responsibility for the App Store, how have you viewed that in terms of your competitor strategy?
I think it's important for us to try to understand what each platform is doing and consider it from our developers' perspective as well as the user. And I think it's important for us to understand Steam and what they're doing. And it relates to things we may or may not do in the future with the App Store, always.
And we've heard testimony about the Microsoft Windows Store in this trial. Do you recall that generally?
Yes.
And does the App Store compete with Microsoft Windows Store?
Sure, yes.
And what does, in the gaming space, what does the Microsoft Windows Store sell?
It sells some, not quite as much as their Xbox game store does, but it does sell some as well for the PC.
Is it a less, strike that, is it a smaller game, digital game transaction platform than the consoles?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can testify based on his personal experience.
From my experience, it is a smaller game marketplace than the Xbox is.
And we've heard testimony here that Microsoft Windows Store has reduced its commission level to 12%. You've heard that testimony?
Yes, I have.
And as the person with ultimate responsibility for the App Store and someone who keeps track of the competition, were you aware of that announcement when it came out?
I read it as everyone did in the press.
You wouldn't talk to a competitor directly about pricing, correct?
Never.
And when was that announcement made by Microsoft?
April 29th.
Of this year?
Yes.
So the Thursday before this trial began?
Yes.
And has that reduced commission gone into effect yet?
According to their announcement, I believe it takes effect on August 1st.
So it hasn't gone into effect yet?
Not from what I've read.
And what area within Microsoft, or what people within Microsoft made that public announcement?
Objection.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
From the press releases you looked at, to whom was the announcement attributed?
I read in every press release, the press release from Microsoft and all the announcement interviews, it was given by the head of the Xbox Games store.
And was there any announcement that you have seen about reduced commissions on the Xbox?
No, in fact, I believe in the announcement they said they weren't reducing commission on the Xbox store.
Does Apple bar its competitors from submitting apps to the App Store?
We do not.
And can you provide us some examples of the instances in which Apple's competitors have placed apps on Apple's App Store?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we've encouraged. We have apps in our App Store from Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Sony, Nintendo, and pretty much every company we've talked about in this trial.
And we've heard testimony about Steam Link, correct?
Yes.
And can you remind us what Steam Link is?
Steam Link is an app you can run on your iPhone and iPad and connect to the PC you may have that runs games with Steam, and it allows you to make purchases through that store and to stream games directly from your PC to your iPhone or iPad.
And does Apple take a commission on any sales or purchases made through that app from Steam?
We do not.
Why not?
We've considered any digital transaction where the user doesn't consume it on the device. It's meant to be on another platform, not part, again, of where we're adding value, and so we take no part in that transaction.
And are you familiar with an app called Xbox Remote Play?
Yes.
What is Xbox Remote Play?
Similarly, it lets you play games remotely from your Xbox through your iPhone device and have a streaming experience.
And can purchases be made through the Xbox on that app?
I believe so, yes.
And does Apple charge or take a commission on any of those transactions?
No, we do not.
Is that for the same reason that it does not on Steam Link?
Yes.
And are you familiar with an app called PlayStation Remote Play?
Yes.
And what is PlayStation Remote Play?
Similar. It can let you play games from your PlayStation and stream it in the view on your iPhone or iPad.
Now, sir, we heard testimony from the Microsoft witness about its discussions with Apple on putting its streaming services in the App Store. Do you recall that generally?
Yes, I do.
And did you participate in discussions with Microsoft on that topic?
I did.
And can you describe kind of the arc of those discussions from your perspective?
Well, as was stated, Microsoft has been developing their xCloud game streaming service, and would like to bring it to different platforms, including iPhone and iPad. And in our discussions, I expressed very clearly that we would love to have them stream games to our users on our platform as long as it follows the rules that other developers have to follow. Whether those games are streaming or local really doesn't matter to the ultimate solution for the user as far as the store is concerned.
And I believe you heard the Microsoft witness testify that Apple required each game to be separately submitted. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's true.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
And why did Apple require that?
Because when our users go into the App Store to get a game, they're going to look for a game. They're going to type in a search to find the game. They're going to want to see the product page. What is this game? What's the age rating? What are its features? And as a store, we want to provide that information to our users. So we thought the right thing for our customers is that even if the games are streaming from Microsoft's cloud, the user should still be able to find them. They should be able to see them. They should see what its privacy policy is. They should be able to run parental controls on it if they want. So all the things you expect the store to do, it should be able to do for the users who want those games.
Okay, so how does this differ now from Netflix?
I
don't pay. If I pay Netflix, the subscription, I can watch their content, and I don't pay for each download.
In two ways. First of all, Netflix, all the content is that the app itself, what it does technically, is reviewed and approved by us. And then they just flow more of the same kind of content, TV shows, through that. So we're not reviewing the content, we're reviewing the features of the app. The Xbox Cloud, each game is a separate app, and it is something that requires review. They do much more than just play video. These are interactive games. So that's one reason. The second is the App Store is not a movie store. You can't search for a movie in the App Store. If you type in your favorite movie, you're not going to get a result in the App Store. It isn't about movies. It's an apps and games store. And so when you bring in games in a different way, it now no longer works as designed as a game store. So I do think there's a difference there.
All right, appreciate it.
Mr. Schiller, the court included in its question a reference to having to pay each time a streaming game would be downloaded that would be an individual Microsoft streaming game on the App Store. Is that how it would work?
No. How would it work? Microsoft or any game developer can build a service where if they want to have a subscription and then publish each of these games on the store, that one subscription can cover all those individual games, and that's allowed in the guidelines of the App Store.
So there wouldn't be a need to pay on a game-by-game basis?
No, there would not.
And so if Microsoft were to submit, for example, to begin with its 10 most popular games, its 10 most popular streaming games, and submit those individually for app review, would that be acceptable to Apple?
Yes.
And it could continue to submit other games on a going forward basis?
Yes.
And would all of those be subject to the same single subscriptions?
If that's how they want to set it up, yes.
That would be up to Microsoft?
That's right.
Now,
and there wouldn't be a separate app? They could go to one app and access all of that?
You would see on your home screen of your phone each of the games that you chose to play. They would show up individually. The other thing,
so you couldn't go to one app, the Microsoft Gaming Stream app, and in that app have the 10 games?
Correct. What they can create, similar but not all the way that, is what we call a catalog app. They could create a Microsoft xCloud app that showed all the games. It's just when you wanted to play one, you would click on it in the Microsoft xCloud app, and it would open up its product page in the App Store so you could see all the correct product information when you click to play it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And separate and apart from the question of native apps for the Microsoft streaming service, Did Apple provide support for Microsoft, other support regarding its streaming service?
We did.
And what was the nature of that support?
Well, it was a suggestion we made to them, which is they can go the route of submitting the games into the App Store, and we think that's a good model for users, or they could reach users directly through Safari and do whatever they want in Safari, the same as on the open web, and we encourage them that if they wanted to go that route, that we would help them with that as well.
And changing topics, sir, to Apple's investment in its ecosystem. What did Apple spend on research and development in 2005?
I believe that was about $500 million.
And how much did Apple spend on research and development in 2020, last year?
Approximately $18 billion.
And during that 15-year period between 2005 and 2020, approximately how much has Apple spent on R&D?
I believe the cumulative total was around $100 billion.
And has Apple continued to invest in the iPhone?
Yes.
And has Apple continued to invest in tools for developers?
Yes.
And have those investments impacted the App Store?
Yes.
And has Apple continued to invest in the App Store itself?
Yes.
With the court's permission, Mr. Schiller, I'd like to show you a demonstrative.
All right.
And this demonstrative shows two sets of information, one relating to hardware and one relating to cellular. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first entry under hardware is dated 2007 and refers to something called the accelerometer. And we heard Dr. Athey mention the accelerometer on several occasions, but I don't think that ever got defined. So could you please tell us what an accelerometer is?
Sure. It's a sensor, in this case an iPhone, that measures motion as a variable of acceleration, and it's general information that's really useful to a number of features.
And is that the feature that when I turn my phone sideways, it goes into landscape mode?
Exactly. Sounds simple, but it takes a bunch of work to make it do that seamlessly as you tilt your iPhone back and forth.
And is that part of the original iPhone?
Yes.
And is that relevant to game developers?
Sure. I think as game users like to tilt their iPhone into landscape mode and play games with two hands, it's really convenient.
And then the next item on the demonstrative is from 2010, and it's a reference to a gyroscope. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did Apple, in fact, launch a gyroscope feature in 2010?
We did.
And what is that?
That's another sensor that detects motion along three-dimensional axis so that you can rotate and turn your iPhone around and we send that information to software.
And is that feature relevant to game developers?
Sure.
How so?
I've seen examples, for example, a racing game where as you tilt your iPhone along the axis left and right, you could be steering, lean it forward, accelerate, or lean it back and brake. And that's just one example. Developers are so creative on what to do with these sensors.
And the next item, also from 2010, is called Retina Display. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did Apple include a feature called Retina Display in 2010?
We did.
And what is that?
It's a pretty important moment in the display technology of iPhone. But the idea of the Retina Display was as we provided more density of information, more pixel density, the pixels got so close together that at a normal distance of about 6 inches from your face, your eye cannot detect the individual pixels. So photos look more natural, fonts on text look really smooth. It was a big breakthrough.
And is that relevant to game developers?
Sure. Great graphics are certainly a hallmark of so many wonderful games.
And has the Retina Display been static since 2010?
Not at all.
How has it evolved?
It's evolved in many ways. It's grown larger through the years. We've moved to newer generation technology, moving from LCD to OLED display technology, which gives blacker blacks, higher contrast ratios. We've even used flexible displays to now fold the display drivers behind the edges so you can have your display right up to the edge of the iPhone.
And when did the change from LED to OLED occur?
With iPhone 10.
Thank you. The next hardware feature that we referenced here is from 2014, and it's called the Taptic Engine. Did Apple release a feature called Taptic Engine in 2014?
We did.
And what is that?
It's one of these really small details, but it's really helpful. The iPhone has had from the beginning a switch you flip when you want to go into silent. When it's silent, it vibrates. And what it used to do was it had a mechanical actuator that vibrated, took a lot of space, it was energy inefficient, and wasn't that accurate a feeling compared to what we did with this, which is the Taptic Engine uses advanced haptic technology to give a much more precise, accurate feeling to how things vibrate.
And is Taptic Engine relevant to game developers?
Sure. It supports input that we call haptics, the ability to feel like when you're pressing on something, there's force feedback or vibration to the user interface.
And is that a feature that's been included in games since?
Yes, for those developers who take advantage of it.
And in 2016, the graphic references stereo speakers. Were stereo speakers incorporated in the iPhone in 2016?
It was.
And can you describe for the court generally what's been done with the audio on iPhones then and since?
Yes. Obviously, speakers in general, in order to deliver quality and volume, take air. They move air, so you need more space. But that's not what you want to give up in a small handheld device with a lot of space to make sound better. So our engineers have created newer generation speakers that are very small, very efficient, and so much so that we could put two of them in and have stereo sound in iPhone.
And is that improvement relevant to game developers?
Oh, yes. I think great soundtracks are a hallmark of so many wonderful games, and they take advantage of the speaker system in iPhone.
In our tour of Fortnite, we heard some pretty good audio, correct?
I believe so.
And next, from 2017, is something called Neural Engine. First of all, did Apple introduce a feature called Neural Engine in 2017?
We did.
And what is that?
It's part of our Apple chip inside the iPhone. It's a dedicated processing unit called the Neural Engine, and it's optimized for this new generation of software called machine learning, a branch of AI that allows developers to do some incredibly predictive advanced techniques with machine learning on a very fast, efficient neural engine. And this neural engine is separate from the CPU, the central brain of the chip, and the GPU, the graphics. So it leaves the rest of your chip free to do other things in your app, while the neural engine processes the machine learning libraries.
And what is is that relevant to game development?
Oh, I think it impacts many software applications, including game developers who want to start to take advantage of this new machine learning technology.
And the last item under hardware is something called LiDAR. What is LiDAR?
It's light detecting and ranging. So it's a laser technology that allows a sensor called a scanner to scan the space you're in and create a 3D depth map of your furniture, your walls, so that now for AR applications, you can actually place things, computer-generated content within the scene of your space very fast, very efficiently.
And when was LiDAR introduced?
This past year, 2020.
And I believe you touched on this in your description, but is it relevant to game developers?
I think so. As game developers start to create new AR experiences, having this level of performance for recognizing the environment is extremely helpful.
And I believe we've learned over the last 2 weeks that AR is augmented reality?
Yes.
And, sir, I'd like to show you a brief demonstrative on the LiDAR technology, and that's currently on the screen. And if you could please narrate this for the court.
Sure. This is an application called Magic Pan, and you're pointing your phone at the walls and doors and windows and floor of your space. And The LiDAR scanner is making it very quick for the software to detect those features of your space and automatically create a floor plan that you can use for architecture, interior decorating, whatever your project is.
Thank you. And by the way, when was LiDAR included with iPhones?
2020, this past fall.
And this particular demonstrative we just watched, is that from an app that's actually on the App Store?
Yes.
And what's the name of that app?
Magic Plan.
Thank you. Let's go back to our list. And finally, sir, in terms of hardware, were any costs related to any of the improvements we just talked about allocated to the App Store?
No.
And let's go on now to the second tranche there, which is cellular. And first of all, what was the cellular connectivity of the original iPhone based on?
It was called Edge, which is a faster version of 2G.
And I seem to remember something called GSM would show up.
Well, GSM is the global standard for 2G, which Edge was used. And so, yes, GSM was the technology.
Thank you. And then in 2008, is that when 3G came into use?
It is.
And then in 2012, did 4G or LTE come into use?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Just trying to move things along. I'm happy to slow down, Your Honor.
All right, let's change the form.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Schiller, can you walk us through, please, the evolution of cellular connectivity since the opening of the App Store?
Sure. Apple didn't invent cellular networks, of course. There are many companies involved in these technologies, but our teams had a lot of work to do to bring them out in a way that worked well for our customers. We started with GSM technology, and 2G was the first generation of GSM that we included with our iPhone. In 2008, we added 3G and brought that into the network, into the cellular. We also brought out a format called CDMA, which was a Verizon use separate from GSM. So we had support for both across our line with iPhone as well. And then in 2012, the next generation came into iPhone called LTE, stands for long-term evolution, but it's 4G technology. And, I would note the qualitative difference. With 3G, we really now have the ability to, surf the web and a lot more data capability than 2G had. Started to get a lot more interesting for all of us as we travel around. With 4G and LTE, as we know, now we're able to start streaming TV shows and movies. We're able to do FaceTime video calls. It's much more capable for the types of things we've all been used to the last few years. And in this past year, with iPhone, we've implemented the latest standard, which is 5G. We're pretty early in the development of 5G technology. A lot of hopes for the future. With 5G, you get even more performance, depending on location. You get more bandwidth. So that means that all the situations we've been used to where we get to a stadium or a busy university and you can't get a good data connection, hopefully that'll be dramatically reduced with the bandwidth of 5G. So those are some of the steps of cellular technology.
And state the obvious, Apple didn't invent these different tiers of the connectivity, correct?
No, we did not.
But was engineering work involved at Apple in order to take advantage of them?
Oh, yes. There's a huge team that has to engineer both the hardware and the software as well as test it on every account carrier network around the world.
And was the cost of any of that engineering work charged to the App Store, sir?
No.
And as the Apple devices move through and evolve with cellular connectivity, do the Apple devices simply abandon the pre-existing technology?
No, I think one of the subtle important things that the engineers have worked so hard on is you actually, with today's iPhone, get all of this. You get support for 5G, 4G, 3G, 2G, and each one has multiple bands that it runs on around the world. So it's a global phone for people to travel. So all of that is supported in addition to other cellular or wireless technologies, all the versions of Wi-Fi, all the versions of Bluetooth, all running together in this one little device.
And is the evolution of cellular connectivity that's occurred since 2008 relevant to game developers?
Absolutely.
How so?
Well, I think we all love the idea of being able to play high-quality, highly rendered game experiences, multiplayer experiences over wireless networks wherever we are.
And you talked now about cellular connectivity. Are cell phones also capable of Wi-Fi connectivity?
Yes, exactly.
And how has that evolved over the years?
There are many versions of Wi-Fi that have come out over the years, but Wi-Fi has been given additional names with letters. So there's Wi-Fi A, Wi-Fi B, Wi-Fi N, and on and on. And so we've been adding these through the years as well.
And has that connectivity improved over time?
It has. With those updates, they increase performance and increase range.
And does that impact digital game developers?
Absolutely.
Does that facilitate digital game transactions on iOS?
Sure. It helps to be able to be on a super fast network to download the latest games or latest updates to features in games.
And let's go to the next demonstrative if we can. And first of all, sir, did there come a time when iPhones began to use chips designed by Apple?
Yes.
And when was that?
The first ones to ship with Apple chips in it was in 2010.
And have those chips improved over the last 10 years?
Oh, very much so.
And do I have these demonstratives or not?
I will get them for you.
There's in Miss Forrest, does she have them?
I hope she has them, but I will give them to her again.
Thank you.
And Mr. Schiller, I'm looking at this demonstrative which refers to various A series chips. What is an A chip?
It simply means, it's an Apple design chip, and all the chips we put in our iPhone and most of our iPads, we give a name that starts with an A.
And how often are new A series chips issued?
Typically every year.
And can you identify, looking at this graphic, some of the more noteworthy moments in the evolution of Apple's chips?
Sure. It's we think of computers as having a CPU, a brain, right? That's traditional. But these are actually much more than that. These are a complete system on a chip. So there's many features to them, which is why we'll see through time that we've been adding features. For example, in 2013, with the first 64-bit chip, so more bandwidth for higher performance applications. I remember at the time, many in the industry saying that this is unnecessary in the phone. It didn't need this kind of performance. Why is Apple doing this? Now everybody's doing 64-bit chips. It is needed. Supported Metal in 2014, our graphics engine. As you see, performance just got higher and higher. 2016 was the version we call the Fusion chip, A10 Fusion. That's because our engineers came up with a methodology of having these CPU cores in different sizes. A P core meant a performance core, and an E core was an efficiency core. So we had multiple cores running the software, developer software, at the same time, and dynamically, with machine learning, figuring out whether an application needed the most performance or it could run in high efficiency mode and save the user battery life. In 2017, with our Bionic chip, a couple of big steps here. We have a new generation graphics system, GPU, in the chip designed by Apple. And this is the first time we had the Neural Engine, which we spoke about, the ability to run machine learning on a dedicated segment inside the chip. We also had the Secure Enclave, very important to user privacy and security. The Secure Enclave is separate from the rest of the chip. The rest of the chip can't get any information out of it, but it's where we store your encryption keys for things like Face ID, so that nothing can ever decrypt and get at that data. Our with each year, it just gets faster and faster and more efficient.
And as I look at this, I also see periodic references to, along with better processing power, longer battery life. Has that been an ongoing effort over the last 10 or 15 years?
Absolutely. We have these conflicting goals of trying to deliver more performance, more features and capabilities, while also making the battery life longer, not shorter. And one of the things that helps with that, you see a few notes in here of what's called process technology. Like 2018 is the first 7-nanometer chip. 7-nanometer refers to the process it's made on in a fabrication factory, and 7-nanometer means you can pack more of the chip into a smaller die size, which gives you more features while also being more energy efficient.
And I also see, as we look through here, kind of a steady efforts or steady improvement in terms of upgraded graphics. Is that the case?
Always, yes.
And we see, for example, in 2015, the A9 chip was 90% faster than the A8 chip, correct?
That's right.
And then in 2018, the A12 chip was once again 50% faster than the A11 Bionic chip. Is that right?
Yes, these are huge steps. We're all used to general personal computer technology, where each year you might hear about 4%, 6%, 8% faster. Saying 50% or 90% is pretty dramatic over a yearly increase.
And so if we're speaking in terms of just pure processing power, if you will, or processing speed, from 2010 to 2020, how far has that advanced?
The rough numbers I've been able to get from our chip engineering team in terms of an estimate calculation is that from a CPU, core processing performance, over a decade it's increased 100 times, 100-fold.
Not 100%?
No, 100-fold.
And what about this kind of constant push on graphics? What has occurred with graphic speed over that same period?
And over that same period, the rough estimate of relative graphic performance I've heard is 1,000-fold.
1,000-fold?
Yes.
And is that, are those two improvements, shall we say, those two improvements in leaps and bounds, are those relevant to game developers?
Certainly.
And again, in what ways, sir?
Well, obviously, being able to play the kinds of quality game experiences now that were not possible 5 or 10 years ago is something I think we see happening, and it's incredible because these game developers have such amazing graphics and experience, but bringing them down to something that fits in your pocket is really becoming more and more commonplace.
And that would include Mr. Sweeney's game of Fortnite, correct?
Sure.
The game was launched on the iPhone in about 2018. Would it have been able to play? Would it have been able to support that game much before then?
I think we'll have to ask them, but certainly I think at some point along this chart, something became possible that wasn't before.
Now, has Apple also continued to invest in the tools that it provides to developers?
Yes.
And how many APIs did Apple make available to developers with the first SDK in 2008?
I believe the number was something like 10,000.
And how many APIs are made available by Apple today?
In iOS, 150,000.
And how often does Apple release new versions of software development kits?
Often more than once a year.
And are new features included in each of those?
Yes, often.
And are additional APIs included in each?
Yes, typically on a yearly basis, it's anywhere from 1,000 up to 10,000 in some years.
And just in general terms, can you tell us what sort of things or what sort of changes were made in new SDKs?
Well, as we discussed earlier, SDKs include the tools, so we'll see new versions of our Xcode and performance monitoring tools. We'll see these new APIs for new features that are coming on an annual basis, and we'll see documentation to support starting to use those features and help developers start to implement them on whatever their app ideas are.
Thank you. If we could go to the next demonstrative, please. First of all, do you recognize what is reflected in this demonstrative? Yes. And can you describe it just at a high level? These are a number of software building blocks and tools that developers can use as they create their apps. And the first one, if you will, after the SDK symbol is something called Core Motion. Do you see that? Yes, I do. And when was that made available by Apple? In 2010. Now, what does Core Motion do? Well, we spoke earlier about accelerometer, gyroscope, these sensors that provide data about what the user is doing with their phone. Core Motion is the API the developer will use to get that data and then use it in their application. And is that relevant to gamers? I think so. I think moving the device around and interacting with the experience through effort of motion is one way the developer could use input in the game. And does that make iOS a more attractive digital game transaction platform? I hope so. And the next item we see here is called SpriteKit. Do you see that? Yes. And when was that released by Apple? In 2013. And what does SpriteKit do? It is a library of tools for a developer who wants to ease the process of creating animations within their game or app. It creates, makes it easier for you to make objects move in your app or have physics when things bump into each other. SpriteKit handles those kind of interactions. You got a 3D graphic or something else? It's primarily focused on 2D graphics design. Thank you. And the next item we see there is Metal, and we've heard a fair amount about Metal in this trial, but can you tell us from your perspective what Metal does? Metal is a really big topic. It's a graphics toolkit for developers, from very simple application development to very advanced high-end application development for games, for professional applications. And it allows a wide range of capabilities for 3D graphics across everything from iPhone to Apple TV to the Mac. And did you and your colleagues at Apple consider it to be a material improvement over OpenGL? Yes, that's what we used previous to Metal on iOS was OpenGL, and another technology called OpenCL for compute on graphics. And we created something I think much more powerful and forward-looking with Metal. And by the way, why Metal? Why is that the name used for this API? Yeah, the name's just a fun play on a term in technology called close to the metal. If you're a game developer, especially more advanced ones, you want to feel like you're programming very close to what your graphics chip is capable of doing with very little getting in the way of that maximum performance, and that's that term, close to the metal. And did Apple work with developers in optimizing Metal? We did. And did Apple work with Epic Games in optimizing Metal? We did. Can you tell us about that collaboration? Sure. Just before we were launching Metal, we brought in a few of our best graphics engine game developers, and Epic was one of those, and we asked them to come in and both get feedback on it, learn about it before anyone else did, and to see what they could do with it. They had incredible game development there. And did, in fact, Epic do something incredible with it? They did. And did you demonstrate Epic's work anyplace? Yes, at our Worldwide Developer Conference in 2014. We invited Epic to take part and help us launch Metal. And who was the presenter on behalf of Epic? Mr. Sweeney. And Your Honor, Exhibit DX3462 is a video of the keynote from the 2014 WWDC. We don't want to play the entire 30-minute piece, but we do have perhaps a 20-second piece that we would like. And so I have that separately on a thumb drive for the court, and if we may play it.
You may, it's in evidence, and can I release the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor. There's a transcript in the binder before the court, and we'll make sure that that's in the record as well.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sure she appreciates it. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. We've had the opportunity to work with Metal, and to illustrate some of the possibilities, we created a Zen garden. Now, this environment was built in Unreal Engine 4 on a high-end Mac, and now, thanks to Metal, we're running it on iPads in real time with full fidelity and performance. Metal's efficiency enables an order of magnitude increase in detail, making it possible for developers like us to create a new generation of vivid and interactive 3D experiences.
And sir, did you recognize that to be Mr. Sweeney giving his comments on Metal in 2014 at the WWDC? Yes. And again, approximately how many people were there in person to see him? 6,000 in the audience. And how many people have viewed that presentation since? Certainly many millions. And is that an opportunity that Apple provided to Epic Games? It is. And I you should recognize Big Crit is a great example that we were all excited about what they were able to show the world could be done with Metal, and we were proud to include them on our stage and have them take part in it with us. And did you work with Epic to do something else with this demonstrative after the WWDC? Yeah, I recall we asked them if they could place it as a demo app on the App Store for users to see and experience because it was so beautiful. And was that done? I believe so, yes. Thank you. Now, has Metal been improved since 2014? Oh, yes. On how many new versions of Metal have been released since then? I believe up to version 4 now. And does it continue to become an increasingly powerful graphics API? Absolutely. We've added new capabilities in, actually there's a built-in programming language, procedural language in Metal, and there's advanced ray tracing capabilities that continue to advance. So it's we're moving it ahead constantly. And is Metal relevant to game developers? Absolutely. And is Metal relevant to iOS devices becoming increasingly attractive digital game transaction platforms? It sure is. Now, sir, are you familiar with an API called Gameplay Kit? Yes.
And Mr. Dorn, we've got 3 minutes just so you know.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll perhaps go through this one more item and then and Mr. Schiller, when was Gameplay Kit made available by Apple? 2015. And what does Gameplay Kit do? Well, it helps developers to make it easy for their games to include the ability to track scores or show users achievements within their games, things you like to do with helping encourage users to play your games. And as the name and your description implies, is that specific to games? It is. One more quick one. Mr. Schiller, Replay Kit, when was it released? Also 2015. And what does Replay Kit do for developers? It's popular with gamers and certainly kids to record their session of playing a game and then share it in social media with their friends so that they achieved something in a level or how to win at a certain part of the game. And so Replay Kit helps the developer who wants to make that a feature of their games to let their players share their experiences with others around the world. And again, and this is an API specific for game developers? Yes. That's a good breaking point, Your Honor, if it works for the quote.
Okay. We are going to stand in recess until tomorrow, but I do have I have a question for Mr. Sweeney. Obviously doesn't need to be under oath for this, but Mr. Sweeney, we've been in this trial now for over a fortnight. Can you tell me where that name came from for you? How did you come up with the name Fortnite for your name?
Well, Fortnite came out of a game jam. 1 week we gave every employee at Epic to experiment with building their own little game. And one team built such an amazing little game that we turned it into an official project. And initially it had this day-night cycle. Every hour in Fortnite, you go from day to night. You go the clock is running 24 times faster. And so the two elements of the experience were building forts and having day and night cycles with zombies coming out at night.
Okay, so fort related as opposed to Fortnite 2 week related.
Exactly. Yeah, you built forts with this building system, and that's how you defend yourself.
Okay. I had to ask. I figured I had you here, wasn't going to have any other real opportunity to ask, so why not? Okay. We'll stand in recess. One thing, again, as we head to next week, closing down the trial, one thing that I thought I wanted to, again, run by the lead lawyers here. When I have jury trials, I always meet with my jurors afterwards just to see what their experience is like, see whether they enjoyed participating in the jury process. Obviously, we don't have a jury here, but I did think that if you're interested, and of course we would not talk about anything case-related, happy to meet with your young associates after the trial, maybe Tuesday morning, if you each have a small group, and not the partners. This is just for the younger associates. I often meet with law students and such, and thought maybe that would be a good opportunity since they don't get to be up on the stand much.
Yeah, Your Honor, I absolutely agree. I'm sure that we will select a group. Just tell us the number that we can have, and I'm sure that
as long as it's equal, and maybe Tuesday morning they can come for coffee or something like that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your
Honor, like I said, just make sure it's equal. I'm happy to meet with a group. And I do have to say, I really am. I said this before, but when I presided over a number of antitrust cases, where literally this entire courtroom was filled with lawyers, and this case is so different. It still is striking to me, the number of women, the diversity. I do hope that you take each of your teams and maybe take a picture and send a picture off to the ABA or something like that, because given how many of these cases I've presided over, this is very different than what I've seen in the past, and I think it's a terrific example for the future. So,
thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll stand recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you.
The recording has stopped.
I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Those are the things I've created. Then I went and caved in. I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places. Half is back at home. The other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. Can't let my past catch me now, I can't let my past drag me down, I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's